Previously on the LCS.
Welcome back to week 1 of the North American LCS Summer Split. 20 huge games during this Super Week.
Let's get this man, let's win this game.
Whoa, coming in from Kha'Zix!
GGU changed their name to Team Coast.
There's gonna have to be a
He gets it!
Nintendo coming in!
Oh, surprise, gentlemen!
The game is still going.
Back to the block.
CLG in 71 minutes pulls it
I
out.
have seen more crazy games in 1 week than I've seen crazy games in 3 months.
The throw of a lifetime.
If you just keep your morale up, you claw your way back up, and you'll make these comebacks, and you won't give up. And that's when the truly great games happen.
Everybody hop on the Cloud9 hype train.
Oh, balls. He's gonna. Oh my gosh! Holy crap! I thought he was gonna get 2v1 and killed. Never mind.
Oh, that is a 4-for-0 so far. Cloud9 wiped the floor with TSM. Cloud9 taking it 5-0 in Super Week.
5-0 for a team that is completely new to the LCS.
We're going home, and I'm going to bed.
Welcome to week 2 of the North American LCS Summer Split. I'm Rivington Bism III, and making up the second half of this double buffed broadcast is Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler. And today we've got 4 huge games coming your way, starting with the undefeated Cloud9 taking on CounterLogic Gaming. But before we get to the matches, we've got to talk about the epic craziness that went down during the 20-game Super Week 1 of the LCS.
Yeah, so last week we had that 71-minute game between CLG and Dignitas, both teams getting over 100,000 gold. And the Spring Split champions, TSM, surrendered twice in the first week. Also, Cloud9 beat TSM, Curse, and Dignitas, the teams that finished 1, 2, and 3 in the Spring Split regular season, to go 5-0 and finish Week 1 at the top of the standings.
But Cloud9 wasn't the only LCS rookie team to go undefeated during Week 1. If you were watching all around the world, Team Alternate went 5-0 at DreamHack during the EU LCS's opening week.
Yeah, so not only did both of these rookie squads go 5-0, but there's a theme here. Both of these teams are made up of full squads of people from the top of the solo queue ladders in their respective regions.
And while the freshman class squads came up huge in Week 1, many of the league's seniors teams struggled to pass their initial tests.
Yeah, both Dignitas and CLG went 2 and 3. CLG in particular looked a little disjointed. They had some huge plays, but then they'd make some huge throws a couple minutes later.
But the veteran team that had the most trouble was Curse. They went 1 and 4 last week and are sitting at the bottom of the standings right now.
They had less than a week to prepare with Edward, though, and the communication issues were pretty obvious that the team was having. So we'll have to see, after another week under their belt, has Curse been able to evolve?
Right. So after all that Week 1 action, let's take a closer look at where the teams stand now. In first place, it's the undefeated Cloud9 at 5-0. Then there's a 3-way tie for second place between Team Coast, TSM, and Vulcan.
In 5th place, it's CLG and Dignitas at 2 and 3. And finally, in last place, it's Curse and Velocity.
And that brings us to today's games. Our first match features the undefeated champions of Week 1, Cloud9, taking on CounterLogic Gaming, followed by Team Solo Mid battling Velocity Esports.
Then it's a couple of rematches from Week 1, Vulcan versus Curse, and Team Coast taking on Dignitas.
And as always, you can try and pick the winners of today's matches on lolesports.com. Click on the matches in the upper right, and go to Week 2 and vote away.
Then head over to Twitter and let us know which NA LCS team's Week 1 fortune will change and why. We're at LOL Esports. Make sure to use the hashtag LCS, and we could read your answer live on air.
Absolutely. So we've got one more bit of info before we get to the games today. The NA LCS will be running off the 3.8 patch, which includes some big changes for that jungle.
So the initial spawn times for the small camps are now the same as the buffs, 155 instead of 140. The respawn times for these have been reduced to 50 seconds from 60 seconds. And the Ancient Golem and Lizard Elder are now worth 340 experience instead of just 220.
And for those of us who aren't and don't have a degree in the in-game theory, Kobe, how will this all affect the changes today in the games?
Well, the teams are going to be putting more emphasis on these early invades and buff control, and junglers will definitely be starting at one of the 4 buffs. Counter-jungling the Golem or the Lizard Elder will have an even greater impact on the game because they're worth more experience, and it also means that if laners decide to start with a small camp, then they're going to miss out on a couple minions, and we might be seeing more duo lanes mid.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that. So we've got to take a short break, but when we return, we'll see if those changes mess with Meteos' godlike game when Cloud9 takes on Big Fat LP and CounterLogic Gaming. Week 2 of the NA LCS Summer Split. We'll be right back after these messages.
The older teams are not used to playing against a new style of play. Cloud9 is, I guess, the first team to adopt a lot of Asian strategies that North America hasn't seen before.
The Koreans just play the game better than we do. You know, they just find they play it really clear-cut standard play, and C9 looks at it, they just identify like what they do, and they try to mimic them, and it just works. I believe there are counters to it, but it takes time for the scene to catch up and understand how to deal with it.
Welcome back to week 2 of the NA LCS Summer Split, and now it's time for our first match of the day. Cloud9 versus Counter Logic Gaming. This is the first meeting between these two teams this summer, and Cloud9 is coming into this game having punished the other Spring Split squads during their perfect opening week. And the secret to their success, well, it isn't a secret. Hai told us last week.
We watch the Koreans and just do what they do because they won the World All-Stars thing, and we think that they play the best. So we just do what they do, and hopefully, I don't know, the hype is just there for some reason. I don't know why. We haven't won anything yet, so I mean.
And after Cloud9 won all 5 games last week, I would say the hype is well-deserved.
I mean, they've got clear champion picks that they favor, and these are simply the champions that they have deemed the strongest regardless of who they're going against, which makes them very predictable in the picks ban phase, but since each member of their roster has such a deep champion pool, you can't ban them out anyway. And Cloud9 is also a very adaptable team. They change their strategy depending on the circumstances of the game. For instance, you know, that game where Dignitas stole both of Meteos' buff at level 1. Looks pretty harsh, but he just changed objectives, went and pushed down an early turret instead.
All right, and while Cloud9 strats were OP last week, so was the play of their individual members.
Yeah, it looks like Lemon Nation has developed another top-tier AD carry. Sneaky went 22, 6, and 39 in their 5 matches, and Lemon Nation even said that he was the best AD carry that Lemon Nation has ever played with, which means a lot since he's the one who brought up both Wild Turtle and Niantanso. And then we can't forget last week's MVP, Meteos. He went an incredible 9, 2, and 46 on the front lines of Cloud9's team fights.
So CLG had a couple of players step up in their new roles for the team as well, but unfortunately for Counterlogic fans, their matches had more throws than Nidalee playing darts.
Yeah, CLG played one of the longest games in LCS history. That 71-minute win was against Dignitas. And Doublelift, he said it was a very frustrating game to play because of all the mistakes that they were making. But you know, this kind of inconsistency is to be expected from a team that was playing competitively for the first time with their new roster and their new roles. The good news for CLG is that one of their new guys, that top laner, Nien, is progressing in his role. People expected him to get crushed in the top lane, but he's been holding his own.
There he is.
Getting some last-minute tips.
And while Nien and crew still have some issues to work out, Cloud9 knows that they can't take CLG for granted, even if Doublelift has climbed aboard their hype train.
Well, watching them play, it seems like they have things to iron out, but like if they could iron out the problems in their team, they could definitely be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, when they came in, I thought they were really overhyped. And it turns out they did kind of live up to the hype.
The fundamentals are pretty solid. They just play like the pressure game. They just pressure you and they put the jungler in the right place at the right time.
They still have a little bit of practice to do to like get the communication good, but we're not going to underestimate them just like any other team.
While they might win like a lot of games early on in the season, they probably will fall off because I see a lot of their individual play is really lacking.
They were doing pretty decent in scrims, better than I thought they would be doing, but now they just faltered, so I think they're going to continue to falter.
Right, now that we've heard from the teams, let's take a look at the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Cloud9. Balls in that top lane, Meteos in the jungle, high and mid, Sneaky at AD carry, and Lemon Nation on support.
And on the red side, it's Counterlogic Gaming. Nien's up top. Big Fat LP is in the jungle. Link's at mid. Doublelift is on AD carry, and Chowster is supporting.
And now for our featured matchup, it's going to be between the junglers, Cloud9's Meteos versus Counterlogic Gaming's Big Fat LP.
Yeah, Meteos described his playstyle as safe aggression, which just means that he doesn't take as many risks as someone like, say, St. Vicious. He puts a fairly high priority on farming and keeps the jungle timers for his team as well. Big Fat LP said that he just wants to be the most annoying jungler in the game. He wants to get in the middle of everything. And Doublelift said that of all the Counterlogic role swaps, Big Fat LP has adjusted to his change the quickest.
All right, so with all that, whose game do you think the 3.8 patch will affect more?
Well, a new patch always affects whoever is on top the most. So Cloud9 kind of has the most to lose right now. They proved that they're the best team on this 3.7 patch in week 1, but now they're going to have to adjust to these 3.8 changes just like everybody else would.
Well, maybe they're good enough to just adapt faster. Who knows?
We really reward whichever team can adapt fastest.
Absolutely. So the players are making their way to the lobby. So before we get into Champ Select, let's check out who you guys think is going to win this match. According to LOLesports.com, 76% of you think that Cloud9 will stay undefeated in the LCS.
That's a pretty decent margin right there, but I thought it might even be more because this hype train for around Cloud9 is just so huge.
Even in the spring split, I should say, rather, we didn't see too many, 80, 85 or 83s or anything around the 80 range, maybe 4 or 5 times. But yeah, you'd think it would be a little bit higher with the 5-0, with what CLG, the struggles they had seen. But recent scrims maybe that people have been watching where Nien is going ridiculous in his top lane with Shen and different champions. He was playing against Voyboy at the time. Well, we'll see if it's all come to fruition for them.
Yeah, so we're going to jump into Champion Select, but you're right about the scrims lately. You know, CLG, again, they've always been known for doing really well in scrims, and it might be due to the fact that, you know, they're more relaxed and they go for plays that they don't really feel like risking when they're in the LCS studios. So that might have a, you know, that there might be some reasoning behind why they're always so much better in scrims than in the LCS games. Don't know.
And we'll have to see how the jungle matchup works today, too, because, you know, as we talked about the points just now, Big Fat wants to be annoying. He wants to be in there and aggressive, but Meteos has dealt with that. He's dealt with both buffs being gone at the beginning of the game. So
the perfect ban to get rid of the most annoying jungler in the game right now, in my opinion, is that Nunu ban. He is really strong right now because of the increased focus on counter jungling and starting at one of the buffs. He's so strong at just taking away everything from your jungler. So that's a really powerful ban right there. Very much expected from Cloud9 banning away that Nunu. And on the other side, you ban the Zac, which was Meteos' favorite jungler. So
they're trying to take it away from him. He's dealt with quite a bit this season and still come out on top for the team, so we'll have to see. We do have it all out, and Rumble, a lot of safe bans here for Counter Logic Gaming. They're saying this is what we don't want to fight against whatsoever.
We had some discussion on the CLG team, or we heard some discussion that they had about banning Thresh because Thresh is a very powerful playmaker, but when CLG picked him and Chauster had control of the Thresh, it wasn't quite working out for them. So they decided that's just not a champion that they want in their game at all, either on their team or against their team.
They don't want to see him.
Yeah, so they're just not going to have anything to do with Thresh. Chauster's gone back to his old style supports, the champions that were in the game back when he was playing support. So I think we'll see more, you know, that Lulu or Janna.
And that overall Rumble just helping everything out from that laning phase for whoever gets it to the end game equalizer fight. But we see Kennen being locked in. Kennen definitely had a nice chunk of that infographic that came out over the weekend.
Yeah, he's been a very popular pick, along with Ryze, the two very popular APs for either top or middle. You can switch either of those, whichever lane you want. Jace is another one that fits into that role, but he does bring so much poke and the attack damage source for your team. So no surprise at the beginning of these picks here.
So we see Big Fat looking like he may go the Elise style this time. We've seen the OddOne pick that up very quickly lately. So maybe it's going to be for Big Fat as well.
She's a great playmaker, especially in the early game, because as we always say, you know, since she starts out with her spider form, as soon as you hit level 3, you have all of your abilities available to you, and you can make so many early game plays, catching people off guard. She's really good at ganking. By reducing or taking off the magic resistant armor from her spider form, you have to put more thought into your solos and your duels because she's a lot squishier than you're used to.
And really, Cloud9 continuing their picks high again. If it's not broken, don't fix it. He said it in the interview last week when we ended out the Super Week that it's just, what are you going to do? You know, it's a safe pick. It makes pretty much any pick a skill matchup with Zed, and he's safe. I said that already, but
if people were watching the OGN finals, then there were a few spectacular Zed plays. We won't spoil anything, but you can do a lot of very flashy things with Zed, especially if you get a little cooldown reduction. So definitely a very popular pick there. AD heavy again. He's definitely an all-in AD assassin, and then you're going to have to make use of his shadows to make your escape.
Very interesting. Definitely getting that Janna pick in there for the disengage. That Kennen ultimate, almost a must nowadays if you see the Kennen in the game.
We saw the play in week 1 where Chauster monsooned the Kennen who flashed over the wall right back over the wall. So just completely counter that
Look
Kennen.
At the replay.
Which is a very strong. It's very strong if you can have just your support with one ultimate counter completely a solo laner of the other team. It's a very popular pickup now. Janna's making a resurgence. And since the Lulu was taken, I mentioned Chauster has been returning to his old supports. Lulu used to be his favorite, and Janna's the second favorite there. So that's pretty much what he was forced into.
And something we were talking about before is, you know, comfort and how much fun that people are having in this and where the direction and focus is. And it looks like Cloud9 is one of those teams to kind of, you know, try more things, not be as scared to go in because their comfort level is up. They're having more fun, you know. They kind of just think, we don't know, it just works for us. It's their explanation. So even they don't really fully have it down. But we see, you know, what Counter Logic in those videos on Reddit we're playing with. Doublelift bringing out the Tristana. We saw him doing some flashy things. Maybe they're feeling more comfortable to now try those things as Counter Logic Gaming and kind of break that ice for themselves.
You know, Tristana does bring that end game hyper carry, which is amazing when you have an AD carry like Doublelift. He has said that in the past his Tristana play was not up to where he wanted it to be, but since they've been putting in a lot of practice with it, maybe he'll shine today. Meanwhile, I have to point out that Lee Sin from Meteos, because we did say that all of the Cloud9 roster, they all have very deep champion pools. I was expecting him to go more with that Nasus or something that was his default before when Zach was not available, but Lee Sin, definitely a playmaker, and we'll probably be seeing him pick up an early Sightstone so that he can sort of turn that jungle into the jungle gym that chat loves to call it, and be just so mobile and be really more of a playmaker. It's interesting to see Meteos on an early game playmaking champion rather than you know, a farm-centric jungle.
So they've kind of, I feel like they have CLG in a good spot here, but CLG also feels comfortable with their picks because you have a frustrating team fight from Cloud9. Yeah. 3 people that can already dash away when your support's main role is to push somebody away already, so they can get out, right? If that cannon ult goes wrong, they're like, oh, okay. We'll just wait another, 100 and whatever seconds. Yeah. So that team is super frustrating. Gap closers or disengage.
The Cloud9 team definitely has a lot of diving assassins, but they also have the disengage for all of them. And their AD carry Ezreal, of course, with Arcane Shift, are the most safe AD carries there, along with Tristana. So this will be a very interesting matchup. We'll have to see if Chowster can actually get off that Monsoon before he gets... Sometimes you can just get stun locked completely and get bursted down from 100% to 0. As a support, he is still going to be squishy. So very, very clutch plays are going to have to come from Chowster here to keep this team fight alive.
Look like we would probably get a swap between these lanes at Sneaky on Ezreal, Elimination on Lulu, get that poke lane towards the top, try to focus on Jace and lock him down in the Jenna, and Tristana on the mirror match for the other side. So we're going to get into this first match here on week 2. NA LCS Summer Split going strong. It's going to be Cloud9, undefeated right now in the North American LCS versus Counter Logic Gaming as we get on to the Rift.
Very, very interested to see how the first level 1 of our North American LCS on 3.8 goes, because we've been hyping this up so much about the importance of the early invade and the importance of starting with a jungle buff that I wonder if it's actually going to come to anything, or if it'll be normal here. It looks like Counter Logic wasting no time to answer the invade. They have seen C9 enter their red side jungle.
Just kind of rolling with what they've seen before, what has continuously happened in their scrims. They go with the ward behind the red buff. It's actually quite higher up as well to keep the situation known to what's going on. And they're going to sit right on top of it. So it looks like CLG has done some homework here.
Yeah, that was a really nice defensive ward. A lot of teams have been invading the red side if they do invade one of the side jungles. And the interesting thing to note here, since we have the Lee Sin as the C9 jungler, he does not really care that much about starting with the blue buffs, whereas Elise, if they were able to deny Elise blue buff, then she would have a slower start and her jungle speed would actually be affected.
Looks like they are going to head out of this one. Counter Logic Gaming. Well, I think it's just Cloud9 is knowing they're not seeing too much right now, but Counter Logic is definitely setting up the defense for this.
So they do know that it would be 4 versus 5 now because they recalled on the ward. CLG look like they kind of want something out of this. They're not going to let them get away from this for free. Sitting just on this ward the entire time here. C9, they're going to be caught out in their first move here.
They're trying to decide. Chowster has not taken a skill yet. He actually just took his Q instead of shield, so they're looking to go aggressive here. They know they've started engaging. Chowster's going to try to be the first one in. He may throw this into the bush. They get good damage down. There's so much AoE going on to Cloud9 right now. CLG played this one from the start with a ward, and it could come out in their favor. 2 kills for nothing right now. They both go 1 over to Link and 1 over to Janna.
So they were able to steal the red buff, but they paid for that with first blood as well as another kill right there.
To the end.
Yeah, to the end. So that was actually really huge. That one ward by CLG just paid off huge for them.
That was absolutely ridiculous. They waited very patiently there. They didn't get too antsy, and they're going to play this one smart as well. Looks like they go over it. Like you said, he's not going to be too worried about this blue buff steal, but that first engage for them is something they need to be thinking about.
This is why you should not be stingy with your wards, early wards in 3.8. Look how many wards CLG had placed around the map. They've spent so much money on that level 1, whereas Cloud9 only, putting a few in the offensive jungle. They definitely pay for that one. So great job by CLG. They've adapted pretty well to this one, and we'll see if they can actually take this start and roll with it through to the end game.
We'll see what Meteos can do for himself here. We've seen both of his busts stolen and him come back into this. Big Fat LP is going to be quite a level and a camp up here if he can get himself around and possibly then out into the lanes. That's what he said he likes to be, the most aggressive, in your face all the time, and Elise is a champion that can do that.
So Meteos got his blue buff stolen from him, but he did get his own red buff, so it wasn't so bad. There was definitely a huge start here for Big Fat LP though, because he was able to take away the extra buff, and that is going to give him plenty of extra experience. Looks like he just wants to come in here and help out Nien versus Balls. It'll be interesting to see if they go, because Jace does have a gap closer.
Oh, Balls just leveled. That is actually his lifesaver, because he went 2 levels into his Q and his 3rd in W, so he just got his 4th for his rush.
Yeah, the lightning rush is a key skill to have right when the gank happens. That was very, very fortunate for him right there to get that level up. Meanwhile, this 2 versus 2 top is pretty interesting, because we did have such a good start here for CLG. So they felt like, since everyone was delayed from all the fighting in the level 1, nobody's going to get the double golems, and they wanted to go 2 versus 2 heads up.
See, you can see how hectic these fights were. This ward was actually placed during that last fight that Meteo just walked into, but he's trying to get himself back in. He's
been pinged out too.
He's taking the golems. The ping just came out like you said, and it looks like he's going to be forced to back off here, but he is trying to re-harass back onto Big Fat, so he's making moves.
So that's something to watch out for any of you junglers watching. If you are counter jungling those double golems for that red side, or even mirrored on blue side, the minion wave will see you if you are just auto attacking the golems and don't move them. The way to judge that is you can look at your own minion line to see when theirs is going to come, and you can just avoid it.
So we'll go down to this bottom lane, 36-15. Nien right now getting kind of poked out here as Balls gets in range, keeps getting those 4th shurikens down for himself on the auto attack, just applying the damage. There was a gank from Big Fat here, but Balls is kind of feeling comfortable knowing that he's gone. But no, he's back now. The repel's not in range. He only gets on the minion and once again saves himself with the fast E.
Yeah, and you have to be careful when you do pull off ganks at that time when there's a giant minion wave built up. Nien has to be careful not to go too far, because you're going to sacrifice a bunch of free gold to your turret if the enemy has already built up a huge minion wave at it. And Balls, he can continually lightning rush away.
And it looks like they're going to try to get him here once again on this bottom lane. We'll see where his lightning rush goes. If he dodges the cocoon, he's going to be fine. He pulls back on that one. Definitely lacing up the Nikes for this run. He does still have that flash up if he can get. No, he has to use it.
So they finally got a flash out of him with so many ganks. But that won't actually amount to much unless Big Fat LP returns again. And so this is probably going to be Balls picking up a ward here so that he can see the Elise ganks coming. Looks like he's heading mid now.
High getting a little bit of damage there. It's actually great by Link to be able to catch High within that. That was the ultimate. So High trying to get a little aggressive, misuse of the combination, and it's going to give CLG some aggression here on this mid lane.
Yeah, Link was able to catch him in the shockwave, but it kind of tipped High off that Big Fat LP was coming in for the gank, so he went off to the side, and now they're turning.
Oh, Meteo's coming in. Can he get in the range to get one on Big Fat? But he uses the Q. They've already closed the gap, so it's all auto attacks now for the next jump. Nobody has the ability, and it's only going to be damage traded.
Great job turning that counter gank around to get the flash actually out of Big Fat LP.
Now, I got to say, Big Fat has actually lived up to what he said he's going to do as much as he can. He's been lane to lane. We see Meteos being a little bit more farm-oriented. Again, over at Big Fat's Wraiths, taking them down, really just causing trouble in mid, and see that Lemon Nation and Sneaky know all this aggression happened mid. They're taking that advantage top now.
Yeah, they're being very aggressive. Whenever you get vision of the jungler, then it gives all of your lanes basically the free carte blanche to go aggressive. And anytime that you do have a lane like this where you can pressure the turret, it's going to pay off. He does land a nice cocoon this time, though.
He literally is everywhere, just soaking up experience here and there. They have been able to blow a few flashes. They are 2 kills up, but that's the only 2 kills. Cloud9 is understanding that Big Fat's in every lane. They're playing against the aggression, so they haven't really been able to jump off any of those 2 kills they got yet.
Yeah, but look at that CS difference. I mean, 13 to 42. That is huge. Chowster had said in after one of the scrims, he was like, "Oh, Big Fat LP has got a new record, 5 CS at 10 minutes." But it looks like this is just his style of jungling. It's very, very heavy on ganks and very light on farming.
And you got to, well, Meteos did go down early, so he was up for the initial camps, right, when they came up after they were going up. But he's now a level 6 to Big Fat's 5. So he has surpassed Big Fat.
Yeah, so because of the level 1, he died, but he was able to steal the red buff first.
Right.
So he got that 340 experience before he went down. And Big Fat LP only got a little piece of it for the actual champion kills.
So Nien still getting pushed back. 30 CS in that lane as well. So 2 lanes with this discrepancy that we're seeing here for Counter Logic Gaming. It's kind of like Big Fat has left Nien for a second off. We've seen Team Solo Mid do that with some of their lanes. It's kind of like you need to repair yourself. We have to build up the other lanes now.
Yeah, he hasn't returned after burning that flash from Kennen. So even though that was a semi-successful gank, that's basically 3 ganks bottom that he did, and they weren't able to get anything out of it. Kennen is such a lane bully. Balls is constantly able to use him over and over just to bully out Nien and keep his CS down.
It looks like they're trying to keep Balls in that world. It's like, just focus on bottom. There's nothing else going on here as they try to pull out Dragon.
They would really be happy if both Nien and Balls did not join this Dragon fight, because Balls would add so much more than Nien at this point. Really good job by CLG taking advantage of the lapse in ward coverage here for Cloud9. That pink ward does pay off, and they're able to get the Dragon, which brings it back to even here. It's just even.
I was just going to say, that is an even amount of gold that came into Counter Logic Gaming. 10 minutes in, we're still seeing those discrepancies in CS. High is down a bit in CS in mid, but it's 20 up for Sneaky on double lift at that AD carry position. Since they've seen, like we said, those 3 ganks bottom, it has been all straight pressure for Sneaky and Elimination in the top lane.
Yeah, and it's part of Tristana's the champion overall. I mean, Doublelift had said before in an interview he was not a big fan of Tristana because of the weak laning phase, and he didn't understand how so many Tristanas were getting away with just a very strong all-around game. He said he would never let a Tristana out of his lane with anything less than a 30 CS difference. So he expects that Tristana is going to be behind in CS going up someone against like Ezreal or something.
And that's something we've heard the LCS players say as well. You know, if you get down, doesn't mean you're going to lose. Make sure you can still play in the game. Make sure you're still in the game. And he is only down a few 15 CS at this point. So he's still well within that range, especially once he starts to ramp up here in the next 10, 15 minutes. So High taking a bit of damage. Big Fat again, just kind of presence mid to soak up some XP there.
The tower on top of, though, is pretty huge. I mean, Sneaky is also going with the blue Ezreal build. So it's a build that you have to be ahead.
Yes.
Or you really definitely want
helps to be ahead.
It always helps to be ahead. But yeah, the blue Ezreal has been taking a lot of people criticize that build for only being viable if you're ahead. If you're going to get someone like this, Tristana and Janna lane, then definitely go for that build, because he's got a tremendous lead and he can capitalize on it and get to that very early kiting potential that you can have, and the annoying factor that Big Fat LP is such a fan of.
And something that Cloud9 does very well is they keep the same mentality. They don't get edgy. They don't try to do crazy things until they think they can fight, which is right now. Going in, this is the first time we've really seen Meteos go hard on a fight. He went for golems and was pushed out of the top lane for the first time. They come up with a kill on Big Fat.
Nice flash Dragon Rage right there by Meteos, pulling out some flashy moves here from Lee Sin. Took him a little bit, but they are rewarded with a kill, and that's also going to be the Slicing Maelstrom down for Balls, though. So big ult from Kennen means that it should be a little bit easier for Nien. He's just been brutalized in that lane.
And this is really what I was talking about before. One of the reasons why Cloud9 is probably one of the strongest teams. They were down 2-0 to start. Nothing has looked shaky for them in any of these lanes. Yeah, you had to see the flash from Balls bottom, but they didn't go bottom for it again. They were waiting for their opportunity all the time, and that's play they've said since the first day.
And they've picked very strong lanes in all 3 lanes. They were expecting to win all 3 of these lanes early and sort of snowball that one. But CLG have done a pretty good job. You know, they got the first double kill and then the early Dragon. I have to say that Dragon is probably the most important part for CLG right now. They definitely were hurting in the CS wars, but it looks like Elimination going to take a shockwave.
There he is, going pretty hard. He should be able to save himself here. I was going to say they're wasting quite a bit with his ultimate still up. Elimination just kind of walks out of that one. CLG looks for a kill.
So Big Fat LP, it looks right now from the items, he's going to turn that into the Ancient Golem for the jungle item instead of going with the AP jungle item that's fairly popular in solo queue. And I really like that. I think that you can never go wrong building that Spirit of the Ancient Golem because everybody likes health, everybody likes cooldown reduction. Another red steal here from Meteos. Looks like Double Lift's going to get him off, though.
They still have coverage on that ward there. Chowster going a little bit too far. Looks like the team will stay. Wasn't going too far, just putting pressure on. And they will be able to take this one out. So good positioning for Counter Logic. They're trying not to lose every part of this advantage they have right now, but they are down in gold after getting that dragon even. So it's pressure that's coming up from Cloud9.
Yeah, so an interesting part about picking an early lane-dominating team comp is that with the increased importance of these jungle buffs and the experience that's been increased on them, you can usually snowball, the winning lanes into stealing buffs like that. So it sort of gives, these strong early comps another little advantage in 3.8. And it looks like that just barely didn't pay off there. Hai gonna go hard on Yen, though, gets his flash.
Hai can, he's got that Blade of the Rune King already. He's trying to go strong. They do get the good cleanse down from Nien, and actually running cleanse on Jace. He's looking to stay completely safe this game.
Ooh, very, very close right there. That was everything from both champions, though. So Flash Ignite for Flash Cleanse, pretty even. And Nien was already sort of behind here, but he has been able to complete his Boots of Lucidity on top of his Mana Munis. So he's got the cooldown reduction, and he can be spamming out those accelerated shock blasts.
Hai in the bottom lane is quite out of energy right now. Doublelift could be finding himself a kill here. Really not too much gold coming from Hai. No shutdowns, but that is going to be nice.
That red buff that they were able to safeguard from Meteos, so clutch right there. That's how they were able to pick up the kill on Hai. And since, Hai burned everything to go all in on Nien, had nothing left for the escape here.
We'll wait for him to come back up. 15 seconds. The team should be playing safe. Ball's just still split pushing in that top lane as everybody's congregated in mid right now. You see there's not much vision for Counter Logic Gaming except for that Wraith Ward that kind of covers Balls coming down into mid.
And that is one of Ball's favorite bushes right there, that little side bush, because it is into sort of enemy territory, but as soon as you take that turret, it's a great place to set up, ambushes for anyone who wants to go after one of those juicy minion waves in top lane.
Building up.
So yeah, you can get a nice big juicy minion wave and then leave it there as bait. CLG, another great timing on this dragon, and the ward control paying off once again. It looks like Meteos won't be able to get there in time, and another dragon goes down for CLG. Oh!
Almost
stole
gets it. And it's another catch-up dragon, though, Kobe. We're back to even, but 2 turrets in favor, and Balls is still able to pressure Nien in this top lane. Slowly getting damage on the turret, but getting damage.
Yeah, so 2 turrets to 0, but the key of this is that Cloud9 haven't really been able to capitalize on that. They were chased off of that red buff steal, and they haven't been able to pressure too much. So Counter Logic Gaming actually looking really strong right now, even though the gold is back to even.
Tristana does have that Infinity Edge. Gonna hop over to Doublelift. See, he's got 3 points in his rapid fire already, so he's scaling that up to be up by level 13 to have that full capacity. Oh, look at his ult at that point, but he will have that ramped up. So at 16 minutes, we're seeing a few core items come out. Ezreal stacking the tier. We're going to see him up to 248, so he's still got a while on that. And we're up to 200 on Link, so they're about the same rate.
I like how Link has rushed through to this Zanya's Hourglass as well. It's a great answer for the all-in assassins that we have from Cloud9. If there's an all-in from Zed, Zanya's is great for avoiding the damage from that Death Mark. The other item, actually, that you can counter Death Mark with is that Quicksilver Sash. And I would not be surprised to see Doublelift pick up a Quicksilver Sash this game, especially if Hai becomes even more of a problem, because you can just get rid of that Death Mark and cleanse that thing right off. Not with Cleanse, only with Quicksilver Sash. That's why he would need that.
We see Lemon Nation clearing out some wards towards the top lane, getting Balls safe, giving him a hard hat to wear. 3-1 here at Counter Logic still with that kill lead, but they haven't been really able to find anything but the +1 since the early game red buff invasion. We see safety coming in. No, Doublelift and Chowster. No, Chowster's back at spawn, so just Doublelift farming up in mid. You can see C9 waiting again on that red buff.
They really want to capitalize on their map control that they have, and they haven't really been able to do it very long. If they don't make it happen soon, then CLG could get to the point where they're going to outscale them, and all CLG really has to do is stay even in gold right now until they do hit real late game here, because they have plenty of answers for the C9 team comp if they're able to actually execute. It's going to come down to that execution in the team fights, though.
All right, so this becomes one of those strenuous moments now for CLG to really regain part of their jungle back. We just had the Chaucer was waiting on gold. That's why he was back in base. Just bought the oracles and popped it as soon as he got out. So if that goes down, Counterlogic's going to lose a lot of control for a while here, but they're going on sneaky. They may try to use this. Big Fat onto Lemon Nation. They're splitting good here, Kobe. Looks like there's a little bit of aggression from CLG for a second.
All right, so yeah, you know, rewarded with the flash. That's fairly strong. Nice little shot right there from Sneaky to figure out that there's still 4 members of CLG here, but because they've congregated mid and they did force out, you know, the flash from Lulu, they've left high to split push for free in bottom, and this minion, the CS advantage here for Cloud9 is still growing because they're pushing all 3 lanes at once.
So they know wards are now in their jungle as well, as they have to split themselves and spread even thinner now on the CLG side. Lemon Nation using his oracles to great extent, pushing Chaucer actually near a ward and over it. Double lift, getting some damage down. Balls tries to flash this one out. Still has a bit of the rush left, and he gets the speed to make it out, timing that one perfectly.
That's actually really big for Counterlogic Gaming as well. When you don't have a flash Maelstrom available from Kennen, it becomes a lot less scary.
Definitely helps for the Monsoon to just be healing for the team instead of the disengage in defense. 20 minutes in here, we're seeing a lot of aggression from the teams now as they start to make moves for the middle turret. High went to that bottom lane, but nothing really came out of it. Link has returned to his team. Looks like everybody's about to return to base to get some buys.
It's really been you know, the story of this game. C9 continue to exert their pressure over the map. They gain their lead through giant CS numbers till it gets up to about 1,000 like this. And then once the dragon comes up, CLG's been able to get an answer for the CS lead every time. But this next dragon is really going to be in the hands of C9, since they do have both the middle and the bottom turret down right now. If they can get up a little line of wards here, then they don't have to give up yet another dragon to CLG if they don't want to.
The gold still very close. We look down, we have Meteos half the CS above Big Fat LP right now. Double lift jumped out with the Q hitting him up. Doesn't want the resonating strike to the back of the head just yet. Wasn't enough there for the defense. So we see the try push coming back in from C9.
And speaking of double lift, you know, he's got his level 5 rapid fire now. So that plus infinity edge right there, he's at the giant power spike here for Tristana. All he needs is a few more levels to get that range up from his passive.
He's going to take this bottom wave. Doesn't look like he's given it any time of stall time, but you can't do that with Tristan anyways, so he's going to crush that down. He's sitting at 184 to 180, so the 80 carries keeping themselves nice and fed this game. Link taking a bit of harass there as Big Fat kind of pulling the always behind his mid like OddOne and Reginald.
And it's really been CLG doing a pretty good job of farming defensively. It's actually been the story of CLG where once you're in this phase of the game, you usually see someone on their team getting caught out while they're trying to farm, but they've actually done a pretty good job of, you know, defensively warding. You can see most of their wards were in their own jungle before that last one placed, and they've been using those to scrape by and just barely get some farm while not being caught out. With Nien being top for this dragon, I don't see CLG fighting for it without a huge loss. If they do decide to go for this one, it could be disaster.
They're going to try to jump on a sneaky here. Oh, the cocoon just missing from the side as Big Fat tries to help the team initiate. Would have gotten a nice command shockwave off of Big Fat there, and looks like High to bring up the rear now and the anchor. It looks like Cloud9 could now try to formulate for this dragon.
And this, if CLG did go for this, it wouldn't be too bad because there's no flash on balls still, but he does have his slicing maelstrom, so it's just going to be that lightning rush in with the slicing maelstrom. It's going to be all on Chauster or even Nien to knock him back. Ooh, great poke right there.
You can see Nien, he may have lost that lane by 40 CS, but he was playing to destroy the other lanes, and he already is. Sneaky down about a third of his health right now, and CLG is just slowly walking themselves into this fight.
And Nien right now, he's done his job anyway. Even though he did get beat in lane very hard, he's got his main items that make Jace such a potent poker. He can just use those shock blasts There we go, double lift in the middle too. They're just delaying right now around the Dragon to get another objective, and this is actually starting to swing for CLG here. Even though they're still behind in gold, they're going for this Dragon.
They're definitely using positioning and mind games to win these fights right now. They have the ward coverage, the Oracle on Chowster, and I believe off of Lemon Nation is also making them a little cautious. They don't know what coverage that is coming out of CLG right now. They're going to walk back into this one. Meteos takes that shot. So Meteos not taking too much from the end, but that back line is getting crushed. The positioning is crucial here. That Shockwave, perfect position. They don't decide to go. It's just such a poke game right now, Kobe.
This looks like a 5v5 all-out brawl right here. Nobody wants to make the first move. One Cocoon was landed, but since Big Fat LP is spamming out spells right now, he's getting really low on mana.
Oh my gosh. Just throwing rocks back and forth at each other right now. Nothing is even happening. Whoever makes the wrong stink eye is definitely going to get it first, though. Balls tries to go in. No. Shock Blast just going over his shoulder as well. Meteos taking some poke still from the back line. Guys, come on, do something.
Flash on Kennen is up in 30 seconds. If they keep delaying this for much longer, then Balls is going to have that flash in. And here comes Double Lift back. The Dragon started once again.
There's the true shot barrage going across. Balls tries to go in. He dodges that. They still have Monsoon up. Balls is not onto the fight just yet. The bounce out from Double Lift. They have great positioning here for Cloud9. Deciding not to go in. They may just try to pressure out Dragon here. Will not be able to fight it. Big Fat with his ultimate still up. Not much mana though. That's pretty much all he's got left in his bar. Will he decide to go for this? The Dragon very low. Meteos not able to get it. Big Fat steals away the Dragon from outside, and they're able to get no. What?
Big Fat LP was able to steal the Dragon. All the members of Cloud, or at least Lemon and Balls, were fairly low right there from the poke. But CLG decides to recall, and they're going to try and defend this mid turret right here. They're just too late though.
Absolute prop, smiting over that percent damage of an execute from Lee Sin on Dragon. Big Fat goes down though. They still are behind in gold in this. It's like they are just scraping back and clawing back as they break their nails. At 25 minutes, 3-2, they're up in kill still. Down 3 turrets, only down 600 in gold, but it's been the story of the game. It's looking good from here, Kobe. They have to find the swing on that saw, though.
Yeah, and we're back to even gold. I mean, it's good to trade 1 kill for a Dragon if CLG had been able to defend their turret, but they were not. They actually recalled instead. Now they're going to try and answer here for Balls, but he's on Kennen very sneaky, and it could at least take them a while to catch him.
Balls.
Or not.
Oh, he gets crushed from the other side. Flashes over the wall. They should be able to grab this. He throws down the Zanya. Sneaky could have put himself in a bad spot there. Cloud9 actually getting a little haywire now as they get thrown off kilter. Looks like CLG has found their way through the defense. A few more kills for themselves.
And the Ants go marching in one by one to die right there. Sneaky goes in to try and save Balls, but the E goes down as well. CLG gonna come out the victors, and this has really been all sort of a domino effect delayed from that Dragon. It's really been one continuous fight as Cloud9 were still low from that mid push after that, and this is really what was able to have CLG capitalize on that finally. So in the end, that entire sort of drawn out 3-point fight right there does go in favor of CLG, and they're looking really good right now, especially with that Tristana combo, Infinity Edge and Phantom Dancer finished.
It's really working. Cloud9 is not able to do the amount of engage and disengage with the jump composition that they have. Meteos high, Sneaky, all on, like we said, those gap closer or disengaged champions. It seems to just not, or just falling apart for them, I should say, instead of not working. So 26 minutes in, we'll see if they can start to bring that back together for themselves. You have to remember, this is the time Double Lift, that Tristana starts to ramp up, so it's kind of their time to sit back, where we saw CLG kind of lulling through that phase earlier.
Yeah, CLG are definitely happy with how this game is going. They're finally back in the gold lead here. Another thing that we saw displayed at that Dragon fight was all the answers that CLG have for the C9 dives. We had High go in, blow his Deathmark combo on Double Lift, but Double Lift jumped over the edge, came around the back after it had timed out, and then when Meteos tried to engage with his Q combo right there, there was just a knockback from Nien. So they were able to disengage both of those dives without having to blow the Janna ultimate. That Monsoon was still ready for when Balls would come in with his Maelstrom.
And there's so much more fight preparedness, or readiness, if you will, coming on the side of CLG right now. Flash is being up, Cleanse is being up, Barriers up, Flashes a lot of Knights down.
I mean, look at this trade that they're doing right now. Double Lift is constantly shoving that bottom by himself, but they don't have to trade turrets right now. CLG could actually defend and they're definitely going to want to defend their inhibitor turret. So I wonder when they'll actually pull Double Lift back here. It looks like they're going for this turret.
3-man shockwave going out. Lemonation gets crushed down, so the support's not there. There's the Monsoon disengage. High goes straight in. That's going to be Link going down with the death mark. No, who did it get caught onto? It looks like nobody off that spot, and it looks like they are going to keep going on this fight. Big Fat takes one, but also goes down himself.
2 for 1, but Double Lift was not even there. He's been pushing the bottom this whole time. This has been the story of the CLG games, that they actually win is when they just leave Double Lift down there. Not only does he get turrets for trading 1 for 1, but he gets free farm. This is where Double Lift actually came out ahead in farm now, above Sneaky, even though he was behind that whole laning phase. The split pushing really pays off for them, and he's going to be a beast once he finishes that last Whisper.
We'll see what he can do. See if he can get himself in that base, take down more things for himself. So you can see Double Lift actually talking to his team. He's really being the one who's vocal right now. When he is playing things like this and not being protected by the team, he actually starts to become one of the more vocal players.
It's very interesting that CLG have, sort of had this change in composition that's not what they're used to. They've been playing so many late games last week. They took all these games extremely long, past 50 minutes on the average, and they've actually adapted their composition to that. They picked up Tristana, like, yeah, you know what we'd really like in all these 70-minute, 50-minute games? A 6-item Tristana. That'd be really nice, guys. So they went with this team composition. Yes, they did lose all of the lanes early, but they were able to answer with those dragons. And thank goodness they got those the double kill early for them. That was really huge.
They want to make a big impact off this next fight too. They're in that mode of buying elixirs already. Double Lift with the red elixir for a next big fight. They know having that open in the bottom lane is going to be huge for them. They're actually showing quite a few members here. Baron is going to be in the eyes of Cloud9.
And they can't do it too quickly right now. CLG definitely know that they're trying to burn it down. And they've got Janus, so they've got extra speed. This is going to be really close. It looks like Cloud9 are going to get this one.
Here come Chronologic Gaming. They're just on the edge. That shock blast is going to miss. The Baron goes down. Are they going to engage? Big Fat's the one in the front. It's just waiting on the outside. Kennen would probably be the one to go in, but Balls is completely out of energy right now. They're going to continue to back up. Nobody's stuck. Great poke coming in from Cloud9. They begin to initiate the true shot barrage across the entire team. Big Fat to repel for safety, and he gets himself across the wall. They are going to be still able to go onto this. Meteos finds himself, gives him a place to go, and says, fall on me.
CLG looks like this might be another throw related to Baron. This time it wasn't CLG going for Baron, but showing 3 members bottom at this stage in the game, you're right, is a very risky call. And even though they all started running up towards Baron immediately, once they saw that the ward was being taken out by Cloud9, just too slow for them, and it's going to be another really big bonus for Cloud9 to get them right back in this game.
I'm just kind of scratching my head right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, so they're going to go for Dragon 30 minutes in. CLG needing this gold now. It puts them up 2K, but that is a Baron buff on Cloud9. That's a bunch of gold sitting on top of them as a stat. And this next fight pretty much evens them out for items, if not anything else.
Yeah, I mean, this stage of the game has really been the hardest part for Counter Logic. Even though, they did lose the early game, they were kind of planning on that. This stage of the game, they've either been throwing by trying Barons early. This time they've been so scared of Baron that they actually gave it up for free. And this is actually the second time that Cloud9 has done something like that to get them right back in the game. And now we've got even that blue Ezreal build completed, so we've got that extra kiting potential here from Cloud9.
It almost negates having Shock Blast on that gate, or yeah, Shock Blast on the gate. Having the gate to run through for acceleration, rather. So at 31 minutes, Cloud9 is really using this Baron to gain their ground back. They know they can't just go, hey, we have Baron, let's try and push something. They have that inhibitor exposed in the bottom lane, and they do have to play this careful.
And CLG, they still have a very good composition that they can fall back on, though. They still have the very 2 strong points, where they usually go with a 2-threat team. And Lincoln double lift. Looks like Ball's going to get killed right there pretty easily.
That was actually really good play by him, because he could have Zonias and kept double lift in there, which would have forced him to bounce out. But with the range of now being that level and that burst, that was really well played. He wasn't even able to zone you out.
Double lift's Tristana play definitely has improved a lot over the spring split. When we last saw him and he was complaining about it. So props to him there. But this is actually a really huge kill for them. Even though Baron buff is on Cloud9 right now, a 4 vs 5 even though the other team has Baron buff, is fine for CLG. They can actually force something on an objective right now.
All right, so we got Big Fat LPA. You can see on your screen a little bit of a keyboard issues. He was just kind of hanging out in mid and was like, this isn't right. But good job on that kill in the top lane. So that was a pretty good fight overall for them. They did get Kennan's Ignite, which isn't huge. He did remember to save Flash. So with all of that, he's not like, oh, I need to get myself this kill. He's remembering that Flash is going to be way bigger for the next engagement.
Yeah, so it's going to be really, really hard for Cloud9, actually, the next team fight. Counterlogic Gaming, they don't have a hard engage of their own. Really, they're all about poking until the stray cocoon would land, would be the only thing that Counterlogic would actually go in on. Whereas Cloud9, they need balls to get a lot of people in his Slicing Maelstrom.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to have to get in there, be real aggressive about it, and he's going to get himself into the fray. We see him on your screen right now. He's waiting. He wants to get in there. He's like, yeah, I just died. My screen's gray, but it's going to be all right. It's going to be all right.
As a player, that's kind of the worst time to have a pause. You just get picked off. Your team is all frustrated with you.
You're like, yeah.
And now we're going to pause
definitely.
the game. So everybody is aware right now. Hey, guys, the entire 200,000 people watching, balls just got picked off 31 minutes in. This is a pretty big misstep.
You can see him. Yeah, he's
like, come on, get back into this.
All right, so we'll get that fixed up for Big Fat. Back into the game. So we're at 31 minutes in here. It is 8-4 on the score sheet. CLG was down like 600 gold for a while. Now they found themselves up in gold, but the Baron is sitting around the waist of Cloud9 at this point. So both teams are kind of on the seesaw, and it's not really swaying in either direction. It's pretty level, actually, with these items. And you said Big Fat's kind of is and kind of isn't the tank for them, but it's not an initiation. You're right. It's not like he can repel in and that's going to be a super surprise for them, right?
Yeah.
It's a telegraphed initiation. So for what they have to do, I think a jungle fight's going to be nice for them.
Yeah, it's the team fight between these two compositions is very interesting because it's so reliant on all these skill shots. Neither team is going to go in without landing one of their skill shots.
Yeah.
So it's really just a poke game in the waiting. That's why we saw that very long standoff at Dragon, is because they can't reliably take out the other team without landing one of those skill shots. And like we're going to look at Balls' Maelstrom is going to be huge for Cloud9. It's really the same thing for Counterlogic Gaming. Link's Shockwave is going to be really big, especially if he's able to grab both of those melees. If the melees are together, the Lee Sin and the Zed, getting those off of Double Lift would be huge for them, or even off of Nien. So
well, the only point this now happens is an objective in the jungle, which I just said, which is also kind of bad because you have 3 people that can jump walls whenever they want. So that could, unless they get him in the right choke point, or where it usually comes down to at this point is literally the front steps of your base. When they're trying to hit that turret, they're forced to squeeze together, and a lot of fights are told right there.
Yeah, so the team fights are going to be really interesting for these compositions when we do get to it. But man, I have to say, Counterlogic Gaming coming out much stronger than the voters.
More confidence.
The voters thought. It was what was that, 76% for Cloud9 to win this one. I would not give them 76% right now at this point in the game.
They definitely swayed the odds. They have the ace sitting there.
Yeah,
the folded card, the ace waiting for the river.
And the weaknesses that CLG have with all these role swaps are very apparent in the early games because that's where you're in this new lane and you're in this new role. But in the late game, it's all games really sort of come to one road here, and it's all about team fights. And they all have great team fight experience. These are all very experienced players. So Nien not being a top lane player for most of his history won't hurt him at this stage in the game. It's just he's a Jace now. That could have easily been one of his mid lane plays. So the late game here is a lot easier for CLG since it's so much more focused on the team fighting.
All right, so we're going to see, ladies and gentlemen, back into the matchup. We got Big Fat LP's keyboard all fixed up, and we are going to be back to that top lane kill. We have Double Lift picking that one up. So now 2-0-4 on Double Lift, and he's been doing exactly the same thing he did at All-Stars, farming his face off. 326 right now, and nobody's even reached a 280 capacity throughout the game.
It's so interesting to see the difference, too, because the reason he's got that is because CLG used their AD carry as their split pusher. They have Doublelift being the split pusher, whereas a lot of European teams, you know, like Fnatic usually have Peke or, you know, Soaz doing the split pushing. So they use one of their solo laners as the split push, and it really just, it says a lot about the team's identity just from who they decide to be the split pusher and who's the one that they're trying to feed all of those minion kills to very early.
Wow, good damage coming out from Sneaky there. You can see it as it hits. Oh, Meteor's going deep into the fight. I don't think he wanted that much deepness. I think he's going to be able to back out of that one at 33. They have to be very careful, Kobe. Like you said, this far into the game, it comes down to the fights.
Yes, that is one of the, I guess those are sort of skill shots there from Meteos. He wanted to do the double dash to get behind Doublelift. If he can kick Doublelift into his team, and they're able to just grab him, then that's where Cloud9 will actually win. If they can make a play like that with Lee Sin and grab Doublelift and get him down early, then that's exactly how Cloud9 want to pull it off. But Doublelift wasted no time, got the rocket jump off. He didn't even have to burn his flash, so still has all of his cooldowns. And since he is that level 18 Tristana, he's hit that ridiculous 703 auto attack range.
See how they decide to utilize this. They're getting some damage onto the turret. Yeah, Doublelift is crushing that down. Don't utilize any damage. All the damage, and it goes out. 8-4, 6-5 in turrets. Counter Logic definitely turning the tide of this one. Now they are up 3,000 gold, and that Baron buff really was just kind of money for Cloud9.
Yeah, it was, you know, people talk about pause buttons, but I guess it did buy them some time, and it gave them a little bit of their map control back. That they then definitely lost because balls got picked off. But we can go back to that last turret that was actually taken. It seemed like a very routine deal because CLG are so far ahead, but the interesting thing is that Doublelift is on the front lines for Counter Logic Gaming. He's standing in front, which is weird for a lot of our viewers, but since he's level 18 Tristana, he does have the longest range, that 703, and so he's able to get those tower hits off while the rest of CLG stays safe, and if they make any move at Doublelift, he rocket jumps backwards. So he'll be on the front lines as long as he has that rocket jump cooldown up.
Yeah, they're keeping him. They said, let's build a team around Doublelift to keep him safe, or give him a champion that he can keep himself safe on. And we saw him, you said he did it in the fight earlier when they had the dragon fight. There was back and forth, high dove him, and he was forced to jump all the way around and then walk around to the fight. And Counter Logic actually held that fight in a way that would be, an advantage for them, which is kind of hard when you have to wait for your AD carry to walk another 1,000 range to get back into the fight. So even the little things, they're being able to change midway through fights is really helping them adapt to a better game.
Yeah, and they're definitely in the driver's seat right now. CLG are in control of this one. They've seen exactly what Meteos wants to do. It's pretty obvious, but he wants to get the QQ combo to get in, and then ward jump and safeguard behind somebody to kick them in. It's a very hard maneuver to actually pull off. That's why, Insec was getting so much credit over in the All-Stars. And if Cloud9 aren't able to pull that off, then they have to give up those objectives like we just saw them give up that turret.
Neither team strangers to the bulwarks, the Zonyas, the Muramanas. So many core items already finished now as we're 35 minutes in. We're getting to that CLG fine point of the game where we start to see them enjoy themselves here. And really, we were wondering last spring where teams would get the practice in all this late game play, and it's you play against Counter Logic Gaming.
There you go. Play against Counter Logic, and you're guaranteed at least over 30 minutes. Their average last week was, what, 52 or whatever? That's saying something. I can't say I'm surprised by the length of this game. Even though it is Cloud9, CLG, again, doing a great job here, stalling it out.
So we got Dragon and Baron ticking down simultaneously here. Looks like Baron's going to be the bigger choice, though, on the menu of both teams. 6-5, still the turrets. So after that top engage coming in from CLG, they were able to take a little bit more pressure off of just that part of the jungle. This mid turret would be fantastic if they could do that before Baron.
There is also an exposed inhibitor to remember for Counter Logic. I don't know if they remember they have an exposed inhibitor because
I think they remember what happened last time they went down there to push it.
Yeah. They do have that, though. If they want to force it, force a fight, then that's where you can do it because there's no turret. You can see there, like I was saying, Doublelift, he won't hesitate to pull the trigger on that rocket jump because he is on the front lines for CLG right now. Anytime he sees a single member of Cloud9 making a move in, immediate rocket jump backwards because there's no reason for Counter Logic to chance anything right now.
And this, look where Meteos is standing the whole time. They don't have a huge initiation either unless Kennen is there to flash. He was standing there to say, if I hit you with a Q, I'm coming in. And I'm going to be so disruptive, you're not going to be able to stop it no matter what. So these guys are telegraphing everything and still feeling confident about it.
Counter Logic have so much speed right now with the Janna plus the J skate. It's very easy for them to back off. And you can see right now they're even going to get pushed into the turret here. Their bottom minion wave for Cloud9 is doing a lot of work. That's why Cloud9 is trying to keep up this pressure here and just keep CLG in the mid lane while their minions do work bottom.
It's been surprising with Janna and with the movement speed of Doublelift right now. You should be able to farm that bottom wave, get it pushed, at least get some pressure on that bottom inhibitor. And then, oh, I don't know. High actually
Balls
going back
really
with team
low
here
right now.
That's some good damage. They may choose to force a Baron on this.
They've really got nightmares about late game Barons, though. Counter Logic is very hesitant to make one of those moves. It looks like the Oracles is going to be enough for them to do that, though. They didn't clear out that ward, so there's going to be plenty of vision, and this is going to be one of the standoff, the dances, the trades that we're going to see.
This has the potential to be such a big fight, though. If they win this fight, they get Baron, they get the mid turret, they get another turret after that, they get a bottom inhibitor if they want it. So they're kind of weighing their options right now. There are so many windows open for them right now if this fight goes well.
Only 37.5 minutes, though. So there's plenty of time left in this one. Counter Logic putting a little bit deeper of wards here, but Lemon's got another Oracle, so the fight over vision right now is going to be paramount.
This is, Counter Logic waited way too long. Everybody was able to go back to base.
They
got the damage on it though. Go, what a great monsoon! The smite goes to Big Fat, but can they hold it? A very nice slicing Maelstrom. Doublelift gets himself out, but it's going to be too much coming from High. High goes down as well, but the shutdown is on to Doublelift. These guys are getting the bounties that they wanted. Cloud9 is going to try and get as many Baron buffs off as they can, but CLG is on the retreat.
Only a 1-for-1 trade. This is actually really big for CLG. They still have all the gold and Baron buff on 4 people. Cloud9 can try and push this middle, but there's still 4 people up for Counter Logic to defend this turret. And with Janna being such a great turret defender, I don't think there's much work that Cloud9, they're just going to try and brute force this one.
Great pressure on that Baron. A kick back. Big Fat gets hit to the left. The True Shot Barrage does not get damage over the Zanyas, and it looks like they are forced to go back themselves here. A bit of chase is going to get in pursuit here.
CLG should not chase this one. They should wait for Doublelift right now. Once he gets back up, they can make use of the 4-member double buff or Baron buff advantage that they have and go to that exposed inhibitor that I was pointing out before.
That was very scary by Counter Logic Gaming, having the Baron so many attempts for it and then doing it on the time that Cloud9 was actually in pursuit of their Baron attempt. So 39 minutes here. CLG squeaks out a Baron in their favor. The second one of the game now going to them, so both teams 1-1 on that objective. 9-5, Counter Logic still holding good on that 3,500 gold lead, but Cloud9 has found a way to keep it 3,500 gold for about 10 minutes.
It's going to be rough for them to hold that, keep that line though, because a free inhibitor with the Baron up CLG, it would be very risky for Cloud9 to engage upon that because Janna's going to have that Maelstrom up really soon, and Flash is going to be a very long cooldown for Balls. The reason that fight was even so close is because Balls had his Flash. He was able to slicing Maelstrom Flash in after the Monsoon was blown, which forced CLG to scatter there. That's not going to be an option this time around. So CLG definitely have the upper hand at this point. They can probably force this free inhibitor.
See what they can do. Shock Blast going in. You can see how the supports have almost itemized here as well. Chaucer able to go mobility boots into the locket for team defense.
They're getting chased off.
They're trying to be the ones to chase. Lemon Nation picked up the Shirelias. They have to be careful of this engage. Cloud9 can still get into these fights even with the disengage of CLG. Looks like they may try to take down this inhibitor though.
Big Fat LP's got definitely a different style of jungler than any of the other junglers we've seen, you know, in the LCS. He goes almost not taking any farm, and he builds full tank no matter what jungler he picks. He's been full tank Nocturne, hidden like a little baby, but he's full. He can soak up all the damage. He doesn't try and put out any. He's all about that defensive build, very hardcore defensive build on every jungler that he's taken, even the junglers that are traditionally built with some more damage.
Counter Logic has to be really careful of how this fight goes. They lose too many people. They have a huge wave at their inhibitor turret already in mid. If they can guard this well, the retour is big.
They're probably going to have to make it work on this next push here, and they should not be too hesitant. It looks like they're going to get a couple pot shots on the inhibitor.
There's the minion wave walking up to the turret, so it's going to stop for now. Siege on siege, but CLG is still trying to siege the bottom here, and it looks like Sneaky trying to do what he can as the auto attacks from double up hit the turret. Meteos goes in and he gets absolutely shredded. There's the lock of the Iron Solari. A little bit of life safety there, putting him on the Iron Lung right now. Meteos just gets out with Wild Growth. Big Fat is in the front line. You can see that tank coming out for them. They get one. And wow, in the back line from downtown, Nien gets Meteor.
So Nien was able to finish off. See, that's the problem with relying on the Lee Sin plays as your hard initiate. If that's your go-to initiate for Cloud9, then it's so risky. You can see Tristan is the perfect answer. Rocket jump Meteos right into the whole team that immediately collapsed on him. And even though they didn't burst him down 100%, look at all the objectives they're taking.
So crazy. CLG gives a hoorah. The minions as well save the inhibitor turret back at their base. But they have to be careful here if they re-engage. No, cannon's very low. The True Shot Barrage to come out, but there is not enough chase involved here, even if they're sped up by Lulu. They're giving a good chase, though. They're not letting them back, at least.
That's 2 inhibitors down. This is giant for CLG. The next Baron would be the only point where they could throw it really hard again. But so far, spectacular showing for CLG, and most of it's because of the thought they put into their team composition and those early dragons that answered for the CS lead, not allowing for Cloud9 to take any advantage with the early map control that they got. They really expected the exact picks from Cloud9, and finally somebody was able to make them answer for it.
And this is the time that they have to consider about map control. Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of wards going, or not a lot of wards going out, some wards, but those are just being placed. Since CLG has been in the face of Cloud9, that map was absolutely dark just a second ago. So they have to kind of rethink the game now. It's back to being in the jungle. It's not just in the other person's base. So you have to rethink the fights as well.
At this point, Cloud9's thinking around the fights really just has to be jungle warfare. They really have to turn guerrilla warfare here and go for some sporadic, small skirmishes.
They have the assassins.
Because in a straight-up 5 vs 5 siege at that turret, they don't have any reliable means of initiating here. And CLG just have way too many disengages, way too many answers for Cloud9 all in, that Cloud9 really just have to look for ambushes and sneak attacks and try and pick people somewhere.
CLG has the auto attack fight as well, if you really look at it. There's a huge burst from Cloud9 at the beginning that's just like, boom, nuclear punch.
They completely mistimed this Baron. This is a really just giant blooper from CLG. The Baron's got another 49 seconds if our timer can be trusted, yet they were all waiting around the Baron pit with another minute on it to go, and Cloud9 take that inhibitor turret.
Possibly with that Oracles, they thought they had the upper hand on where the vision was, and they could bait the fight out. Oh, he walks right into that one. Takes it in the kisser. Double it's going out. Meteos all the way in once again. Forced to flash out. Seems to be the story of his life today. Back out of this. It's 1 kill so far into Chowster. It looks like they're just going to keep pushing.
The bloopers are just too strong for CLG, and they lose Chowster on top of losing their inhibitor and inhibitor turret. Oh, this is going to be painful.
Balls on the backside. There he goes in once again. There's a pretty good command shockwave on the backside, but they are going to continue to fight. High goes down. This is what I was talking about. The extended fight goes all the way in CLG's favor. Once that nuclear burst is gone from Cloud9, they have nothing. The last few shots to come in, the Xanyas, he's going to look good dying, but you're just going to look good on the double kill. Double lift comes up.
Yeah, you get your spot in Double Lift's highlight reel. Congratulations. Double Lift's way too far ahead right now. They were able to get him ridiculously farmed and have a GA that's not even had to be popped right now. Even though Chowster was given up for free and they lost the inhibitor plus, or the inhibitor turret plus inhibitor, they can just win the game right now. Only Meteos can have anything to say about it.
Gonna get crushed down. Double lift on that Nexus. Meteos is waiting. Counter Logic with another seesaw game, back and forth. They are gonna be able to get the first win, and it looks like Cloud9 will find their first loss.
Really well played from CLG.
It wasn't CLG's first win.
No, it wasn't.
Just the first loss, I should say.
It was definitely the first loss for Cloud9, and a pretty spectacular one right there. They did make a nice play to sneak that Baron, which bought them some time. But in the end, 45 minutes, which is a very quick game by CLG standards, they are able to take out Cloud9, the top dogs.
CLG once again looking for their all-star effect in the game. They found it. They got Doublelift fed. He actually got himself pretty fed. Like you said, with the switch up, you know, usually it's Hotshot we see kind of pushing on a Malphite on a Cho'Gath all the time while the team does Baron. Doublelift is your split pusher when these guys start going hard into the late game, and it's not something you see all the time from the AD carry.
It's definitely a counter logic signature strategy.
Counter logic.
Having Doublelift be the one.
There you go.
And since he wasn't caught out this time, it definitely paid off. I mean, they had almost no repercussions for Doublelift pushing that bottom turret, and they got the trade for free and all the farm on Doublelift that he needed.
Actually ended the game at 422 farm, and we'll just see how the last team fight kind of showed that after that burst of damage, it was all CLG's fight.
All CLG's fight. At that point is really the composition. So let's take a look at how Chaucer, well, they've kind of skipped the part where how Chaucer got caught out, but that was the highlight reel where he got executed. And now Meteos tried to go in again with another Lee Sin play. Great, you know, cocoon there from Big Bad LP, which sort of stops it. The key to this point of the fight was the Maelstrom being down for balls. So even with that huge cooldown, Cloud9 try and push this inhibitor. They do get it, but definitely pay for their lives right now. The only, you know, nuclear explosion you talked about, which is High's ulti, the Death Mark, they are able to get some damage down there, but with Doublelift and Nien both having GAs, they can just go ham right now. Doublelift is not scared of anything. He can chase everyone down. Red buff on a level 18 Tristana is just ridiculous. He can't get away from that.
That's like being chased by a jaguar or puma. I guess a leopard is the whatever. Super
Doublelift,
fast.
rawr.
That is exactly what he does when he gets
It's exactly what Doublelift
coined
was
it
doing.
right there. You heard it on Saint's stream. All right, so coming up next, we'll be joined by CLG's Link to talk about their huge win. And then it's the second matchup of the day when Team Solo Mid tries to stop Velocity Esports. Week 2 of the NA LCS Summer Split will return right after this.
They're getting it.
We can flash exhaust. We can flash. We flash left.
Going in, I'm flashing in, I'm flashing in.
Medios.
Jump. Sneaky. Good job.
Nice. You got red. We'll go top.
I'm going to their blue. Someone should come with
Yeah, I'm coming to your blue right now.
I'm coming to.
Welcome back to week 2 of the 2013 Summer Split. And before we get into our next game, TSM versus Velocity, I'd like to welcome CLG's Link to the desk after their victory in beating the 5-0, now 5-1 Cloud9. Congratulations on the match win there. So that first actually soundbite we just saw, it seems like you guys had super done your homework and you're just waiting to hatch that plan.
Yeah, we had everything laid out and then we planned everything out. We watched all their games and then we just had the level 1 perfect and we just killed them. Pretty simple.
The level 1 was pretty impressive. They were all standing right on the ward that you put, but also your team composition's a little different than what you guys normally went with. Obviously, it looked like a little more late game. What changed up there?
Our team comp it's really cool and for as long as possible while trying to try to get these small wins.
I also noticed that you had Neontanso build more damage to get that extra third threat that people always criticize you guys for lacking. Is that a conscious thing that you guys are going to move more towards having more threats on the team, or is that Jace just fit really well into this team composition?
Jace just kind of fit well into the team comp, and originally we were thinking about sending him mid, or I would just play him, and so we were just kind of playing around with like the roles, and we just figured out our team comp at the very end.
So coming into this, there's obviously some, jokes Chowster has made about the amount of CS Big Fat would have in the jungle. And at one point, he was down behind 30 on Meteos. Does that ever come to, kind of bite you guys in the butt? And what are you doing to resolve that?
No, because even though he was down in CS, he had like the exact same items as Meteos at some point. Mainly the CS difference is because I'm usually taking his farm, or Double has taken his farm. But the thing is, for the most part, GG is always having like the main core items, and that's the most important part.
Awesome.
So he always builds full defense. Is that just sort of the jungler that you guys wanted to mold him into, is always have a very tanky aspect come out of the jungle, or is that just his kind of style?
It's really situational. In that team comp, we had 5 ranged, and we needed like some sort of like a melee, front line sort of tanky hero, right? Like Jace won't be the tank, Orianna won't be the tank. So in that case, we just told GG to buy some defensive items.
So with CLG games, obviously this season you guys, or spring split or summer split, you guys have given some steal your breath moments. And namely one in last match was you guys going for Baron 40 seconds early on the inhibitor. What was the communication on the team there?
So Nian actually did his math wrong, and he wrote down the Baron timer a minute earlier. So because of that, they were able to get a minute.
You did come back and, kill them all after that. So
it's all planned.
All planned.
All planned.
Nian is definitely the key buff timekeeper now.
Yeah,
okay.
exactly.
So does he keep all of the timers?
No. It's just like a team sort of thing, and in that heated moment, like he just happened to write down the timer, and we're all just like focusing. And then like the pauses aren't helping too, because we're like we kind of get into the zone, and then all of a sudden like our keyboards aren't working, so we just kind of lose focus for like a bit, and then so yeah.
So do you have anyone keeping track of other things besides buffs, like flashes and ultimate cooldowns? Is Chowster taking over any of that, or is
it's
anyone?
Usually me that's doing all of it for the most part, but I'm trying to have my team, pitch in and do their job.
So a little bit of talk about, that the casters have been doing, and even the community, is that, in scrims, obviously everybody does more. They have more fun, and they do crazy stuff, like Double Lift jumping in, his little insect YouTube play. Do you guys feel like you're more, liable to, or, plausible to do that now that you're kind of finding each other in your positions?
I don't know. It's kind of, we're still figuring out our strengths, because we're still a new team. Like you just can't deny it. Like we've only been playing for like at least like 3 or 4 weeks, honestly, after like Nian and GG just recently moved in. So we're still finding our heroes.
All right. So this is just the first game of the day. What do you guys feel like you're gonna have going through for the rest of this week?
I think we play versus TSM tomorrow. So so that's gonna be a hard game. So. Like I said last week, it can go any direction, and honestly, TSM is probably the best team right now, I think. So it's going to be a very hard match.
All right, Link, thank you very much for the interview. Best of luck in the rest of your matches, and congratulations on beating the undefeated Cloud9.
Thank you.
All right, guys, so our next match of the day between TSM and Velocity features a player who's done something no other North American LCS pro has done before. That's become a dad. And while the LCS might be all fun and games for the most of the pros, for Vile Rose, it's fun and games and a way to support his young family.
I think I'm like the second person in LCS who has a wife. When my son was born, kind of like my life was like flipped.
Joey has a father. He's really dorky and funny. He's a really great dad. Everything he does, it's for our son. Gianni loves him to death, so everything they do together, it's really fun and I love it.
When I see him every day, I pretty much like think I have to succeed in what I'm doing. You know, a family to take care of motivates me to do better.
There's too many members of Velocity on the Nexus, and they're into the LCS Summer Split.
There's the celebration we're looking for, finally.
So when he's playing the game, I see him as the shot caller, the dad of the team.
Keep it up, keep it up, keep it up. In him. All right, no ult, no ult, no ult, no ult. Kite.
Balancing everything together, like with the baby and him and me being in school, it's really hard.
There are priorities that you have to take care of. You know, I kind of have to like iron out a schedule with like the team and everything for taking care of them. Usually it consists of just waking up, you know, taking care of Gianni, you know, getting a babysitter and then practicing, and then, you know, as soon as practice is over, I just go pick him up right away. And that usually consists of my day.
It's not like he's just playing a game. It's actually like something that I call work, a job. He has to also like support me and the baby and make sure that we're okay, you know? When I watch Joey play, I get so nervous. I can't even watch him. I have to stop everything, and that's why I don't watch him anymore, because I get too nervous.
That's gonna be the game. Velocity Esports, they're gonna start the season 1-0.
He's actually doing something he likes to do, and it's actually bringing some kind of income too. So as long as he's doing what he likes to do, I support him in everything he does.
For right now, it's my dream, and you know, I'm just gonna live it out to the fullest right now. When Gianni grows up, I'll support him with whatever he wants to do, because that's how my family has been. Everyone's been so supportive of me and what I want to do with my gaming. So yeah, of course, I'll support my child with whatever he wants to do in life.
Awesome story. Shows, you know, any lifestyle can be an esports lifestyle, right?
Heartwarming right there.
Absolutely.
Family.
So awesome. So awesome. And now it's time for our second matchup of the day, Team Solo Mid versus Velocity Esports. And while TSM was a little shaky during the middle of the Super Week, they ended it with 2 wins in a row and finally looked like the team that had crushed the Spring Split.
In their last 2 games, they beat Vulcan in 29 minutes and Curse in just 23 minutes. And Reginald was the key to their Day 3 turnaround, going 7-0 and 11 in their 2 wins.
There's a man on your screen. But even though they ended Super Week with 2 wins, TSM has to be a little worried about their bot lane as they struggled to regain the chemistry that had them carrying through the spring.
Yeah, Xpecial and Wild Turtle lost a couple of weeks of practice time together because of the All-Star game, and he's been less aggressive, and he hasn't been getting the kills that we're used to seeing from him. That 12 and 11 is really not what everyone expects from Turtle, so the bot lane really needs to step it up for TSM if they want to stay on the top of NA LCS.
Yeah, it's almost like we've been seeing Turtle come in on the end of the tail end anchor fights when he's usually the one to stand aside to start it as the AD carry. It's weird. So for Velocity Esports, the top of the NALCS standings is a long ways away. After getting a win in their first matchup of the summer, Velocity lost their momentum and the remainder of the week's games.
Yeah, they've struggled to take their game really to the next level. They got beat pretty hard by Curse, Vulcan, Dignitas, and Cloud9, going 40 and 94 in all those games. And while the strat that they're really known for, that really early pushing composition that I loved so much, that had the jungle Ezreal and the solo Janna lane that just really so much pressure with it, swamping the entire map. They were able to pull it off really effectively in the promo series, but they weren't able to pull it off again last week. So their interesting theory crafting, you know, it's garnered them a lot of fans, but they're going to have to work on their execution if they want to have a chance against TSM.
All right, let's see how that pans out. Let's take a look at today's starting lineups. Starting with Team Solo Mid, we'll be spawning in the blue side. It's Dyrus in the top lane, OddOne in the jungle, Reginald in mid, Wild Turtle at AD carry, and Xpecial on support.
And on the red side, it's Velocity. Chris is up top. NK Inc. is in the jungle. Vile Rose is at mid. Maple Street's on AD carry, and Evaniscus is supporting.
So for these teams, we kind of have, the same champions revisited, especially for Vile Rose. Reginald really hasn't been able to find his staple champions as they're always banned out. He doesn't really get the Karthus. He hasn't really tried TF. It's not really a staple, but the Kha'Zix has been there for him. A lot of aggression. We'll have to see what those guys decide to do. And really, I brought up the Vile Rose point because I'm interested to see if they ever kind of focus that one out for them. Because like you said, he's the shot caller. You demoralize that and it gets quiet. That breaks down a team.
It doesn't seem like it's very easy to demoralize Vile Rose. I mean, look at that guy right there. He is always full of energy, and he'll take a champion. Like, he'll play a champion multiple times on the same day in the same series, all day long. He'll play Kale or whatever. But if you ban that out, he's got playing one. He'll just switch over to another one. Right. And Kale is not really a high priority or anything. So he doesn't draw a lot of attention as far as the bans or anything. And if he does get, zoned out of his lane or whatever, they'll just send him somewhere else, clean up farm.
It's kind of the way he plays. He plays champions in a formidable way, but not ones that are a high priority ban. He just comps it well at the synergy of his team. It's a great way to play if you can't get focused, right? So we see a few things getting fixed up here for Vile Rose, the man himself. Chris is ready to play. He's saying, I'm in. I'm left-handed, and that's how it works. As Jat says, you have a left-handed person every once in a while.
Every once in a while.
Someone's left-handed.
Someone does come out left-handed. And we try not to give him too much flack for it. We got to make it as easy as possible. But yeah, this matchup, the big elephant that nobody's talking about yet is the matchup of the old Odd Bros.
There you go.
It's going to be the Wiley clan is going to have some infighting here.
Get some Acme products all over the map. We'll see what these guys have for each other. But that's going to be awesome, right? Because it is two lanes, or I wouldn't say lanes, two positions that can meet.
Oh, yeah.
Odd Bro is going to be in that lane. He's going to give his brother crap, and he's going to make it tough for him. He's the general. He's got to show the troops how it works.
Especially since a lot of the people that were beating Velocity focused on Maple Street and shutting Maple Street down. So if TSM wants to go the same route, the most likely candidate will be sending Jungler down there to put some extra pressure on his own brother. So we'll have to see how well they know each other's tendencies and, maybe wear each other ward and how they can get some sneaky ganks off.
I think it was sitting at MLG, and it's one of the reasons I love the events, right? Because the players sit in the crowd. People just, come up and tap the players. And I remember it was somebody of, the esports scene or one of the other teams, maybe a journalist, and they were like, OddOne, what's it like watching your brother play? And he's like, it's kind of nerve-wracking. He gets a little flustered in fights, but I think it's awesome that, he's doing the same thing I do now. And I was like, that's awesome. And then I watched him play, and it was kind of, Maple Street does get a little flustered in fights if he's the all-dive person, but he's been doing so much better. So you can see the growth just from, the MLG when it was back in week 5 to now.
Yeah.
Now he's in the LCS.
And they're very close brothers, too. They're not those siblings. They don't have the siblings that really hate each other or anything from all the early day fighting. They've been...
didn't he say that OddOne gave him his computer?
Yeah.
That's back in the promotion tournament. He's like, yeah, my brother gave me my computer that I play on. So.
Yeah, he's done OddOne has done a lot to sort of foster the growth of Maple Street there. Very touching story.
All the families in the LCS now.
Yeah, this is really the family game right here.
Bring it out for game night.
Everybody bring out your mom and your kids. Come watch some LCS.
So we got everybody getting into the matchups. You see some fancy glowing red keyboards for Team Solo Mid. You can see the admins getting everybody fixed up here. So then they join in the room. What's funny is they join in the room for us as, top jungle, mid, AD carry, and support. And it so happens that it just kind of it's crossing over into their scrims that they do it anyways, because it's even easier for them to look at each other on the chart in the left-hand corner for, Dyrus to be like, boom, I need to stand united this guy. He's going to be in the same position on that chart.
We've taught them well. I like it.
Taught them very well.
We've formed good habits with them. It looks like we're starting to trickle in, so it won't be too much longer now. But this matchup, I'm thinking it's going to be a little quicker than the previous matchup that we just had. Just because
unless you get a CLG tag team halfway
CLG
through.
game is
they come in on the side of the
known
rift.
for being ridiculously long. TSM games always quite short. They focus so much on the early objectives. People talk about how Cloud9 looked at, Korean scene and all these foreign scenes. TSM, the main thing that they took from it, they looked at it as well, but they really just focused so hard on the early objectives.
Right. Or something has to happen after a kill. It can't just be the kill. Something should happen after that.
Yeah, they make early moves. So I feel like this is one that's going to get off to a pretty good start once we do get into the game. And they also focus. They'll have more picks more like Cloud9 did, sort of lane control ones, so that they can facilitate those early moves and be the ones leading the moves inside the game.
And although the strategy was NK Inc. and Prolly, right? They came up with that when Prolly was on Velocity, and that doesn't mean that those kind of things has stopped. 3.8 patches out, so NK Inc. may be the one who fostered the Ezreal strat with Prolly a little bit more, but himself, maybe we'll see new things from him. Like we said, or we said in the first game, we're still kind of learning what the LCS teams are going to do with the new jungle.
Yeah, talk about taking early objectives. That Janna and jungle Ezreal composition is all about continuously taking objectives. And when we say pressure, we talk about pressure so much, but but what we mean is shoving each of the different lanes and keeping your minion waves pushing, so that your opponent has to react to the points that you're threatening to take.
We'll see these teams almost ready to get in. Looks like Team Solo Mid is ready. We saw Dyrus chugging down his Red Bull just a few seconds ago, so he's probably all amped up.
He's
and
not
ready
asleep
to go.
at his keyboard.
Not at all. Nobody's yawning today. It's like they are super ready for this second week here. There's Tizza, tons of damage hat, trying to do tons of QC, and it looks like he's got Chris all fixed up. It's that easy. Bing, bing bang, boom.
There you go.
So, Chris,
have you tried turning it off and on?
Is it plugged in, sir? You can see the notebooks already out, ready for these guys. Looks like Chris is actually holding down this one for the team. Vile Rose not going to be the one to control, maybe just in the game. Once you get onto the gridiron, that's when Vile Rose gets loud. But champion select, it's Chris right here on your screen.
Yeah, you'll hear it when Vile Rose starts taking control.
So Chris looks like he's having a few audio issues. We're going to get that set up for him. He just can't get the pings in. It's pretty good for map awareness. Well, not just the pings. His sound.
Yeah,
the pings are good.
By the way, the smart ping system, that is one of the most amazing implementations for solo queue. Just have to shout out to whoever implemented that, because those have just enabled me, as a jungler specifically, to really climb up a lot on the solo queue ladder, because you can communicate so easily now, instead of this anonymous ping that's like, do I run away from that spot, or am I coming to help you?
They only need one more.
Yeah.
Is there a reward here?
If you have been hesitant to adopt the smart ping system, I highly encourage it.
Absolutely. When something's real bad, you just use all four, and then people are like, something's going on.
Because this game relies so much on communication.
Yep.
So people have brought it up over and over, like the main difference between
you can have
something
too
like
much.
Yeah. The main difference between this and something like StarCraft is that this is a team game that's so reliant on working well with others. Right. And that's why it's such a good family game. You have to play nice with everybody else. But yeah, communication, and you can see it so clearly when one team have a shot caller that everyone agrees with, and they act on the same idea, whereas if the other team, the opponents, are split in any way, you will just pay for it completely and be devastated.
And you've heard of times, even when we've watched videos, we watch the sound bites from the players themselves. In Vile Rose, just in the last video, is kind of like, kite, 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 right? And sometimes that works. If you're winning the fight and nobody else needs to say anything, that's good. But sometimes that's a lot of just noise pollution, and somebody may need to get something out that's pertinent in the fight. So screaming that over and over, it is communication, but it can definitely hinder your gameplay if it's not the right communication.
And that's why people put so much emphasis on how much time these teams have had to practice with each other, because that's something that only comes really with playing with guys.
Absolutely.
And if you haven't played with them before and you don't know their tendencies, then
everybody's shouting and screaming. Like a shoutcaster. Who would have thought? So Draven being banned out right away. They say a little bit of brotherly love right off the bat on both sides.
Draven's very popular with both of these AD carries, so that's kind of a double-edged sword there. I think that Caitlyn and Varus are going to be pretty hot points for this match then. Either team would love either of those AD carries now to take the place of that Draven.
Jason Thresh going out. Very actually saw Jace last game, so he's 100% so far here in week 2. Getting banned out in this game. Kennen again, picked ban. Kazak's actually finding his way around to the ban list this time. Oh!
That's that.
I said he wasn't going to get it. He gets it. Call me a liar.
Wouldn't get. TSM, classic TSM right here. This is definitely a first pick that they're extremely comfortable leading off with because Reggie will play Karthus into anything. He's fine with playing back, even though he's used to going all in and being very aggressive in that mid lane. He would be fine playing back with that Karthus and CSing from afar with those late wastes as they show their hand a little bit there and then back off of it, deciding Shen is even of higher importance.
Absolutely. Well, even thinking if Vile Rose isn't going to take that and nobody else is, there's no pressure on showing what they're going to go mid first, and you get a little bit of mind game out of it.
Yeah, we haven't seen Vile Rose use that Karthus anytime soon, whereas Dyrus is a huge fan of that Shen. And I talked to him last week during our interview. What does first picking Shen do to the whole game? Like, just from that first pick of the pick ban phase, shifts the entire mentality that Velocity are thinking right now, because they're immediately thinking objectives now, because there's going to be that goal pressure. As soon as Dyrus hits 6, the 6th man right there, or it's the 5th man, but the shield maybe. Yeah, it's the 5th man. It's going to be available. It's going to be available anywhere on the map. And the classic global comp here from TSM could come out if they went Karthus and Nocturne right here. It'd just be a flashback to Season 2, where they just combo the Nocturne plus Shen die buddies, and then having Reggie on Karthus too is just TSM. It just has TSM written all over it.
That would be some cool stuff. We'll have to see what they choose to go. They do go with the Sona, saying meh. See this pick, here it is. It's not showing anything. They go with the Sona pick. They have the Karthus. It was earlier, so it wasn't a mind game. They actually decided to go with it. I actually did not think people would let Reginald get Karthus, but Velocity has some different things in mind, and it's not unstoppable to destroy a Karthus, right? It looks like they have a team that can get past a wall pretty well.
And so much utility coming in. It looks like it might be a top support, actually, Lissandra.
Yeah.
Ooh, support Lissandra, because they're not going to do a support Orianna. So it'll probably be that support Lissandra coming to the first time here for North American LCS. She's pretty popular.
We thought we would see this a lot more in week 1, along with Sejuani. There was Sejuani play, but we definitely thought we'd see some support Lissandra.
I mean, Europe was really a big...
Or top.
She was huge in Europe, but that was solo laners. This is probably going to be that support unless they do something extremely new here.
Lord.
And Velocity could do some very weird strategy. They're definitely known for it. Both the Varus and the Caitlyn picked up.
Yeah.
I'm happy with that one.
just for the crowd control, really, the Varus picked up there. But Wild Turtle, like you said, somebody's going to want that Caitlyn, and it goes to the hands of the Turtle. Looks like the OddOne may be bringing out Zach here, which still kind of gives them their range they're looking for on the initiation that you'd get with Nocturne, but a little less.
He won't have the Nocturne Darkness initiate from half a screen away, but Elastic Slingshot is just as good, and the cooldown on that thing is so quick that they can still, if he's able to get a good Elastic Slingshot from Fog of War, like I always say, Fog of War, the control over vision in this game is going to be even more important than usual when you have someone who initiates from really long range like that.
Yeah.
Similar to when you have a Blitzcrank or a Fiddlesticks on your team or something. Okay, there it is. It's the the wild card here from Velocity. This one is NK Inc.'s actually patented Jungle Master Yi, very, very farm heavy, which will get a huge buff in this 3.8 patch because of the respawn timers. The reduction on the timers of the small camps 10 seconds earlier benefits champions that clear super fast like Master Yi.
So there has to be a safe laning phase then, because you look at the other lanes and it says 0 crowd control. Where are the ganks going to come from? Is it really just a farm game until team fights for them?
It's funny you mentioned that crowd control, because they pick so much crowd control with their support and even their AD carry that Velocity actually still have a lot of crowd control, especially in the duo lane. Lissandra just she's listed as a control mage. Like, she is very.
Once you get to that 6, you can lock everybody up.
She is very CC heavy, so they're not lacking on that CC, even though they went pure damage from the jungle standpoints. We'll have to see. NK Inc. usually likes to counter gank more when he's on that Master Yi, because initiating ganks with him are a little dangerous. He is very squishy. As a melee carry, you focus more on putting out damage than building super tanky, like someone like Zach.
All right, so we'll have to see if they can get 6 as fast as possible to get that crowd control into effect. The laning phase might be a little hard for them. We'll have to see how much aggression Team Solo Mid gives them as we are hopping onto the rifts. You see behind us, Team Solo Mid versus Velocity Esports for Game 2 here on Week 2. Rivington the third and Kobe bringing it to you live as the players just want another breather before we get into the match. So yeah, we have the Yi versus the Zac in the jungle. Like you said, knowing this early jungle, is that going to be, do you hurt Yi that bad with the new jungle if you invade him?
Yeah, I mean, you hurt anybody really badly if you're able to.
Well, we saw Lee last game, kind of get hit up, and he wasn't. Meteos was still fine off.
If they are able to make a successful buff steal, then it definitely is a huge blow, even to someone like Yi. He has taken flash on Yi, so you can try and counter jungle a little bit because you have that escape mechanism. You can go over one of the walls, but it is definitely very dangerous. And I have to say something else about this TSM comp that's pretty scary is that it's pretty much tailored for tower diving once the solo laners hit level 6. TSM are already known as a huge tower diving team. When you have a jungler that's Zac, who's got a revive passive, plus you have 2 globals in your 2 solo lanes that can add damage to a gank down bottom, it's very, very, very dangerous here for whatever early dive TSM decide to go for, because they've got a revive passive, a giant shield, and extra damage from Requiem that will all come in to whichever lane does get that gank. So I would not be surprised to see a lot of tower diving here from this TSM team.
So we got a pretty much super go level 6 for both teams. Just kind of like press that R and hope for wishful thinking. So we're waiting to get into this one. Look at a few of the first buys. We do have the Elixir buy for Dyrus in the top lane. Red Elixir on Shen.
Yeah, he's a pretty big fan of that one on Shen, actually. People don't expect Shen to be able to bully you out and be a strong presence in lane. It's going to be interesting to see. Like we said, the 3.8 level 1s will determine so much. Even the lane matchups, you can't be sure where the lane matchups are going to go before the level 1 does unfold. If Dyrus does end up going up against Vlad, then you want to put early pressure on Vlad before he gets his cooldown reaction ramping up. So Red Elixir is great, is a great early buy. Even on a melee like Shen, he can bully out the early Vlad before he gets to that sort of annoying phase where he can constantly sustain himself by spamming his Qs and regenning.
So we're waiting for, I believe, Reggie. Quick little bug for him. We're going to get fixed up and back into the game. As you can see, I'm speaking to Tiz there as they get everything worked out. So we're getting into game number 2, Team Solo Mid versus Velocity. There's man Reggie on your screen actually getting Karthus, I believe, for the first time in this split. Was he able to pull it out in the Super Week?
Yesterday? I like that question.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's why we got our stat man. They'll look that up real quick. But they have definitely not had a Master Yi. I'll go out on a limb and say that there was no Master Yi yesterday.
Would you?
Yeah, last week. Yes, I would. That was a freak level pun right there. I like that one.
Yeah.
You get props for that.
So we got Chris looking at the Rejuve bead to come out there. I was going to say Spirit of the Spectral Wraith, but I'm sure he doesn't need too much mana regen.
So it's interesting, actually, the 2 spirit items, the jungle, the Spirit of the Elder Lizard and the Spirit of the Elder Wraith, which were the attack damage and ability power options, were taken down by 10 damage and 10 ability power, respectively, whereas the Spirit of the Ancient Golem was left as is. So that's kind of why I'm such a huge fan of that Spirit of the Ancient Golem. Also might have to do with the fact that I pretty much exclusively play Udyr right now, but love that tanky jungle item. So I think it's a great buy on any of these, either of these 2 champions. Even though Master Yi, like we said, melee AD carries, he's going to have to build some damage. And we're really going to see, this is a true test of, do the jungle changes encourage these carry junglers. This AD carry. Well, I'm guessing it's an AD Master Yi. It could actually be AP.
He has 7
He's
AP
got
on
7.
him. 7.
So
I was
he
looking
could
at that
be.
earlier.
It could be an AP Master Yi actually. Now that I think about it, he's played about
if
the same
they,
level
with Hemo play and then Alpha Strike. I think it's going to be the AP Master Yi because of the composition between that. But if they don't have much AD, if he does go AP,
If it is, then that's a whole bunch of AP damage
Yeah.
from Velocity.
They don't have the
So
switch up.
We'll probably see TSM will react to that pretty quickly. As soon as they see Master Yi come out from the jungle with a substantial amount of AP,
Yeah.
then we'll definitely be seeing a Bulwark rush on someone like Dyrus or the OddOne. Or even X Special, but the Bulwark would be key. If that's an AP Master Yi, this is very, very, very AP heavy team for Velocity.
It is super risky if they are going to be able to do that. We're going to get a quick restart onto this one since nothing happened. That's going to be clean for both of the teams to just get back in onto this one. Reginald had a quick store problem. Could have been anything from res to just not being able to click on the store. So he will get back into the game. No worries there. And we'll get this one underway quite soon. A little brotherly matchup as we have Team Solo Mid versus Velocity Esports, the Odd Bro versus Maple
I was gonna
Street.
say that's an interesting first buy here by Reggie because he had a pink ward, a vision ward in his inventory.
Makes
and I was
sense.
gonna say, oh, Reggie's such a team player. He's going for early vision for the 3.8 level 1 strat, but they will be restarting here, so. This one, and it is going to be the same bands, by the way, guys.
Absolutely.
We're not going to let them, switch anything up after seeing the strategy from Velocity, especially against a team like Velocity that are known so much for their theory crafting and their overall strategies. If you let them re-pick after that, it would be not very sportsmanlike.
Right. And you can see the refs on each side making sure everything is going cleanly. You have them walking behind them every so often and then walking between both rooms to make sure that everybody running the same runes, nobody tried to change anything between the fact, and it's just going to be done 110% the same way. So we're waiting for Team Solo Mid to get back in. They're just joining in line like we said they do. It actually helps so many things, and the fact that they do it in scrims helps us as well. It's pretty great to watch. So Kobe's checking out some room pages, so I'll get that information for you in a few seconds on what some people will be running going into this. We're actually going to check that Master Yi room page. Would be pretty nice if we could get to
Working
that.
on it. You called me out a little early there. It's working tough. It's working overtime. Keep that one under wraps so I can actually read it. But yeah, that's going to be probably an AP Master Yi now that, 7 AP, not a lot of other places that could come from this early in the game. So it'll probably be that AP Master Yi. And that would mean that it'll be a very heavy AP composition. So we'll have to see. It's going to be hybrid runes. He's gone with Life, Steal, Quince, and then hybrid marks.
Okay.
So this is a very adaptable Master Yi, all around. And since even if you build AP, he does still have tremendous auto attack damage because of that Wuju style.
Yeah.
That hot Wuju style.
Getting all the extra damages for himself, especially on that
29 offense, by the way, his masteries, and 1 in utility for the flash cooldown reduction. He's put that one mastery in the utility for the flash cooldown, but he has gone. He's definitely going AP here. It's hybrid. He's got both penetrations, the magic penetration and the armor penetration. So he's going to go with a hybrid Master Yi, hybrid jungle Master Yi, guys, going to come out here. So this is why I'm so excited to see Velocity games.
I think we can kind of confer from this. Obviously, we said earlier, was it because Prolly and NK Inc.? But now that Prolly's out, Prolly just added a little bit more zaniness to it. NK Inc. still willing to do this very much so on his own with the team now with Vile Rose in mid. It's a little bit more him this time. He doesn't have like a Janna mid to help him out, right, in the situation of the strat. But this is him trying out Yi. We may see this all season from Velocity because of NK Inc.
I like how they bring new things to the table. It's not always going back to that old Jungle Ezreal strat. But by the way, it was NK Inc. who first started that the Jungle Ezreal early shoving composition. But yeah, so this is going to be an interesting hybrid build right here from him. And with their AD carry being Varus, also a lot of hybrid damage there. So they are going to be definitely hard pressed to come up with that first bulwark, this TSM team.
It's going to be bit, especially if he goes mid. I can tell you how much you may hate a Karthus versus Yi matchup. And even when you have an Orianna throwing things at you, that's going to be even tougher. There may not be crowd control, like I said before, from that. But there is so much kill potential right off the bat.
I want to see the super speed Master Yi pop his ultimate and then come in so fast with his Alpha Strike that he pops the Sonic Wave. Supersonic Master Yi. Gonna come at you guys.
We'll see if we can go supersonic on game 2 here as we are now onto the Rift. Reginald does not have a pink ward. We're good to go. Rivington III and Kobe bringing you the Team Solo Mid versus Velocity Esports game before Freakin' Jack close out the day with 2 more games.
Pings on the mid section here, all coming out from Velocity. So this all important 3.8 level 1s. We'll have to see if the defensive wards come out from both teams because we saw that payoff so big for Counter Logic.
Evaniscus throwing down some early wards for the invade towards blue. Oh, I thought that was going to be a personal ward. Chris was just going to be a human ward, but they
got that one.
Yeah, that was pretty cheeky.
It feels so good to burn down a ward with pure auto attacks.
Everybody at home is cheering, guaranteed. There's a cheer happening. I can hear it. Wow, they are just brute force. They're like, we took out a ward. We can push anything. So they're just running around right now, especially even walking off by himself. So with the vision of 2 or 3, they feel like they own the jungle.
And they've got their deep wards placed here. So this is already a tricky situation here for NK Inc. And it looks like OddOne definitely going to be looking to pressure that early. He's got so much more information that NK Inc. is going to have to be working with.
Chris keeping himself calm and laughing in the river. Evaniscus towards the top lane. We already see that Chris warded bottom, so he's keeping himself safe in that lane for the long haul. His rejuve bead to keep him there. Looks like he's going to be in the 1v1. Dyrus goes to the bot lane, and they actually pink here. They may just be afraid of Reginald getting that pressure mid from Yi.
So much emphasis put on this red side control for TSM right now. They really, really want to slow down this Master Yi jungle before he starts going.
Whoa, that's some damage right there. The flash goes in. Wild Turtle, one more shot, and he gets first blood to come out on Evaniscus. Kind of scratching his head, giving it a shake.
That's what happens when they pink ward the middle river to take out your vision. You don't want to go face checking, and TSM are going to be able to steal away the red without their jungler. OddOne picks up TSM red, while Wild Turtle picks up Velocity red.
NK Inc. actually gets a very good Alpha Strike proc on that, and he is out and moving right now, so he may be able to catch up a little bit. OddOne still actually keep in line with him, just behind a bit. Chris taking some damage. Dyrus going hard onto Chris here. The auto attack's taking a good chunk.
So Alpha Strike was actually smoothed out a little bit. The proc chances are not so big anymore. I mean, not so small at the early levels. You got the 50% for the extra damage, although the damage itself was lowered a little bit. So a little bit more predictable, although there is still that, you know, half chance of unpredictability.
And this Wild Turtle with 1 kill. He does have the Doran, so he's not using the kill to scale yet, but he is up 11 CS to the 1 of Maple Street. They're going to make him pay for Evaniscus not going down.
Yeah, that plus red buff, Caitlyn red buff is ridiculous early lane phase.
Chris.
Even if they brought, Dyrus going to go all in with that red pot. Whew. So, yeah, what I was going to say before, even if they do come gank with NK Inc., that Master Yi gank on a top lane right now would be bad for Velocity. Wild Turtle and Xpecial could easily turn that one around using that red buff and using the experience advantage that they got from both the red buff and the level 1. I mean, people complain about double buff experience advantage level 1. A 340 experience buff plus first blood is giant, and you can see them punishing Maple Street and Evaniscus.
They're keeping a level up on him right now. The pokes are going to hurt that much more, and you can see the piercing arrows aren't even hurting Wild Turtle. He's just able to stand there, and he is. His confidence in just outside turret range.
Because even if the gank came, it would have to be 2 members of Velocity coming over to roam, and that's really not an option right now for them. So Wild Turtle and Xpecial, we talked about it in the pregame. It would be so important for them to really get going and carry this game. If they don't with this start, then they're going to be facing a lot of criticism from a lot of people. But it looks like they're just taking this one and running with it.
Well, NK Inc., you gotta give respect as well to Velocity after that kill. They are realizing, right, that gank shouldn't happen top lane. He's still going for Wraiths. He's still going for Wolves. I mean, I remember Jat saying, as the new jungle patch was coming out and they were testing it in the live design area, he's like, I don't even want to leave the jungle. There's just everything's up all the time. So that's what NK Inc. is going to be doing. Like you said, farm heavy until he can make an impact.
Yeah, so the salvation for NK Inc. is that the spawn timers were reduced on the smaller camps.
Yeah.
He's continually farming those up. As you can see, he's doing race right now, and double golems already respawned, so he can keep going up there. But the Season 2 sort of strategy TSM went with the stealing that red buff and without their jungler, with just the AD carry and support plus mid laner help, really huge start for them.
So instead of buying, Wild Turtle's trying to keep this to a level and CS advantage here instead of just trying to push Maple Street out. They want the turret as fast.
Oh, here goes OddOne down the middle. He got the flash.
Vile Rose going down pretty low here. It's the first time we're really seeing Vile Rose on not Kale champion or something alike. He's going to go on flash, like you said. Going to be another point of interest for OddOne now to come up in a few minutes.
So that was a gank enabled by the early pink ward. Just before the pink ward ran out, OddOne goes over there to make use of it. And now if Vile Rose is able to place, go back and buy something, then he could regain vision of that. But it's a little late for this top lane.
TSM-esque, 5 minutes. The turret very low, only going to take a few more shots. This wave may be the one to do it. And this is the part where NK Inc. can hover the lane. He's not going to try for anything. This is the I need to soak up experience with you guys. But here comes Reggie.
So what NK Inc.'s hoping right now is an overcommitment from Wild Turtle and Xpecial, but look at Reggie coming in.
There, Evaniscus tries to go in. Xpecial goes out. Reginald from the side. A great wall kind of splits up the fight. The Alpha Strike goes in. NK Inc. won't go down here. No, the Meditate goes out. Wild Turtle nets right into the turret.
Yeah, he was gonna go for the finish right there, but halfway flying with his back towards the turret, decided, never mind, I'll just walk right out of this one.
The Meditate will make you think twice for sure. Coming up on 6 minutes here, the turret about to go down. Just a few more shots. That's going to be some good gold and a 2,000 gold lead. Quite quick here for TSM.
That roam up there from Reggie was really key right there. They knew that there was going to be something extra that they needed to take down that turret. They were able to topple that one over, and it looks like they're going to be able to shove this top lane because there's plenty of deep wards. All you have to do, continually ward up that lane, and the lead that they have will not have to be lost. They can either send them back top or rotate down.
See Dyer's going old school here, picking up the Doran shield to pretty much just regen along with Chris. Not getting those blades out just fine. He's still got the potions, and he's trying to use Vorpal Blade just to get all his damage in. Chris trying to regen. He should be good, though, up by level 9. Dyrus may start having some trouble here.
Yeah, Dyrus is already going to start having trouble because he spent so much time trying to kill Chris. Here comes the OddOne. He can hit this one, but there's so many answers for Chris with that.
Oh, wait, that's 20% of his HP. They're going to be able to get this kill, but can they get out? The passive onto the OddOne and Hemoplague. They're going to be fine here. It will be an Alpha Strike. No, it will not.
It doesn't matter because, you know, OddOne has
he would have popped.
The cell division. So that I guess we can count that as a tower dive. I'll take that one and say that was a TSM tower dive right there.
Chris should have pooled the initial bounce.
If you don't have the life for it and you don't have flash, then even if you do pool, all Dyrus has to do is stay in with that one. Great job by Dyrus sticking on that. I was gonna say that up until that point, you know, his efforts of bullying Chris out were not coming to anything because he had bought a red elixir even to try and bully him hard and was still behind in CS. So the OddOne really made up the difference right there. If it wasn't for the OddOne, Dyrus would have technically lost that lane.
I guess if you think about it, it was fluxing in the way that Chris was starting to get more aggressive in that, thinking he was winning. So it was almost the perfect time for a gank there once Dyrus started to lose. The lanes get switched up here. OddOne actually going to middle, being very omnipresent. They missed the shockwave. Vile Rose almost out of mana. Definitely does not have the escape here. Goes down as the OddOne picks himself up a kill after getting an assist for Dyrus in the bottom lane.
Great flash there by Reggie. Nice juke, and they are able to get out another free kill. This early steamroll from TSM looks like it's not slowing down anytime soon.
Nope, they are pressing right down to this turret. Caitlyn-esque Q all day on the waves and get to the turret as fast as possible. A little bit of support here from NK Inc. But like we said, it's not going to be an early composition for these guys. That was a pull at the right time. The Beastmaker, oh my gosh! At the right exact second comes up. Will they decide to follow? Xpecial low on mana. OddOne only pursuing on the side.
Turtle mechanics right there. Nice Peacemaker over the side. just timing the pool from Vladimir perfectly. So as soon as he pops back up out of that blood pool, he only dies.
So ridiculous. Didn't even look to grab turret aggro on that one. It happened so quick, and the death just went out. Dragon, for them, they are just controlling each lane with the utmost force and really not worrying about anything.
I'm kind of sad that we really haven't been able to see, Velocity's idea that they had with the comp because of such a strong early start for TSM. Velocity are just in panic mode right now. Losing the Dragon on top of this means this is a giant gold lead. For only 9 minutes in, 5K is tremendous.
And it's only really taunting somebody to go after your jungle. You use such a dependent jungler on what buffs they're going to have, especially Yi. He's not going to stick his sword between your legs and crowd control you. He needs that red buff. So you steal that away. Where are you for your next red buff? You're pretty much in your jungle like we've seen him being.
Yeah, it's all about the increased experience levels for those two. That just snowballed Wild Turtle's lane so hard. Wild Turtle and X Special just completely crushing right now. Looks like we got a little mouse on the floor.
So it looks
Reggie's
like
scared of mice.
Reggie just got repelled on by a spider, and Elise is in the studio and apparently has had a pause in the game. So we are getting Elise.
We'll save you, Reggie.
Here.
Don't worry.
That or Christina V came to dance with him. I'm not sure. It's one of the. Oh, I think he found it. Dyrus finding it. Goes against the spider. He gets help from QC. It looks like he's going to be all right, though. We may just get the shoot for this one.
And they're coming in with the folded up paper.
Oh, Ignite!
It's gone.
Oh, the surprise Ignite takes him out.
OddOne's fine.
All right, OddOne's okay.
Good.
We still had Cell Division anyways. We're
Yeah,
good.
it was good with that one.
All right. Best pause in
Now,
NA.
back to this game, though. You can see that Chris has also gone into panic mode because after the second death, he's got gold per 10 items right now. He's gone with the Cage's lucky pick, so he's going with the long haul here, just trying to wait for the late game. Evaniscus does initiate.
Oh, man, can they get that down? Oh, the damage on NK Inc. When he gets in the fight, the meditate goes down. Who are they going to focus? Wild Turtle in the back line just firing shots off as he looks down the scope. There's the OddOne coming in. He still has that passive up, but it does not look like they engage anymore. Chris comes in. The Hemo Plague is down. He is all over Wild Turtle, getting a little bit of that ghost on. Oh, the barrier saved. The transfusion isn't there. Dyrus gets out of the fight as well. So much chaos.
That was a really good trade, actually, for Velocity. When you're behind, you want to make the trades like that, and they have a slight advantage right now. If they can actually get an objective after that, that will be huge for them.
Dyrus trying to do what he can here in this mid lane. Velocity needs this turret. They are 2-0 on that global gold right now and down 5,000 gold 10 minutes in.
This is very dangerous for them, though, because OddOne is in the wings. Dyrus goes for the taunt to start it up.
Dyrus knows that initial attack of all three can't kill him, so he stays there. They're just initiating with bits of health right here. The teeth are falling out, but they're still coming out with kills. OddOne's still in the fight. The South Division finally pops. Requiem is down for quite a while here, so they're just looking to get the Skittles out. Taste the Rainbow coming in onto Chris. It looks like they're going to be able to go down in the turret as well, and they didn't even lose their mid.
Oh, that Cell Division, such a strong.
Oh, God, no! The base from downtown!
Wild Turtle from the half-court line right there. Sniper indeed. Headshot from Wild Turtle. Beautiful.
Oh, absolutely amazing. 11 minutes in here, nothing short of awesome in this matchup. Velocity trying to pull themselves back around here. That Master Yi jungle, it was thwarted in the beginning, but hopefully can come, into light here for the next few minutes of these guys. We'd had that good gank in mid that kind of went awry on a strong push on the mid turret. If Velocity had just held there, they'd be all right now. But it was TSM taking advantage of Dyrus with 100 health and OddOne with 100 health and somehow coming up on mid turret.
So right now, it's pretty easy for TSM since they have the global advantage. Dyrus, he can just farm up. He doesn't even have to actually have his Stand United up right now since TSM's so strong. They can just hold off Velocity until Stand United does come back off cooldown and then go for that dive that we keep looking for with this TSM composition. Cell Division is a 5-minute cooldown just like Flash, though.
Wow.
So it's going to take another 4 minutes or so before that one comes back.
So I think Wild Turtle had enough of everybody saying, you didn't do enough in Super Week. You're just playing mechanically well, mentally well. You just saw him queue out Evaniscus trying to back her to the top. I think that was actually NK Inc. He's just doing all the small things to harass, as well as now being 4-0-1 and being those initiators with the team in the fight.
And I like the adaptations of TSM. As a team, they decided to try and get an early advantage for Wild Turtle because they have been having, you know, a little bit lackluster performances. Going for that early red, and here goes Reggie flashing in for the kill.
Reggie goes hard. The Hemo Plague is out. The Requiem is up. So if everything, actually, he's going to be living here even with Requiem. Reggie blows exhaust for that.
2 big cooldowns for Reggie actually right there, and no follow-up. He does have Requiem available now, but he's not low enough.
Ooh, that's a little sour. Bittersweet coming in for Reginald here. There's the exhaust down. It may be another trade here. No, NK Inc. is going to be the one to grab the kill, but it's onto Maple Street for the 1-for-1. And the Requiem comes out, and he still picks himself up a kill after the engagement.
The early pool by Chris. Reggie does wait for until the last second where he could still cast Requiem while in his passive. And Chris just itchy trigger finger there. Pulled off the...
You can see he's not happy with himself on the screen. He knows.
Way too quick. He knows.
He's giving himself a talk to right now.
He knew that he had the perfect counter.
Yeah.
But he used it too early.
OddOne looking to get out of this. The double buff NK Inc. still pretty scary, and his full build is going. He's got 2 Doran's rings actually coming out, so he is going full AP on that Yi. Sword boots. Looks like we're gonna have Dyrus take out the top turret with Turtle, and they may just stay to pressure this since they know they're not getting pressure from Baron yet. It's only 13 minutes. TSM doing work.
Yeah, the Dyrus split push there, even when his cooldown for Stand United was still ticking, did so much work that Reggie drawing attention to the top there enabled him to get a free turret without even having to use his cooldown. So Reggie doing a nice split push.
And we have a replay of the Varus kill that OddOne was able to pick up on his bro.
So let's take a look at that off camera. Nice elastic slingshot under the turret. Brotherly love right here, especially with the follow-up crescendo, and there was nothing
How nice of him.
that OddBro Jr. could pull off.
That's all right. He's taking notes. He's figuring it out. His brother's just being nice to him. So we'll have to see what they can produce now. It looks like Team Solo Mid is kind of on the back foot, but still on the offensive. They're just in their own jungle.
Kind of on the back foot? They are stomping.
No, they are, but they're in their jungle right now. They're not looking for a fight. They're farming it up.
They're on their back foot only because their front foot is raised to smash down on velocity.
That's exactly where that was going.
Here we go. Wild Turtle 2 versus 1. He gets the Shen ulti though.
There comes OddOne as well onto Chris in that mid area near the river. Coming around. NK Inc. changes his mind. He was making a fast beeline towards Wild Turtle in the bottom lane, but they do not want any of that. They said the fight's going to be around Dragon. We should focus down Reginald. Requiem is down. An easy fight for them. They can really go hard on this. Chris to actually get pushed out of the fight. The Peacemaker just missing on the backside. OddOne flashes a few inches in front of him, but it picks up the kill. He's going to get red buff onto this. Vile Rose is slowed down. Maple Street just to help NK Inc. get out. There. Oh, it pulls Dyrus closer. How unfortunate. Vile Rose sentences himself to death.
This is just TSM too far ahead for Velocity to win these small skirmishes. They're trying to take advantage of the positioning, but not able to pull this off. Another free Dragon for TSM means that they're going to boost their lead even more. And the reason why Velocity are really lacking right now is because AP Master Yi, the whole theory behind this champion is that it's a reset champion. You pop your ultimate, and then when you get that first kill, after you Alpha Strike, it'll reset and you can Alpha Strike again. So your whole kit relies on getting that first kill, and you can't even get that first kill when your team's so far behind. So the Master Yi, AP Master Yi Snowball, it doesn't even have a chance when you're so far behind.
Oh, Reggie tried this last time. That ward is going to give away a spot, but he gets it. Oh, the Alpha Strike's been used. He still has Meditate, so they'd be able to work with that a little bit. Reginald, it's not good when you can have one guy roaming around creating pressure on the entire map when that's also what his ultimate does.
Yeah, Reggie's a manly Karthus. He's not afraid of pushing by himself because...
Unless they're spiders.
Unless they're spiders. And then he'll jump out of his chair and call for the OddOne.
See where they're going with this special to clear some wards now. We have the Oracle coming out. Evaniscus, not so much. He's actually still sitting on that first Sight Stone as well, so you can see how much that's hurt. He is actually looking for NK Inc. to even make his roam here, and they can't really decide what they want to do at this point.
A lot of pings coming out here on the red side jungle for TSM. They know they have complete control. Even oh, what a smite!
Smitty Smody smited, took it away right there. 17 minutes. Evaniscus, what are you doing in the middle? It looks good, but he went down.
He's showing us how you initiate with Lissandra. This is support Lissandra initiate without backup.
I think
doesn't work.
There was a little bit of communication though as these guys walk in. They're kind of just telegraphing these fights. Like I said, this is how far they are ahead. 4-0 and 5, the OddOne. A 6-0 and 3 Wild Turtle. And just the communication on that red, you know, NK Inc. didn't say I'm going in to smite this. So Evaniscus thought he needed help when in reality both of them could have walked out. One person died for that.
Yeah, and Velocity's chances right now are so low. It's really, it's not even worth saying a number here. So TSM, like, they really just have to basically not start Baron and hand it over to Velocity. Right now, all they have to do is shove in. They don't even have to go get Baron themselves. They can completely ignore the new magnet and just shove right in on the base, which is what they're doing. Darius can continue split pushing all he wants. He has his Stand United, and he can solo anyone on Velocity right now.
And again, TSM putting so much focus just on the top side. Red's gone. Red was smited away, but they know that is a lane that kept going to. Chris goes there. We've seen as well Maple Street up in that top lane, but it's not something that Velocity can push right now. And TSM is working all of those little lanes to their advantage. Look how many wards they have in the top and even bottom jungle.
So they're starting up Baron, but they're probably going to turn around as soon as they catch somebody from Velocity. Looks like it'll be Evaniscus.
3 people running away from Reginald right now, and he is actually going to flash into the fight. He goes straight for Evaniscus. There's no crowd control for the fight, but they were able to take out Sona, so that's back to the other side. Touche there, Velocity. Let's see if they continue the fight here. OddOne looks to almost go down. He gets out. The passive looks to still be up for him as well. Wild Turtle and Reginald to finalize the kill on Chris. Cannot transfuse enough health back, and they can push whatever they want.
Baby Zach walks away. Cell division intact right now, and you can see right there, Dyrus Shen ulted on Wild Turtle, even though it was like special on Sona getting blown up because he was a little bit worried and he wanted to get the extra HP on his AD carry, but that's the job of support. Sometimes you just got to bite the dust.
Yeah, it's true.
They'll sacrifice you first, special.
13,000 gold in the lead. That's a nice chunk of change, even if you divide it by 5 for everybody here. And we see that's a Warmogs coming in. We 9,000 gold, and it's going to be the highest in the game. Right now, the closest person behind Wild Turtle is a deficit of 4,200 gold.
I'm wondering why TSM have decided not to siege up, and they decided not to use that Stand United to siege both top and bottom lanes since they're so far ahead. And they have Caitlyn, who's amazing at poking down turrets. NK Inc. just will not let his jungle go here. Another good job by him protecting that one.
And you can just see how well this game is going. We kind of talk about an average item being well and built at 14 to 16 minutes, and that's awesome. Before 20 minutes, that Phantom Dancer, Berserkers, and Infinity Edge were in the hands of Wild Turtle.
And that's just goes to further the point that they should probably be sieging up one of those turrets because he can knock it down really quickly. You know, when they had that Stand United cooldown up, it would have been pretty easy. But it looks like Stand United down now, and TSM are going to have to pincer movements and try and catch Velocity here. Dyrus coming from the other side.
He goes right on to NK Inc. They try to shut down that quick damage right away. No, Evaniscus throws himself into the back of the fight. Will he be able to ult? A pretty good shockwave going off on a Reginald, but that's what he wants. He wants to be closer. Give him the hugs. A good shutdown onto Reggie. That's much needed gold coming in for Vile Rose, but Reggie gets the double kill coming down onto Yi and Vladimir. This is not looking good right now. It was a 3-2, but TSM still coming out strong in these fights.
And there's no jungler up now for Velocity, so NK Inc.'s smiting skills that he's been displaying won't be a factor in this Baron still. It'll have to be a combo here from Varus and Orianna, which, to be fair, they have a fairly high damage combo. If you can get that Orianna combo synced up with the piercing arrow from Varus, then they could very well steal it, and it'll have to be up to OddOne here to time his smite perfectly.
We saw in that fight that there is enough kind of, you know, disposition or repositioning and just being pushed around by ultimates and having Evaniscus be in there to hold the command shockwave down with his ultimate. But it's just the fact that TSM can walk around it, right? Reginald wants to be in that. Like I said, he's okay if he goes down, and playing aggressive from Reginald and dying, that's a perfect style for him.
Yeah, that's why he's a big fan of Karthus to begin with. And we talked about, TSM being so far ahead, but I think even if they do come out with the victory of this one, they probably won't be perfectly satisfied with the gameplay that's gone on, because they could have been so much cleaner in executing the end of this game right now. And it's been a couple of mislaid plans already that they have not been able to capitalize on their lead and not been able to finish this one.
Very true. It's not often you see 9 and 8 kills on 2 separate people in the
There
game.
we go,
BioRose
though.
taking shots. This could be one of those final movements that they need to make here. It looks like they're going to back off. This has been the TSM team that says we kill somebody and something must happen after, but is it going to?
I want to listen in on their voice comm right now, because Dyrus is the one who's calling Baron a noob magnet, yet they keep going back to that Baron, even when they have a 4 to 5 man advantage and a fed Caitlyn. That would be great for sieging down turrets. Well, Chris
They're
has
trying
to blow
to get
his
it.
pool.
They get the slow cord down onto Chris. There comes the chain of corruption across. Oh, Chris gets so low very quick. The flash in from Reginald puts himself in. Evaniscus only hits him with the Lissandra ulti. Maple Street could go down. A good chunk of 800 damage or so coming out there, but he is going to be forced back to the base. They finally find their way onto the front doorstep.
Merciless OddOne. He did get the slow onto his brother, but let him off with a warning. Not going to chase him down.
He got him on the replay last time. That one will stick in his memory. Dyrus going to be the one to just sit in the front and tank this, and it's only the Athene's Unholy Grail and the Sork Boots coming in for Vile Rose. These guys are not looking at second core items yet, and Wild Turtle's onto that last Whisper almost already.
So because of this play, oh, and looks like the red buff on Wild Turtle.
There's the ultimate command. Shockwave went perfect, dodges the bounce. Oh, he should be able to get out of this one alive. Maybe not. That's the Requiem being called down. Second thought onto that. They pick up 2 on the kill. Evaniscus decides to go in with a team. The I think I can mentality may be on the bad side here for Velocity Esports. It's now NK Inc. thinking he can, and he goes down as well. Maple Street doesn't think so much, and he is going to go back. Well, he does think. He just thinks, no thank you.
This should be another turret and inhibitor at least for TSM here. Dyrus so tanky, he can easily tank up this turret.
Slow moving in now for Team Solo Mid. They're going to do this one with the hard hats on. They are not really worried about anything. Fallen rocks all around them, and they're just going to stay and take the damage here. Dyrus the one to tank the turret. The inhibitor is not going to be in their eyes, though. They know when it's going to be too much, and they back out.
Yeah, 24-minute death timer is not too long, so it's enough to get that inhibitor turret, but not the inhibitor itself. They actually can recall now, and I would definitely like them to go for an exposed inhibitor over another Baron attempt. If you're Velocity, though,
If you say that, they're going to go for Baron.
all you Velocity fans, you should definitely be rooting for TSM to keep going back to Baron. Velocity fans are definitely all right with this, because that is the opening Velocity's looking for. They want to get back in this game, and the reason, or the way they can do that, is with a Baron steal. Even trading even and stealing off Baron in mid would be huge for Velocity. So that's definitely what their hopes are, and they would like to get a ward inside that Baron pit before TSM come in, but it looks like it's too late.
Oh, Chris pulling out right away. Evaniscus trying to put the slow down. They look like they're going to make it out of this one safe. But now they know they're going to have to regroup. We actually have Vile Rose trying to grab his blue as fast as possible, and he's not even going to be able to do that. The team calls him back. TSM is not giving up any time here.
Yeah, they're going to go for the exposed inhibitor. Good call right there. They're going to end this up 1-2. Looks like we have Vile Rose coming in from the back, though. Here goes Velocity's last-ditch effort.
It's a good taunt. Chris coming out with home guards. He's forced to pool right away, which means he is targetable. Not even a Zonia's on him right now. OddOne getting hit up. It looks like Evaniscus puts himself in the fight. Where's the ulti? Throws it down into Wild Turtle. This could be exactly what they need, but a great flash by Wild. Gets himself to safety. The chase onto NK Inc., but they focus down the meditate. It's only going to take a little bit longer to take him down, and there is enough focus on the team to keep going for the Nexus turrets.
They're going to just easily take this one down. It looks like it'll be the win for TSM right here. I kind of feel bad for Velocity with that early start, but well-deserved by TSM.
Wild Turtle really stepping his game back up, along with Reginald and the OddOne coming out huge for this one. Well played by Team Solo Mid to find a win in Game 2 here in Week 2.
Yeah, let's listen to the reactions here, see if they're actually happy with how they finished that game off.
No, honestly, no, I couldn't land Qs anymore after the fucking sweater. I was just like,
So, yeah, they definitely know there's a few things that could have gone better.
So even with the W, people say you don't learn as much from winning all the time. You learn more from losing, but you can see there's learning points. for Reginald there. And he was landing some of the Skittles, but unfortunate, some of the Skittles were bittersweet, and they were misses.
Yeah, nobody likes those yellow Skittles. Those are gross. I'll just throw all those
Throw
ones
those
away.
ones out. So you can see it did get changed up, right? Vile Rose switched a few things up. Maple Street was on an 80 carry that he usually plays. Chris going on Vladimir top lane. They had a comp that would have synergized awesome in a team fight if TSM ever allowed them to.
Yeah, it was just a really, really bad start to the game for Velocity. Like I said, I feel bad for them. Not only did TSM go straight at the carry, Maple Street, by giving Wild Turtle such an early edge, but they also took away so much of NK Inc.'s new hybrid Master Yi jungle extreme farm that he was going with. This goes to show the 3.8, stealing a buff away, just very, very hard to come back from.
It is crushing. Definitely some new things that we are seeing here because we were looking at both games, right? And same thing happened in both games. And we have to consider that teams sit out there, and we've heard them before. You know, we have this first round strat, but we could actually do that and tweak it a little bit to our favor. So even as teams watch each other sitting out in the lobby here because there's a TV and couches, things are changing right in midstream.
Yeah, and I'm really excited now. With the first 2 games that we've had on 3.8, the team that won the level 1 won the game. CLG had that ward.
Just focusing on that control.
That was huge for their early game so that they didn't get snowballed by Cloud9. And now TSM just completely rolls it. So very, very interesting first 2 games here. I really like what we're seeing.
So some awesome gameplay coming out of the 3.8 patch here. Coming up, we'll be joined by the TSM's OddOne and Velocity's Maple Street to talk about the battle between the brothers. Then it's time for our 3rd game of the day, Vulcan versus Curse. Week 2 of the NA LCS Summer Split. We'll be right back. Stick around. out. Taste the rainbow coming in onto Chris. It looks like they're going to be able to go down in the turret as well, and they didn't even lose their mid.
Oh, that cell division, such a strong.
Oh, oh God, no!
Welcome back, everybody, to week 2 of the North American LCS, and we have a bit of a special interview right now because we have the OddOne and Maple Street, or as y'all would like to call it, the Wiley clan, invading the LCS. How's it going?
It's going pretty good.
Sorry about the loss, Maple Street, unfortunately. Brothers have to fight each other sometimes. But I do want to talk about your relationship a little bit. How did you both get into League of Legends in the first place?
So I used to play a lot of StarCraft and Warcraft 3. Then I started playing a lot of Dota. I think he started playing a lot of Dota too, as well, yeah. And then I got into League because a friend told me about this beta for his cool game called League of Legends. I was like, okay, I'll try it. Got pretty good, and yeah, here I am. But I didn't even know he played League of Legends until like I saw him on the ladder, and then he said he was my brother. So I'm like, either this guy's a weirdo or my brother actually does play this game, and I don't even know.
So by the time you started playing, were you already living in the TSM gaming house, and how did you just not think to tell him until you're high ranked?
Well, I started playing a year ago, and then because that was the first time I had a computer that would run League at more than like 15 FPS, so that was good. And like 6 months ago, I got to a diamond or so, and then I was like, oh, hey Brian, it's Ainsley. So then he like checked his iPhone on stream because he told me to email him. He was like, oh damn, it's actually him.
Wow, so that's the verification to check if you're calling the phone, text in game. And by the time you started playing, were you already living in the TSM gaming house, and how did you just not think to tell him until you're high ranked?
Well, I started playing a year ago, and then because that was the first time I had a computer that would run League at more than like 15 FPS, so that was good. And like 6 months ago, I got to a diamond or so, and then I was like, oh, hey Brian, it's Ainsley. So then he like checked his iPhone on stream because he told me to email him. He was like, oh damn, it's actually him.
Wow, so that's the verification to check if you're actually brothers. Don't call on the phone, text in game, and then find it out. I mean, how much longer have you been playing the game than your brother?
Probably a couple years or so, because I've been playing since open beta, since the days of like WCG 2010, so it's been a while.
And what was it like, obviously, Maple Street, coming up through the challenger scene, knowing your brother was already like this successful pro? I know there's this moment of game cribs when you're at MLG and you're just like gleefully watching your brother like dominate one of the MLG games. Can you talk to me about what it was like watching your brother rise up?
I thought it was pretty cool. Like, I didn't think that he'd rise so fast. Like, I didn't even realize he was in Diamond at that time. But it was pretty awesome, like, that he could actually be at LCS with me. So we had more time together, I guess, and stuff like that. So I didn't expect it to happen, but it did. So it's pretty amazing that he's here.
And from your end, what was it like?
I don't know. I'm always being compared, so. But I was just focused on my own game, trying to get to the highest level of play, since I was actually like motivated from TSM losing to Azubu Blaze at the time at the NA Summer Arena. I was like, dang, I want to beat these Koreans one day.
Awesome stuff. And obviously now you're kind of competing against each other. Does anyone else in your family play League of Legends? And I mean, are you the only 2 children, or are there more?
No, no one else plays League of Legends. We both have an older sister and an older brother. The older brother is like 29 right now, and the older sister's like 27.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah, so just checking the day, but yeah, like we're more of the gamer kids, because at least I grew up with like Atari, because we'd get old consoles at garage sales, and basically I was gaming since I was like 3 years old. Played Nintendo, Sega, so we're more into games, I guess, because we just grew up when it started becoming even more popular.
Would you two often just play the games together, whereas your older siblings would just like off be doing other things entirely? Or were you just individually playing games?
We were more competing to get on the computer, and I'd be like bratty about it, so I'd always want to go on the computer.
Yeah, that was another issue. We only had one computer, so we could never actually play with each other. So it'd just be one person on it, then it's like my turn's up, then you'd go on it, play whatever game. Like sometimes we'd play the same games, and usually that'd happen. Like I'd play StarCraft, he'd play StarCraft, I'd play Dota, he'd play Dota, and then now that we're both in different houses, we both can play League at the same time.
Yeah, you no longer have the console wars going on because you're both on professional teams. Do you find yourselves now having kind of a better relationship, or is it still adversarial because you're competing against each other in the LCS?
I don't think it's that adversarial. Like, we're both hoping we make it big, so I feel like at the end of the day, we're still really good friends always.
Yeah, like, I don't really care who the opponent is, because I just want to win. I want to go to Worlds and just win it there. So it doesn't really matter who the opponent is, but it's really nice that he can basically share some of the experiences I've been having ever since I went into the gaming house like a couple of years ago.
Well, thank you very much. The OddOne from TSM Snapdragon and Maple Street from Velocity Esports. The brothers, the new brothers actually, in the North American LCS, the Wiley clan as I like to talk about. But we still have much more to come today. We have 2 more games in North American LCS, but first, we have Freak over on the Telestrator to break down some plays.
Thanks very much, Chat. And I wanted to break down a battle between Cloud9 and Counterlogic Gaming. This is the game-winning fight for CLG. And the crazy thing is this is a 4v5 battle. Prior to this fight, Chouster got caught out and killed. But the funny thing is, pretty much no one has ultimates here. The only ultimate up for CLG is Link. He's got the Shockwave coming in about 2 seconds, whereas Cloud9, they've lost Balls' ultimate, the Slicing Maelstrom, and they've lost Ezreal's as well. The True Shot Barrage, and we're going to watch what happens in this fight. Let's start it at half speed, and the mid laners will actually fight the AD carries. Link comes down, and High goes up, and let's pause right here, because look at this. Link is going to catch Sneaky. Sneaky is completely caught by the ball because there's no Lee Sin peeling, because Ken is not running on a Slicing Maelstrom. Link gets a free shot at Assassin in the backline. We have an Assassin Orianna for one of the very, very rare cases where this actually happens. Whereas High is, of course, an Assassin. He's on Zed, so he wants to go up here and try to kill off either Doublelift or kill off that top lane Jace Nian. Now the problem is, those guys are ready for it. They both have Guardian Angel, they've both got a lot of defensive stats, they're actually ready to fight Zed, whereas Sneaky is like, oh, I have a bunch of armor, I'm not supposed to get caught by Orianna. He's not even prepared for this kind of battle. Let's play the clip out and watch what happens. Link just evaporates the AD carry, whereas High goes like, oh, they have GA, and just gets caught out and is completely evaporated at this point. Big Fat gets away from the fight, peels for the team very well, and Double just gets to chase down Balls and pick up a really, really easy kill at the end of that one, chasing him down to the Golem buff. So when the mid laners can catch up to the back line and actually burst them out, the ones that are prepared for that damage tend to have a much better job of it. And CLG won a very, very important 4v5 fight and won the game because of that. But of course, we have more games here coming today. Let's send it back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Freak, for the tons of replay. All right, guys, earlier today we asked you to hop on Twitter and tell us which NA LCS team's Week 1 fortune will change and why. Here's what you had to say after.
We've got at Cam Deserter. He says, Curse's luck should start turning. They're a solid team and just need to warm up with Edward.
All right, so Brett says, Stromberg. I think that Dignitas will come around, most likely because they tend to really focus on what they did wrong and change it.
Yeah, they definitely have to change something.
So
CLG already.
So there's changes for the first as well. Chris Edward, they're kind of changing in as well. And then Dignitas is kind of showing a bit of the, I'd say, Season 2 falters where they were like, this is the closeout game part, but all the doors are locked kind of thing. All right, we have CLG Superfan saying, well, I wonder where this one's going. CLG's fortune will change the most because Nian's prowess in the top lane is exponentially increasing each week. And that is actually true because we actually just saw Nian himself do quite well on his Jace play.
Yeah, he definitely got beat in lane, though. So he's got a lot of work still to do in the solo lane play. But their team game and their end game team comp, they were able to come out with the win. So I'm sure that CLG super fan is happy right now.
Absolutely. So keep hit us up with those answers. We're at LOL Esports, and make sure to use the hashtag LCS. We won't read it if you don't. Just kidding. And remember, the LCS is going strong all weekend long. The second week of the European LCS will kick off live from Mother Russia on Friday.
The games begin with the challengers, Instruments of Surrender and Only Gragas, battling in the regional CIS championship. Then the EU LCS matches start with Ninjas in Pajamas taking on Fnatic.
The European action will go live at 3 a.m. Pacific and 12 p.m. Central European time from the MDM Palace in Moscow. And today in North America, we still have 2 more games to go.
Up first, Cursed and the Thresh Prince of Las Vegas look to try and get revenge on the Vulcan Bulgarian gangster for their Week 1 loss. And then Team Coast looks to make it 2 wins in 2 weeks against Scar and Dignitas.
So stick around, because one does not simply turn off the North American LCS Summer Split when there's still 2 games to go. So don't touch that browser.
Welcome back to week 1 of North American, week 2, sorry, of the week, start over. Welcome back to week 2 of the North American LCS Summer Split. Yes, I got it right this time. Hey everyone, I'm David Freak Turley, and beside me is the Mariana Trench of In-Depth Analysis. Yes, really, Joshua Jat Leesman. Now, guys, it's time for our 3rd matchup of the day, Vulcan versus Curse. And this is a rematch of our 2nd game of the Summer Split back in week 1, the real week 1, where Vulcan really put a death grip on Curse.
Yeah, and Psycho Sid was really strong in that game. His solo lane Kennen actually walked all over Voyboy's Jace. He was 9-0-5, including getting an early first blood. And Vulcan's win against Curse really helped kick off a successful Super Week where they went 3-2 and ended tied for second place in the league. A win today against Curse would keep them tied with TSM for second place and also only put them one game behind Cloud9 for first. So that's all really good news for Vulcan, who had a lot of success against Curse recently, because beside their win last week, they beat them in the playoffs, and they also beat them in week 10 of last split.
So, but even after their loss to Vulcan, Curse's manager Liquid still was feeling confident and positive about the roster change and their chances for improving on a disappointing spring.
Team struggles in weeks 8 and 9 in playoffs in the first split, and I think one of the reasons why we were having trouble was we had a shaky support, and I've tried to resolve the issue, and we used Rux, but that didn't work out very well in playoffs. And as soon as I saw the announcement on Facebook about Edward leaving Gamut Gaming, then I reached out to him, and this is an opportunity to speak with a player that was voted in as the best support player in EU. So to get that type of high caliber talent, I mean, of course, I'm going to jump at the opportunity when that's kind of where we were a little weak in the last split.
And even though Liquid's new support made some all-star plays, with only one day to practice as a team, Curse ended the week 1-4.
And Curse had a lot of really close losses. A few plays in those games could have went either way, and Curse could have came out of Super Week with a winning record, not that 1-4 mark they currently hold. Edward was roaming the map a lot and making a lot of plays last week. And now that he's had another week, or even more than a day to practice with his new teammates on Curse, they should be much improved. Plus, we know everyone's on new footing now with a 3.8 patch. We've already seen 2 level 1 invades today that had a very large impact on the game, as well as farm junglers potentially having a stronger game in here. And we all know what St. Vicious likes to do, so we'll see which team can identify the good strats and use them.
All right, so let's see what these guys can do. Of course, with the new patch, Zuna and Vulcan are still confident that their winning streak against Curse proves they're the stronger team, and they're ready to flex those muscles again today.
Tons of muscles.
I definitely think our team's a lot stronger than Curse right now.
I mean, Vulcan definitely played really well. They already took a game off of us.
They're definitely of top 4 caliber. They've gotten a lot better since the start of last season.
I feel like if Edward and Cop get better synergy, then they can definitely crush most of the bot lanes in NA. But right now, they're not seeming very strong.
Technically, we're still kind of a new team. We're still working on a lot of communication issues and stuff like that.
Getting Edward was the best decision they could get, but so far, lots of other people are still lacking.
There's 28 games in the season. There's a lot of time to improve, a lot of time to iron out mistakes.
Well, we'll see if Voyboy and Curse can start ironing out those mistakes and steal a win today in their first match of the day. Let's take a look at the lineups. On the blue side, it is Team Vulcan. Psycho Sid in the top lane, Smithy in the jungle, Mandatory Cloud in mid, Zuna the AD carry, and Bloodwater on support.
And on the red side, we have Team Curse with Voyboy in the top lane, St. Vicious in that new 3.8 patch jungle, Nijak in mid lane, and then Cop as the AD carry, and of course, Edward as the support, all the way from Russia.
All the way from Russia, now living nearby in Las Vegas, another desert here, as we are in Los Angeles. And of course, one story I do want to talk about, though, is you mentioned before that 3.8 patch and the team having longer to mesh together. We had another really great game early today, which was CLG taking on Cloud9. And that was a game that, we had like a 75% online vote in Cloud9's favor. It's the 5-0 team against a team that's struggling. But that extra week to put time together and the 3.8 patch turning things around a little bit, it gave the sort of underdog team a huge lift there.
And there was a strange thing that happened in that COG game as far as we're talking about the jungle, where Big Fat LP was getting tremendously outfarmed by the enemy Lee Sin, but the general team comp and the way they were channeling the farm into double lift, trying to give him a lot of the jungle, ended up working for them. Because there's one thing that we're going to have to watch aside from the level 1s with the new jungle, specifically in this game, is how the jungle manages his time, because everything's a little bit out of sync. Previously, when we had 60-second respawn timers on both the double golems and the wolf camps, which are kind of the 2 farthest off small camps, the jungler could get in more of a rhythm because the Wraiths were on a 50-second timer, and a lot of people just cycled kind of Wraiths mid over and over again. But now that you can just get sucked to the corners of your jungle more frequently, and you're specifically kind of wasting more time if you're going up there, but getting more reward, there is a huge choice between farming, counter-jungling, and ganking that wasn't necessarily there before.
And I actually want to ask about then what that's going to mean for mid laners a bit, because one of the big things we did in Season 3 was make Wraiths and Wolves actually harder to farm for mids. right?
Yeah.
We upped their durability, put in jungle items to make the junglers clear them fast, made them all harder to take, and so there was less incentive for mids to take them. But now they spawn so much more, like making the effort to go take wolves and wraiths on cooldown, right? Because there's just the camps are there more often, you'll get the rewards more.
Yeah.
Are we going to see more of those like 300 CS by 20-minute Karthuses because they just take jungle over and over?
I don't necessarily think so.
Okay.
I know that Mandatory Cloud is already a mid who takes several Wraith camps, and the Wraith camp respawn didn't change.
Yeah.
It was only really the experience on the blue and red buff and the respawn of the other 2 small camps. Yeah. And just because of how healthy the blue Wraith is now, it is a larger investment to go in and take it, and potentially more risk, just because of how much jungle invading and counter jungling could be happening right now. So I don't think that's going to be a direct offshoot, but it does mean that a mid lane could be able to do that without setting their jungler behind as much, because their jungler can just run a marathon back and forth taking the small camps and not lose as much, but we'll have to see if it happens.
Okay, so we'll see what other kind of adaptations they go for. I know I saw a lot of online predictions that Nunu was going to be the new flavor of the patch jungler, from Consume doing a bunch of damage to single targets and counter jungling being rampant, but we haven't really seen that this time. We've seen people play really, from what at least for us champions are considered, a very similar style from junglers so far. I guess we did see Meteos counter jungle a hell of a lot, but like, you know, Nunu wasn't like suddenly everywhere, and you know, we still see Zac and stuff being highly prioritized.
Yeah, and adaptation obviously doesn't happen immediately. These changes could potentially have a much larger long-term impact on the game. Meteos had very strong counter jungling, and there's no saying that that didn't work.
Yeah.
It's still very much a prototype for these guys, because they had a super week, then some rest, and then some preparation for this. So we're seeing the beginnings of the impact that this is going to have on the rest of the season.
So here we go, guys. The game is afoot, and Vulcan have certainly watched the Super Week games. They've taken away a Voyboy trademark of Tryndamere. Edward is still not getting Blitzcrank. I want to see if they actually respect the Thresh Prince, though, here.
And this is actually a really smart pan by Vulcan, because one of the kind of predictions I think about the new jungle is, because of the increased importance of the buffs, we're going to see substantially more AD carries and supports going mid.
Yeah.
Because they have more pressure when trying to counter jungle buffs and can relieve more pressure when trying to stop them. And we've talked to the players in the past, even before the changes, and Blitzcrank was the best support to put mid when you're specifically trying to pressure the red and the blue buff. So because Edward's so good at it, batting that out, smart.
All right, so, and of course, even Patoy was a soothsayer there and did that in week 1 as well. So a lot of smart bans coming out. Of course, the Thresh, ironically enough, banned away by Curse. They don't want to give that to Bloodwater. TF, of course, dropped as well. And we've seen a lot of Jace overall in the week, and he's going to go back in there for Vulcan.
And I want to see Kennen here from Voyboy, just because it would be the exact opposite of what we saw in week 1. I don't think it's going to happen, because I think enough teams have picked Kennen into mass knock-away teams that they're a little bit wary of it now. That CLG game earlier today when they were playing against Cloud9, when Kennen was against Janna, Tristana, and Jace, Balls was a really sad man that game. So even though there's a Jace now, I don't think Curse would pick Kennen. Not saying, even though Voyboy can play Kennen, it's just, there's too many counters up for it.
And I mean, who's going to pick Tristana more than Zuna? Like, him and Nian are like the two guys you could be like, he's going to insta-lock Tristana like every game, and Kennen will just be a sad Yordle, and then OddOne will be happy. So, yeah, anyway, the picks have come through, though. A pretty good backline diving team here from Curse, though, with both Malphite and Elise, and they care a little bit less about knockbacks, I guess.
And when Curse is good, they pick the super divers. Both the Repel from Elise and the Unstoppable Force from Malphite go right through pretty much everything here. And the other interesting thing is, I wouldn't be too surprised if those are actually Curse's solo laners. If we saw Nijaki play Malphite and Voyboy play Elise. I haven't seen that much Elise out of St. Vicious. I don't think it's his style of champion. So I really wouldn't be too surprised if we saw it out of Curse.
Mid Malphite as a champion, we've just seen get more and more popular. It's been played a lot in Europe more recently. Froggen's been, Froggen and Peke especially have been playing it a lot. And it's been popular in China for a while as well. So we just see him ever so slowly get picked up more and more likely. The Kennen, though, is actually grabbed up by Vulcan, though. We have the knockbacks. We'll grab him ourselves, no problem.
And this is pretty smart for them, because since Curse has already picked a very heavy dive through team and they're going so far in, that Vulcan now has a bit of counter initiation or free initiation for Kennen, because in order for Curse to fight, they have to go pretty much 1,000 range into the enemy, which means if anyone wants to support on Curse, like if Cop wants to run in and hit something, he has to run through a Kennen ultimate, which is very difficult and will make the team fights a little bit touchy for Curse to get themselves involved with.
Now that's going to be a pretty shocking surprise for him then when he tries to run in there and gets stunned up and dies out. So Curse has to make their last few choices, though. They are going to go for that Draven. Cop has been picking him up a hell of a lot this season. And, I mean, they're still going man mode. They've grabbed Leona as well.
Yeah, full steam ahead for these guys. There's like, Kennen, we don't care about Kennen. We're just going to keep coming. And that lane in particular for Cop and Edward is probably the most aggressive lane you can run with Draven. Not only because Leona is already an aggressive support, but because of Draven's bleed damage will instantly proc any of Leona's Sunlight passive. So level 2 from that lane is the strongest level 2 lane you can have in the game.
Oh my gosh. So be aware if you're Psycho Sid or be aware if you're Zuna in Bloodwater. Heck, it gets the lane swap enough. It could be really anyone getting the bad end of the Sunlight bleed combo. But I don't envy Vulcan right now. I really don't. Draven's a scary man.
Yeah, it's really interesting because Curse has picked a very heavy dive team, very in your face, and now it's probably going to be a little bit about Vulcan picking safety, disengage, and late game. Because if they can get to those spots, then they could potentially come out with it. Vulcan's putting together a lot of counter initiation on their team right now. Bloodwater's getting his Sona pick, which is his favorite support in the world. Getting at 5th pick, he's saying, what an easy thing for me to be able to do now. I can just play Sona. Zuna has his Tristana. Most people on Vulcan have the champions that they want.
And in fact, yeah, they have so much comfort there as well. We'll see where Kennen and Jace actually go at the end of the day, because both have been successful on Jace, both those solo laners here. But Curse at the same time, right? We talked about the very, very beginning of the split where poke comp, that's not really Curse style, but they played, well, Void was going to carry us. They played kind of more their style, and here's a whole bunch of all-inning. And aside from playing Draven now suddenly, feels pretty cursey.
Yeah, everything else on this Curse composition makes the most amount of sense. Normally would see a misfortune in this combination for Curse back in the spring split because he would kind of just try to spray damage everywhere and get assists. But now he's going to have to run in with the team, which is probably the one maybe slight hole in this Curse composition because I don't see how Cop's going to get to fights. He's not going to make it through Crescendo and he's not going to make it through Kennen's ultimate. I think Curse is going all out aggressive, but in doing so, they've given Vulcan their home style champions too.
So it's going to be a fun one then. It's two teams really playing their style, and they're picking kind of for themselves. You mentioned, okay, look, we can't pick Kennen against Tristana and stuff because that's very, very scary. And okay, they made those adaptations, but you said, yeah, Curse wants to go in, and they're going to just full steam ahead, rocket. If only they had Blitzcrank, it would fit the moniker even better. But at the same time, as you say, Vulcan has champions they love to play. They're playing their style, and it's now a clash of, this is our game, that's your game. Who's going to win?
Curse wants to win this game in 25 minutes. That's the composition they're playing right now. They don't want to get it to a late game where they can't get through to Tristana and run through the Vulcan peel. They're going to try to win the lanes early at level 2. Saintfish is going to try to gank everything with Jarvan. The early flag control for Vision is going to be very huge for Saintfish in this game as they run into the jungle. And Curse, this should be a very aggressive action game for them.
So here we go, guys. On to the Rift, game number 3 here in Week 2. And of course, we have 4 more games tomorrow, as well as this game and another one today, plus Europe. Oh man, there's a lot of League of Legends action going on, and I love esports. So let's watch these teams get out of their base. Bloodwater making it up to the top of the map. He's got 4 wards plus an Explorer in his inventory. Actually 5, but he's going to give his team a good bit of vision.
And there's actually a chance, now that we have so much increased importance due to the extra experience on blue and red buff, plus the small camps not spawning until 155, that the days of supports ever starting with a Fairy Charm are gone. Supports have to start with all these wards, because I think wards in general are going to increase every single game now that we're on this 3.8 patch, and that's why there's so many wards on the map right now. But surprisingly, both these teams are playing very scared.
It's interesting too. I actually remember watching the OGN Champions Finals as well. I actually had an Excel doc open and graphed everyone's items for all the games of the Grand Finals because I wanted to build like them because they're better than me. And every single game, both supports open full consumables. None of them were even going Fairy Charms, even back last patch. So the evolution just seems to be, yes, vision freaking important for us here. We want to make sure we don't get caught out level 1, level 2, and beyond.
And to me, these openings are telling me that these teams haven't necessarily felt too comfortable in the new jungle. They are potentially worried about getting counter-invaded, walking through wards because they know everyone else is going to be kind of over-warding. And it's almost a gentleman's agreement for these guys to say, all right, we haven't really figured what's going on here. Let's just clear our jungler. And as a jungler, when I'm playing defensive, I love it when the other team plays defensive. It's just saying, oh, thank goodness I get to just farm. Plus, there's no deep wards in any enemy jungle, which means these junglers are pretty much free to do whatever they want.
Well, that's good for them. So both of them will be starting at blue buff, and Cop and Edward are still going to go here for that early double golem. And actually, interestingly enough, just to talk about this a little bit, he takes the big golem, then goes to lane to not miss any experience and lets Edward finish off that double golem camp.
That's the new thing that teams are doing now that the double golems spawn at 155 if they still want to take them. It's to minimize the amount of lane experience lost, and it just increases level 2 power. So while it's a little bit more difficult to do the double golems, you can still work around it if you have such a powerful set of level 1 champions, such as Draven and Leona.
Yeah, because compared to what Vulcan did, Zuna and Bloodwater didn't take double golems. They ran to actually lane right away. So
yeah.
That actually small advantage did go to Curse as far as jungle experience goes. Both junglers now level 3, and they're already both sides looking for ganks.
And up top with St. Vicious, they have 2 pink wards up top, but St. Vicious is still going to get seen by the ward because of the very clever ward that Vulcan put up in that river way earlier. St. Vicious thought he was going to be sneaky there, but Psycho Sid is just giving up.
He's so far behind, too. That was the first thing that Bloodwater did in the game, was run up there, put that over the wall, and he's hiding in a brush saying, look, Saint, I know you're here, just I'll give up the turret, no big deal. Cloud and Jackie, though, fighting in the mid lane. I suppose, like, this is a normal top lane fight of, like, Jace versus Malphite, but with the Rocket in the mid lane here, gotta say, I mean, Malphite likes to build armor. I feel like that'd be pretty happy for Jackie, I would think.
It's a pretty solid pick for them. Malphite is somewhat known as a counter pick to Jace because he can survive him in lane, but the thing that I really want to talk about here is how Vulcan won this turret trade because they had to spend less money on wards. Curse was going for a more aggressive play since they put 2 pink wards in the top lane that didn't give them any advantages, whereas Vulcan was just able to react off of the 175 gold vision ward they placed, take the turret, and know that St. Vicious was still top, and might even give them this dragon.
Wow, what a great cash if they can make this happen. Dragon down below half health, only 4 minutes in, and Mandatory Cloud really helping his team out there. And yeah, that dual lane being top for Curse just gives Vulcan complete control. 4-minute dragon, and they've built themselves already an 800 gold lead.
Yeah, all about the ward. And at this point, they might just try to do it again. We have the 80 carry and support from Curse, Edward and Cop going down the bottom lane, but Psycho Sid is freezing the top lane on Kennen right now, so he has a monstrous stack of minions, only getting as slow of a last hit as possible to maximize the stack, and essentially starving Voyboy of farm right now, unless Voyboy goes and tries to do something else.
Now, let's actually track what Voyboy ends up doing as a result of this, because he's walking towards that top lane, but he's just gonna be kind of alone and have very little ward coverage, and I'd be surprised if he got to do much without getting ganked by Elise Sin.
Yeah, it's not an easy place for Voyboy right now, because if you look at the other side of the map, Zuna was able to take double golems, and Cop and Edward were not able to freeze their minion wave. So Zuna is going to continue to farm, whereas Voyboy has no safety right now. So not only did Vulcan win the turret plus dragon trade, they're winning the minion wave wars as well.
Let's watch what ends up happening in this 2v2, because Curse and Vulcan are going to go ahead and play that heads up. And of course, Ristana is still squishy, and they even have a level disadvantage, 3-3 versus 4-4. And, you know, people criticize Cop for being defensive, but he might be going for a dive as St. Vicious coming in from behind as well.
And they kind of have to do this, because it's the only opportunity they have for attack unless they're deciding to gank a Jace. They know Voyboy's getting punished, so Curse is trying to punish Vulcan for essentially freezing and losing map pressure.
Ooh, Edward almost went for the push right there. You saw him, like, look in. It was like, my W's up. I could go for the damage. We could dive. Not quite worth it. He's got rocket jump, but no,
he wants to go. Leona is one of the best tower divers in the game with that armor.
There we go. She takes the turret aggro. The jump comes on in. Exhaust by there as well. Zuna taking a bunch of pain, and is still ever taking the turret shots. It's now Cop. He's got to be careful. Only got 1 more shot left, and Bloodwater survives it. Are you kidding? What amazing defensive play here by the Vulcan squad. Burned all their summoners, but they got out.
Also, because they have multiple defensive summoners, Bloodwater used his exhaust as well as Zuna his barrier, and now ManCloud is down to support.
Oh, and the barrier did nothing. ManCloud, here comes the Goomba stomp in from Zuna, but the dash away from St. Vicious is going to get him out. Here comes Smithy, though. They're still chasing on down. The attacks are there. Cop's taking some damage. Oh, the first blood comes out. The second kill as well. And here comes the chase. Rocket jump, no mana for it, but a 2 for 0.
Long time chase by Vulcan pays off, but all of this was set up by Vulcan's movement and manipulation of the minion waves. St. Vicious didn't really have a choice other than to try to dive that. You could tell they were trying to rely on their execution to make up for being outplayed in the minion waves. Curse was forced into that turret dive because they were losing overall farm and pressure in those lanes. Then Vulcan countered by having ManCloud run bottom at the proper time and really made that work into a full advantage.
Absolutely beautiful then by this Vulcan team, making the early moves. And, you know, they said they had Curse's number, and right now they are showing it. Even the excellent play of Edward and the good dive mechanics couldn't quite turn that one around. Zuna, though, He realized he was a little bit overextended there, has to back out of this one. And he's still going to be safe. And just to look at it, though, safe or not, he's down quite a bit of minions against Pop.
Yeah, he is. It's one of the benefits of what's been happening. But
dive in.
tries to go, I don't think he's going to get much.
Yeah, Ignite's on, won't serve. Okay, yeah, he's good.
Yeah, Bloodwater was there with his heal aura, which also gives armor and magic resistance, was there to stop the spike on ManCloud and kind of heal him up, burning everything from Nijaki, and really just allowing Mandatory Cloud to go back and pick up his nice, crisp, fun blue buff.
Wow, beautiful stuff. So a lot of things going just really right for these guys here. Cop still down at the bottom lane. The last turret dive didn't work, but of course it's Draven. If you're not fighting people, you're not quite doing it right. Smithy, though, we talked about how important it was to steal away some of these buffs. He's got the ward down on the red buff that's going to be a target soon for these Vulcan players.
Yeah, and St. Vicious needs to make this Jarvan pick work, in a sense. They need to start getting more happening, and Vulcan is going to hope that this dive happens at the right time. If you see ManCloud's mid wave is pushed up to turret, which means he is free to roam in and help with St. Vicious as well. This is not just X-Smithy going for this kill, this is two people.
There we go, the red buff has been stolen. He kicks him into the wall, so much damage, and the steal from Mandatory Cloud. Sorry, the kill secure from Mandatory Cloud. Gets another bit 300 gold for him. Vulcan are still controlling this game.
And a lot of it just has to do with their waves that are mattering being pushed up. They are conceding the bottom lane pressure to having Cop and Edward being pushed up while they're invading for the rest of the map. Another really well-played move by Vulcan on this new 3.8 jungle patch.
A very, very good job of just invading and just making everyone's life very, very difficult. So, Voyboy and Psycho Sid are now in a duel in the top lane. We talked about how Sid was able to freeze that earlier on, and that's manifested into a 15 minion kill lead. He hasn't even gone back to base. He's got a Doran's Blade still.
And when he goes back and shops, he might be able to duel Voyboy, because that's 2,165 gold that Psycho Sid's going to be able to purchase with. And I don't think Voyboy is going to be able to successfully freeze these lanes. Something that just keeps happening since St. Vicious has been getting pressure in his jungle is he's almost dictating that Curse needs to reshove up their lanes, which means that if Vulcan wants to, they can continue to freeze, which is what Vulcan wants to do, because we talked earlier about Curse wanting to end this game by 25 minutes. Curse is not on pace to end this game by 25 minutes.
No, that's actually a very, very rough thing to do. It's actually something you talked about backstage in CLG Cloud9, where the CLG had probably a better late game situation because of Tristana and Elise and guys like that who would keep skilling throughout the game, and that the early kills that CLG grabbed basically stopped C9 from being able to end the game early. So, we're too far ahead early on. You can try to claw your way into this one, but come 45 minutes, the game is ours. And I mean, does this look similar to you in this sort of situation?
This looks more in the favor of Vulcan. Wow. CLG was kind of able to hold on. Right now, Vulcan is just winning in most corners. The only way they're kind of losing is that Cop is out farming Zuna, but that is to be expected as a Tristana. We know that most Tristanas hope to get out of the laning phase with a 20 to 30 minion kill disadvantage. Yeah. So the fact that Zuna is only down by 12 right now after that latest shove is great for Vulcan.
And just to add salt to the wound, the minion kills are lower because of the kills, turrets, and dragons. Zuna is up more than 300 gold over Cop. So, heck, I'll like to lane 300 gold ahead of Tristana. That sounds great to me. So, as you say, everything's going very, very well for the Vulcan lineup. They've actually grouped a fair number of people towards mid, but it's just for dragon control, it seems.
And also another thing that's helping Vulcan right here is the overall buff control, and they're not only up in gold, they're up in experience. There's a double buff on Mandatory Cloud and a red buff that is just expiring now on X-Smithy. But that just meant they had the accumulated experience of those buffs, and they're able to bully Curse around a little bit. This is another kind of desperation force play by Curse, because if Curse can't even control the dragon, Vulcan just has this game in the bag. So Vulcan is fine leaving that dragon uncontested, but as soon as Curse goes for it, Vulcan will look to collapse.
So right now we have just that duel in the top lane, and the dragon, of course, the eye of the other 8 champions on the map right here. Voyboy has caught up a little bit in minions to Sid, so the trip that Sid went back and bought some items, brought the gap a little bit closer. Global Gold's still there, whatnot, but that matchup at least is holding even for Void despite the early freeze. It's the 4-on-4 for the dragon that you talked about meaning so much, and Smithy in full vision of a ward is just starting this.
This is surprising to me by Vulcan, but it does look like it could just be a stall tactic. I thought he was going to be a little bit more all in on that, but Elisen hopping over the back of the dragon wall is
not too hard.
Not too hard to come back out again. They were essentially ward checking that to see what Curse's reaction was, and since they didn't have any pinks, that move told them that Curse had good vision control over the dragon area.
I that's a really clever move. Just leave the Sona there.
Because it was a safe check.
Exactly. That was such a cool move right there. So by the way, guys, Lee Sin and a friend, check a dragon all you want. Just hop right back out, save the W, or heck, have a sight Sona do it yourself. But either way, again, a great move by the Vulcan players. We look again at this duel to the top lane, and it kind of just keeps going back and forth. Sid is trying to push as much as possible. Just he's not getting a lot of damage in the turret at the end of the day.
No, he's just kind of doing his thing. This is a very common strategy of Vulcan with Psycho Sid. They just kind of let him be, and if you can neutralize Voyboy in a Curse matchup, that's great.
Oh yeah.
If Psycho Sid can be traded for a Voyboy, they're going to do that every day of the week.
So one of the big playmakers then not too much of a factor here for Curse. They've really not found a kill on the map so far. Voyboy, usually a big playmaker, not finding any, of course, for himself. With the blue respawning, though, Curse says, all right, let's take another objective back. They've actually managed to wait out most of those buffs from Vulcan, and now at least we'll have one on Jackie here.
And I really wonder if Curse is going to continue pressing, or if they're going to kind of realize that the pressing was doing them no good. I don't know what Curse should do in this situation, because it's almost a damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah.
If they press, Vulcan's been able to punish them, but if they just let the farm game continue, they're probably going to lose as well. So Curse has to find a creative way of probably finding unmanned fights or just getting good pick opportunities. But just with the way the minion waves have been manipulated by Vulcan is not happening.
So it's going to be Curse looking for some kind of opening then and hoping that either Vulcan slips up or Curse finds some beautiful way into a fight. But right now it's Vulcan finding a way onto this turret, down incredibly low on health, and just the siege is there. The nice haste, but here comes the jump in. St. Vision, the knockup on Azuna. He is taking all the focus. He's still alive. Are you serious? Finally gets popped, but it's a 1-for-1. The fight's going to continue. Let's watch Cop. He is on Draven. He's throwing axes at people, but ManCloud has something to say about this. Shock Blast coming across. It's going to be Vulcan picking up the turret, and a 1-for-1 for a turret, still Vulcan's favor.
And that was everything being burned onto Zuna. They dumped they threw everything at him, including the kitchen sink, and it was a 1-for-1. So I don't know about that one. Vulcan counterattacked, got the turret, and we're still up. That was probably what Curse needed to do. They say, this is the priority. We're going to have to practice diving this guy because we're going to have to do it in the late game. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah,
it didn't go too well, but I think that was the right call for Curse.
I think you're right as well, and at least next time around, if they do it in the next 3 to 5 minutes, barrier and or flash will be down, so maybe they'll have better success next time when Zuna is a little less hoppy. And of course, the other payment for that fight was a dragon picked up as well for Vulcan. They are constantly picking up these global objectives, constantly scaling ahead. And actually the fight in the top lane, ooh, Sid dodged away in the cocoon. Now is Void trying to make those moves. The single player aspect for that top laner does help Curse if he can make something happen.
And it was a pretty nice dodge by Psycho Sid, but that is just the mechanical skill of Voyboy coming through, and also just the lane strength of Elise. Surprisingly, the Seeker's arm guard on Voyboy was doing a lot of good against Psycho Sid's Kennen. Since early on in the game, Kennen's still relying a lot on his auto attack physical damage. But now, Psycho Sid, now that he's picked up the extra bit of magic penetration and a little bit more ability power, Voyboy might not be winning that matchup as solidly as he was just as we saw.
He's definitely got a lot more to worry about, and to add insult to injury, that Negatron cloak. You know, wouldn't you like that right now, Void, with the Negatron cloak, that magic resist? Yeah, it's kind of nice on the Lightning Yordle. It's kind of nice on a Spider Lady. We'll see.
If only Psycho Sid didn't have all the Dragon Gold and Turret Gold, he wouldn't have been allowed to buy that item. Because the farm is close to even, but the gold difference is 700, which completely makes up that cloak.
That's rough. That's what, 20% more gold than your opponent. I would love, like, as a top laner, my team just constantly just took dragons for me, and I just am richer than my opponent despite getting outplayed. Or going equal in this case.
It's like having a Jan on your team.
Oh, I have more move speed. That's got to be so fun for Udyr players.
Oh
God.
It is.
Oh yeah, Jazz just like
Thank you very
grinning.
much.
Yeah. Oh, I made Locust pick Janna all the time back in the day. All right, so let's take a look at what these Vulcan players are going to go for now, because actually I guess they don't have to make any moves, right? They're going to win in 20 minutes anyway.
Exactly. That's actually kind of why we see Zuna off in the side lane right now. It may end up costing them this turret, which would actually be a bad call, but I think they can hold off and defend this as long as ManCloud can get some minion kills. And Vulcan's 4v5!
He's kicked in Cop, the crescendo comes across, there's Smithy getting focused down, there's the ult from Jackie! A 1-for-0 so far, Cop still in the back lines, the reinitiate from ManCloud picks up one, can he get another? The knockup from Satan, and here comes Zuna! Zuna focusing down on Cop, doing what damage he can, the ult comes across, gets another one there as well. 3 have been picked up for just the one, now Void caught up as well, and the full ace coming in, Vulcan turning that fight around hardcore.
5-4-1. Vulcan initiated that 4v5 knowing that Zuna would be able to make it up near the end of that. Even though Vulcan would have been okay slow playing, once again, Curse was near a Vulcan turret, so they had absolutely nowhere to run, which gave Vulcan a window to capitalize on their advantage. There was a 16.5 minute Mura mana for Mandatory Cloud that just got completed. He didn't even use it in that fight. As you can see, he still has close to full mana. But this is bad to worse for Curse as they lose essentially a 4.5 v5, 5 kills to 1.
And of course, they lost the turret for it as well. We always talk about these teams capitalizing on a team fight win with a global objective. And Vulcan's greedy. They're going to capitalize on 2 global objectives for a team fight win.
So when I said Curse wanted like a 25-minute win,
yeah,
they might get a 25-minute game. So part of it was there, but Vulcan is just completely one step ahead of Curse this game, and it could be over fairly soon if we keep track of this one. Curse hasn't been able to pull off their strategy. They had one dive that worked on Dazuna when they were together, but everything else has fallen apart. 4 turrets, 2 dragons, and a just crazy amount of farm given up to ManCloud.
He is massive, 156 minions, 4 kills and 5 assists. The man has 7,600 gold, by far the most in the game. No one on Curse even has, well, I guess just Draven actually has 5,000 gold, but he is heads and shoulders above everyone else. And oh my gosh.
He's 2,000 gold ahead of everybody on Curse right now.
God. Yeah, that's a little brutal. That's going to be hard to deal with. And you got the Mermana combined as well. And Psycho Sid's getting himself closer and closer to what I assume is going to be a Zhonya's Hourglass, so that even he can't get dealt with easily in these team fights.
And that'll help them even more. Psycho Sid, he wasn't even the one that died that last fight. It was actually Smithy, who's went for that Golem Spirit as well, which is actually a little bit new. We saw the Lee Sin in an earlier game do this as well. We saw Meteos do it instead of the Aegis, so that's a little bit strange of a choice. But now, I wonder if Curse is even going to be able to control their own blue buff, because there's a Lee Sin ready to steal, and Vulcan could go in for a 4v5, but they do end up just smiting it away.
Saint does have smite that away. Unfortunately, would have liked to have it go onto Jackie, so even if you don't steal it, forcing it onto the not right person can always be a nice thing for you if you're an invading jungler. So kind of a minor victory there for Vulcan, and the poke continues. Shock Blast, we saw how good they were from Neon on CLG. They're pretty good for ManCloud here on Vulcan as well.
ManCloud is real scary. He's going to be having a Black Cleaver pretty soon as well. There's the lane pressure coming up the sides. Zuna's not even at Tristana time yet. He's level 11 with an Infinity Edge. This is actually kind of like the mid-game lull everybody talks about on Tristana, but it's not there because his gold advantage is there on Cop, and unless a Draven kind of runs away with the game, he's not a huge threat. Cop will have to get very lucky to pick some kills back up and become a force, because right now, he can't stand toe-to-toe with nearly anybody on Vulcan.
And that's a scary prospect when Draven doesn't get to fight people properly. The push still coming in from Vulcan. They are looking to make this that 25-minute game that we talked about. They're definitely in the driver's seat. They've got the range. They've got people to hit turrets down. And they're still actually just splitting to keep the waves pushed, looking for somewhere to find an opening on a turret.
And I don't even know if Vulcan needs to, once again, which is why Curse is kind of charging out. They're going to take the outers as they get them, and then potentially go for a Baron a little bit later. I don't think Vulcan needs to go for a 20-minute Baron unless it gets gifted to them by a Curse initiation. Curse is once again forced into trying to fight Vulcan because they know that there's an inevitable ticking time bomb in Vulcan's team composition that probably outclasses Curse's comp.
That's a rough thing to be under, and of course we talked about, or you talked about how well Vulcan were controlling minion waves, keeping pressure on various parts of the map, and out-positioning, out-maneuvering the opposition. We just saw a free turret kill on the right-hand side of the map. There wasn't a power play, not a 5v4, there wasn't Baron being grabbed, it was just, we had Lee Sin push the right-hand side, you didn't react, ManCloud showed up, another turret picked up, 5-1, and the lead just keeps on growing, 33,000 to 24,000.
And this is an example, again, of Vulcan out-maneuvering Curse, because as Vulcan was pushing up that bottom lane, Bloodwater was clearing out wards at Baron. So Curse had sent 2 to respawn to bottom, but immediately was sucked over to Baron to defend that objective. And that's why Jace got damaged in mid lane. Like, Curse can't keep up with the movement of Vulcan right now.
Absolutely just crazy map control done by these guys, and Vulcan was so adamant that Bloodwater was the right fit for the team. The calls he made, the coordination he brought to the team would just do everything for them, and we've seen that really here, that more so than just individual outplays, more so than, I mean, you can contribute part of it to team composition, but really the calls, the map movement, the mobility, and the control has been such a great blessing here for this Vulcan lineup. The Dragon getting taken away for free as well. I mean, look at the minimap. Look at the vision.
Look at the Draven ult that just went off as well.
Yeah.
Because that shows even more so the vision control and the amount of darkness Curse is under. Cop threw that to scout Baron when no one on Vulcan was within 50 feet of it. If we're using 50 Teemos, we're going to use League of Legends metrics right now. Curse had no idea what was going on. So really the only thing you do when you're that blind is you just roll up mid and say, show yourselves, Vulcan. We're going to fight you here. But if they do, they're going to lose that as well. So this is bad.
Oh my gosh. In the darkness, of course, they actually had a small winner to put some damage in that dirt before Vulcan showed up. But of course, Curse didn't know that. Had to back out after pushing a mini wave down. Says, well, at least I know where you guys are. You were somewhere around mid lane out of turret 20 seconds ago. And we'll see what happens. Smithy still lurking around in the shadows. Shows his face in the mid lane. And let's see what other lane control this Vulcan squad can go for.
I think they're going to be going for red buff control in the Curse jungle, as well as top outer turret. So unless they get gifted this Baron, they're going to go for the top turret. But because they have control of the red jungle and pretty good ward coverage throughout, if you see like the deep base wards they have on Curse as well, they have pretty good control of where Curse is coming into, as well as if Curse comes through to stop Baron, mandatory Cloud would flank around the back and get free access to Cop if they wanted to kill him in a team fight. So Vulcan is positioned very smartly right here.
Very, very good concave by these guys. And you saw how easily they could back away from Saint. The ward coverage you mentioned, just let them disengage so cleanly. Take away the Wraith Cam, because, hey, why the heck not? Let's steal 61 gold. Have fun with that one. And yeah, they got to kind of test the waters on Baron and say, okay, are you going to show up? Do you have enough vision to check this? The driving flag toss, let Curse stop them. But again, it's a matter of Vulcan saying, well, where can we apply pressure next? Let's do the CLG school of thought. Let's actually send our AD carries a split pusher. Let that Tristana get gigantic with no one opposing her. And then we kind of secure our late game advantage if she just gets 300 minion kills.
And this is a very interesting game if we just look at the history these two teams have together and how well Vulcan has been doing against Curse in the past. Because if we look back to even the spring playoffs of last split, as we see some, I don't think much is going to happen in the short time, so that's why I'm going to try to talk about this. Vulcan has pretty much been doing the same things against Curse 4 or 5 games in a row now. There's been a lot of Lee Sin from Xmithy. ManCloud's Jace has been incredibly threatening. There was one point in the playoffs where ManCloud like almost soloed the Curse backline late in the game. And specifically, Zuna has been playing a whole bunch of Tristana that Curse has not been able to shut down. And Curse went farther in one direction of something that wasn't already working. Because if you give a team Tristana, you're essentially saying, we're going to beat you before that gets good. And that hadn't worked for Curse 3 or 4 times previously, so Curse went even farther. They said, we're going to pick this really strong early game laning, we're going to pick Jarvan and try to invade your jungle, and that didn't work either. So I really wonder where Curse is going to go from here when playing against Vulcan. Because they haven't been able to stop Vulcan from getting the late game in any of these affairs.
And I remember in those same playoffs, they put Cop on Tristana one of those times, and that didn't work out either. They still got stalled out and the game was turned around. So you've really got to wonder if you're a Curse fan, what is left in the back for these guys. It was like, maybe it's the Void Boy carry, and Vulcan bans out the Tryndamere, the one thing that might have worked for them. They kind of deny those options.
Exactly, because I don't remember exactly the Curse bans, but we do remember the Vulcan bans being very specifically targeted at Edward and Voyboy's carry and roam potential, because they didn't want Edward to be able to create pressure early game, since that was essentially what Curse has been trying to do this whole time.
There we go. St. Vicious getting shoved out of his own jungle by Xmithy. You can see the level of confidence on these Vulcan players as they just sit on that opposing side of the river. Another split push is successful here as Psycho Sid takes that second turret down 6-1, 9-2 in kills, 40,000 to 30,000 if I round the numbers in gold. 25 minutes in, it's getting better and better for Vulcan. Another freaking set of gold coming in for Zuna. They just keep finding advantages to put in this game.
Zuna's got to shop eventually. Vulcan actually has to shop eventually, and I think they're going to do that now, since they've kind of completed their marathon around Curse's jungle and gotten down the 6th turret of the game. Look at 2,900 gold. Buy an item, man. But he's not
Phantom Dancer.
He's not pressured into any of this, because Curse has no ability to come into Vulcan right now. Very well played by Vulcan. They're taking it slow because they know they can.
And here we go. It's Cop looking for the fight on Azuna. Of course, Zuna has not bought for a while. He does rocket jump away from that one and saves his life. And Cop will be rewarded with some farm. So Zuna's playing it safe, knowing he's kind of behind an item right now. He's going to buy and fix that, though.
Yeah, that was really funny. It's just like, oh, man, I haven't shopped in a while. I better not fight this Draven. And that's something that Cop and the rest of Curse needed to be able to do about 15 minutes ago, before Zuna was able to respond to that, before the rest of Curse had fallen so far behind. And you know Curse was trying to do those things, but it was just countered by Vulcan.
So Vulcan's still playing. It's weird because they're playing confidently. Like, we say that they don't need to push anything very hard, but Smithy keeps like jumping in on people and trying to make engagements when it's like a 3v5 and Zuna and ManCloud aren't there yet. But Smithy is just itching to kick people around. You see he's like leading the charge every single time. He is that initiator. He is that fighter there, and is constantly looking for someone to throw things at.
And this is one of the fun games on Lee Sin, because every time you kind of go in with what seems like a suicidal Q. You know that if Curse tries to turn on him, they're either blowing their initiation, since they have 4 people who have to initiate, essentially, and they all don't care about Xmithy, or if they just dive past you, well, you've already won because you just baited them into engaging on your team. So Xmithy playing freely right now because he knows he can.
And now he's setting up a really nice move on this Baron as well, taking it up. He's taking a bit of damage for that one as Zuna shoots across the wall. And we'll see if Curse actually smells anything out.
Smithy can't take that Baron by himself. They might be in a little bit of a pickle here if they were to have over-engaged on that. But thanks to about 10 minutes of jungle vision domination, no one on Curse even knows that Xmithy is low, so there's no way they can reasonably capitalize on that, you know, little experiment by Vulcan.
And of course, Kennon's still on the right-hand side, split pushing the whole way through. They have not had someone leave this lane at pretty much any point during the game. This turret's been under siege for quite a while, and Curse, despite being this hard engaged team who wants to dive in, start fights, jump on someone, they can't start the 5v1, they can't start the 5v4, they can't stop the Baron. They've not found the initiation. They still haven't found it. Vulcan is still getting away from them.
Yeah, they did it once, and they got the kill onto Zuna.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, that was one of their 2 kills in the 28 minutes. So for an incredibly aggressive team, Curse has shown remarkably little aggression, and they might have pushed out too far here as Xmithy kicks him back.
Oh my gosh, a lot of damage into Jack. He's going to get extremely exploded right there. The damage off on the Saint Vision. He's going to flash away from that one. Psycho Sid zones out that back line and finds another kill. Now it's Edward in the front. They're going to put some damage on the Cop. They're chasing the Draven down. He's trying to run away. Flashes as well. Zuna still into this one. The damage output is there. Can he get the last shots? Yes, the barriers on both sides are burned, but it's Vulcan picking up another team fight win, a 4-0.
And they just went all out for Curse. They didn't care about structure in that fight. They just cared about killing whoever they saw. They kicked backwards a tank Malphite into that team. Let's think about that for a second. What do you not want to get closer to your AD carry? a Malphite. But they didn't care because it was anyone. They recognized if they got a fight, they would win it, and they did 4-0.
And you mentioned how valuable that cannon would be at zoning out the back line. That Cop cannot dive through him. And that is what happened. They got this sort of like 4v1 where Cop is, hold on, there's a slicing maelstrom. I'm gonna weather the storm a little bit and I'll show up later. Oh, my team's dead.
Yeah, and oh no, this 3.5 item Tristana just flash jumped towards me. And if I stand to fight him, there's a Jace behind him. It was just not a happy time for Cop.
No.
I don't think.
Not really happy time much at all. So Curse really on the back foot here looking. I don't know if they even can look for the opening anymore. They're certainly feeling a little bit bad about this one. The hard engages. I mean, that was a fight where they got Malphite knocked in. They got to maybe try to fight something and couldn't find their opening here. Vulcan with 2 inhibitors down. I mean, this is surely the attempt they go for here to close it out.
I would have to agree with you here, but I think Vulcan's kind of having fun with this one. Cop is 99.5% dead right here, if I had to put a number on it.
He's going for the duel against Zuna. Zuna knocks him back to the wall, but puts him in a fog of war. Oh, comes by Cop. Oh my gosh, Mandatory Cloud. Can you melt people any harder? Just destroys Draven from the side. Zuna got a little low. Worked out though.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be a little bit scared of Draven's damage. That's the dueling potential of Draven if he can actually fight someone. That is the closest Cop is ever going to get to a squishy target for the rest of this game. Because for the rest of it, he's going to be dealing with Kennen ults, Lee Sin, and just Man Cloud's super long range shock blasts.
So 20 seconds now until Curse Cop respawns here on Draven, and the push is here onto that bottom lane inhibitor. Of course, 5v4, Vulcan might just take the fight even under a turret. Right now they're playing the turret damage game though, just poking it out. A bit of damage. They're not going to dive yet too hard. They seem to not be too bloodthirsty, but certainly looking to close it.
No, this is just a classic example of Vulcan waiting for the minion waves to hit Curse's base. They have 2 waves of super minions coming up the sides. They know that once they make it all the way there, Curse is going to be peeled off of them. And man, Vulcan is really taking their time because they could have went in when those minion waves hit the base, but instead, they're just kind of all off and doing their own thing and hanging around.
But something we kind of saw with the Cloud9 composition, they had relatively similar champions, and they weren't able to easily go in all that easily, I say, with the Lee Sin. He had to get these very, very choice initiations and hopefully land them. And Smithy has found a few, certainly, but turret diving seems to not be the way he's going for this for the most part. So it's another couple of safe plays here. They're going to go and look for the Baron Nashor right here. And of course, no one from Curse is even nearby. That's going to be theirs.
Yeah, that was extra safe because they had already shown their siege as the only inhibitor that wasn't up, was the farthest inhibitor away from the Baron. That was kind of like round 2 of xMithy saying, yeah, let's 2-man Baron, because he had someone he could trade tank it with. Yeah. This time, not like the Vulcan Zuna one they tried to get earlier. But now, I think your earlier prediction is right. It was just a matter of them getting Baron first. They're going to look to end on this push for you.
Here we go. 5 men strong, a little bit low on health, but Smith's getting healed up by the Baron buff, plus the Sona. Rapid fire used. They go for the poke down onto the turret, down below a quarter. We've got to look out for 9 Jackie. The initiation, of course, still here for Curse. Curse has every single cooldown available. And it's something that you still have to be aware of. Even if you are far ahead, hardcore initiation can always lock you out and just make you regret life.
If they went too deep, maybe they could expose Zuna to a hit. And unless Zuna and Mandatory Cloud get caught in the same AoE Wombo combo, and even then, I think Curse would still lose the fight. So that's why they're not doing any kind of shenanigans right here. Frankly, I'm not sure why Curse is still playing this one out.
Oh my gosh, well, all 3 inhibitors are dead. It's now down to the Nexus and its 2 turrets. Cop takes a bit of damage, still trying to get his damage up with the spinning axes, stacking his Bloodthirster. Should be full by now at this point, but the siege is here. Minions keep flooding into the base. Smithy up in the front, shields himself away. Here comes the initiation. They just jump right onto Smithy, putting the damage down. They get him. Sid falls as well. 2 for nothing, and the battle could still continue. 5 versus 3, really and Vulcan are running away. The ult from Zuna, but Cop might still chase. Blood rushes on. Not acceleration gate too much. Zuna is going to back out. Vulcan, I wonder if they're actually going to stay on this one just because super minions.
I think Curse fans are really mad at me right now. They're like, that's why they're playing it out, chat, because they can win fights. And I'm like, all right, man, sure, you're right. Never surrender.
And what was
That's
really
what you always tell your team.
Yeah, never surrender, man. Mulan taught us well that you got to get down to business and defeat your opponents. And what I actually liked about that fight, though, that was really cool was they crowd-controlled Psycho Sid enough that he didn't get to Zonia's. That even though they hit this front line, these tanky guys,
yeah,
right?
you're
Smithy is all kinds of annoying, and Sid's got an Abyssal Scepter and a Zonia's, but the crowd-control chain from Curse allowed them to actually bypass some of the defensive items that Vulcan bought.
And what was really interesting about that fight is how essentially the front line of Vulcan is what died, and Curse didn't try to dive through Vulcan, because that's what Vulcan needed for their stuff to work. If they wanted the Cannonball to really hit all the targets of Curse, it had to be once Curse had dove in through. But since they just killed the Cannon and the Lee Sin, who aren't necessarily super tanky frontliners, it kind of worked for them. But I also feel like Vulcan says, come on, guys. Let's fight for real this time. Let's go back to the inhibitors. We'll see if this one works.
Let's not throw this one away. Of course, the Flash is still available on those 2 frontline champions. Slicing Maelstrom and the Dragon Kick still available as well. Edward's looking for a little something. If he takes some poke, they've got to be a little aware. Inhibitor taking more and more damage. Ozuna still putting the shots down. Taking damage. Void looks for a Cocoon stun. Puts out some more. Now the shields just are there, and Vulcan just won't take damage. There's the inhibitor. They've got another one down.
Yeah, and they still have super minions up top, so this could just be a clean sweep of inhibitors, once again giving Vulcan number 3. Keep in mind, 3 people on their team still have Baron for another 30 seconds, so Curse still has to be apprehensive about fighting here.
Jackie is lurking forward. The rest of that Curse team really wants to defend before the inhib goes down, but they just can't. Super minions on the bottom-hand side make them turn around. 1 Nexus turret is gone, and Vulcan are still at the front door. They've bought elixirs up on people like Psycho Sid. The team is still taking damage just from champions and poke. Smithy back in the lines as well. Takes turret aggro, doesn't care. Shields back to his team. Sid gets hit to the side. It's just not enough, though. There's the initiation. Saint just goes on in. The crescendo comes back across, and there's Psycho Sid just crushing everybody's health bars. Jackie's initiation is not enough. 2 goes for nothing so far. Void with a beautiful Zonias, but it just does not matter. Cop falls down as well. Void's going to get crushed. 3 or 4 picked up. The GA is going to respawn Cop, and that won't matter either. Vulcan has Curse's number, and that number is 18-4 with a victory.
35-minute win, but it was decided way before that.
Yeah.
As soon as Vulcan took control of this game, they realized their potential, and they just slowly but surely whittled Curse out of this game. That was a really great performance, specifically by ManCloud, who seems to always pull a great performance, especially when they're playing against Curse. 9-0-8 on that chase, and just across the board, Vulcan played smart more than anything else.
A very, very smart game, and we talked about it the whole way through. The map control, setting up every one of the situations. From minute 1, it was, well, we have 2 guys bottom. We're going to put them there. The turret's going to go down. Oh, a numbers advantage. Why, thank you. We will take Dragon. Oh, top lane's going to get frozen. That's so nice. Please, Elise, please overextend while we control the rest of the map. And it seemed like that whole game was orchestrated from minute 1. Yeah. They kept making the right choices.
And you could see Curse was already in pretty fervent discussion right after that game. Vulcan pretty happy about the handshakes, because that's now just a cascade of victories as Vulcan's had against Curse from week 10 to the playoffs to week 1 to week 2. They really are pulling up, and that means Vulcan stays in a second-place tie with TSM. They're only 1 game back from Cloud9 for the top of standings, and this is a fantastic start to the season for Vulcan.
Absolutely fantastic start. 3rd place last split. Looking like they're improving on that right now. Actually, a tie for 2nd, a great place to be. But of course, I want to get back into the game a little bit.
Sure.
And chat, break us down one of the replays. I think it's the game-winning fight here at the end of this one.
Yeah, so you can see...
The ace in mid,
the ace in mid. So let's check this one out real quick. Let's hop into the replay. And this was a point in the game where Vulcan hadn't pulled ahead yet. The 4v5 initiation caught Curse a little bit off guard, and they were never really able to combo all their abilities. You can see they kind of got Lee Sin and Kennen, but they jumped into the Kennen ult. That means by the time they jumped in, but by the time Zuna jumped in, everyone was already low. If they had a little bit more health, Zuna would have died for jumping in that because Curse could have stood and fought them a little bit farther. This was really the point in the game, only 16 minutes in, that Vulcan said, all right, we made that play, we have this one. And then it was 19 minutes of just closing Curse out.
And closing them out very, very well. Control of all the objectives. Baron was theirs. They tried a couple of times, to be fair. They were like, are we gonna go? Are we gonna go Baron? Okay, no. You're trying to stop us out, right? And they were very cautious about it, is the thing.
Right.
They were falling back on their really good late game and saying, we'll try these things. If they look like risks, we'll back out and give you the respect you deserve.
And a lot of the early stuff that fell against Curse wasn't necessarily them making mistakes. A lot of it was them being unlucky and Vulcan just being prepared for it. Like 2 pink wards top at the start of the game for Curse in the river and in the triangle brush, but not knowing that earlier on at the start of the game the support had warded the river isn't something Curse can really account for until they watch a replay or until they predict an early game Vulcan strategy. And that's what started the whole thing. So once again, it was a fairly tactical game for Vulcan from start to finish.
Well prepared by these guys. And of course, we've got more coming up today. Vulcan's Bloodwater will join us to talk about their continued domination of Curse. Then, Team Coast takes on a Dignitas squad that's looking for revenge after the Week 1 loss to Zion Spartan and his fellow Warriors. Don't go anywhere. Week 2 of the North American LCS Summer Split. We'll be right back.
I'm coming, Phil, I'm coming.
Yeah, we can still go,
I'm coming.
Get them.
Running up. They don't have flash.
DQ soon.
I'm last hitting, I'm just gonna last hit. You guys got it?
Got one.
Good job.
Get this guy.
That's it!
Okay, that's good.
Welcome back, everyone, to Week 2 of the North American LCS Summer Split. And before we get into our next game between Team Coast and Dignitas, I'd like to welcome back Vulcan's Bloodwater to the desk. Vulcan in general, and Bloodwater, of course, specifically, congrats on that win. You guys seem to have Curse really figured out. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do agree with that, and thank you.
So what exactly makes you guys so successful against this team?
Honestly, we have majorly improved on our level 1s, and that gives us a really good lead in our game. So as long as we do that right, we're in it to win it.
Would you mind sharing your theory behind level 1s, how you build them, what you look for?
Not really. We just look at what other teams leave exposed, I guess, and we just take advantage of it. Definitely doing better. A lot. Improved on a lot of major mistakes that we had in the past, and right now most of that is gone, so that's really good.
Could you share with us some of those adaptations?
Late game and the communication in the game as well. Call making plays and just level 1s, I guess.
General answers is the name
yeah,
of it.
pretty general.
Trying to stay so particular. And is that actually kind of how Vulcan plays? Are you guys very meticulous about the way you're planning the game? Or saying, okay, if we get to late game, we're there? Or are there more specific things you guys are doing that you're just keeping on the down low?
Definitely just aiming for our main goal late game.
All right.
So late game focused team. So then talk to me about what you do then. Like if you're in Curse's shoes, go back into the game and you're in Curse's shoes where you seem like a very early game focused team, right? Curse's lineup, very early game focused, a lot of diving. And you get behind early. What do you do to turn those kinds of games around?
If I were to be in Curse's shoes, I would have probably tried to make plays, pink ward a lot, maybe get on early oracles, and try to make plays and catch people that are out of position. That's the only chance. That's the only thing they could have done, honestly.
So from the very beginning of the game, then do you think you had them just figured out because the champs like finishes and you're like, oh, we've got Tristana, we've got all this great late game, just don't screw up, we're good?
Pretty much. That's how it works with Vulcan.
Oh, some really confident play.
Yeah, moving on to the rest of the league, actually. Were you able to catch any of the Cloud9 versus COG game earlier?
I came in when it was about 35 minutes in, and it was pretty interesting. I went to late game, of course, and that did not surprise me at all.
What were some of the things that you sort of picked up from that game? Either things you learned about the other teams or things that surprised you or anything like that?
One thing I noticed was the Janna pick against Kennen just to counter it with the ults, and that was about it. Double Lift really outscaled Ezreal, sneaky, and that's pretty much why C9 lost the game, I feel.
So let's actually go back and talk about the league some more then for you guys, because you're off to a great start here. Right? Again, top 3 last split. You're top 2 right now, tied for 2nd place. How far is this going? Will you overtake first? Are you going to just be a podium finisher? Where's Vulcan going from here?
Definitely Vulcan's aiming to be first, top 1, and we're going to do our best to achieve that in our future.
Is it too early to start thinking about Worlds?
I hope not. We've been thinking about it, and we have our hopes up.
What are the things that might block you to get there?
Well, definitely not making it to top 2 in this split. That's all we need right now. That's our goal.
So then when you start facing international competition, have you already started scouting opponents? Are there regions or teams you're worried about?
Not yet. We do watch international games, but right now we're just focusing on LCS.
Now, do you believe at all in the kind of Cloud9 moniker that they had last week where they're saying, hey, we just watched the Korean All-Star team and try to mimic what they were doing because they think they're playing the game better? Or do you have a different mindset than they do?
I think the Koreans, they're really good at the game. They have most of it figured out, and they're going to keep on progressing with it. And what Cloud9 is saying is most of it's right. Yeah, I would agree with it.
So you agree that the Asian scene has a leg up on the Western scene?
Yeah, I think so.
What will it take for you guys and the rest of the Western sort of hemisphere of League of Legends? What will it take for you guys to get up there and grab a first place in the World Championship?
Do what they're doing better, or just come up with our own strategies and outclass them.
All right, Bloodwater, thank you very, very much. Congratulations on your victory, and of course, we'll see you tomorrow and in the coming weeks as well. And hey, hope to see you in the World Championships as well.
Thank you.
Guys, it is almost time for our last match of the day between Team Coast and Dignitas. And for Don't Mash Me and his crew, they'll be trying to stack their 3rd win in a row against a struggling Dignitas squad that's still trying to pick up the crumbs from their spring split collapse.
They were doing so well week 1 to 8 last season. And once Crumbs had to do a little trip, whatever he had to do week 9, after that they just seemed out of place.
We played them last week and we had a close game, you can say, in which it came down to sort of a base race.
And Coast are going to make a beeline straight for the Dignitas base. This could be the throw of a lifetime.
We threw up Baron, we came back, and then we threw in a base race. So it's like, okay, we made some bad decisions.
It was so close, but they just couldn't finish it. I'm sure they're going to prepare really hard for next week.
They definitely want to win, especially when you beat a team. Next time, you always want to like get a revenge match.
I guess we're going to just go in with pretty much maybe a little different strategy, but they're going to come back with a vengeance, and we'll just have to be prepared.
And we'll see just how much vengeance Scar and crew will be getting in our 4th match of the day, Team Coast versus Dignitas. Now, for Coast, a win today would make it 3 in a row, plus a playoff victory against Dignitas.
And Team Coast, much like the last game between Curse and Vulcan, Team Coast has had Dig's number. But last week's match was the closest of all the games that they've played against each other, ending with some incredible throws and a race to the base.
Any of the respawns, only Daydream up right now. Flashes in for the silence, gets knocked up for the enemy team, and it's now the exposed Nexus at this point. Crumbs, so low on health, here comes Crow.
Get him! Let's go, can we end?
Yes, no.
Go. Scar and Patoya are alive, and here comes the counterattack.
This could be the throw of a lifetime.
Can Coast do it? Patoy CCing everyone, and here comes Kiwi Kid. AD carry falls down. They go for the Nexus. They get it. Coast turns it around and grabs the win.
One of the closest games that we've seen in a long time.
And after Dignitas' epic game of throws, they'll find themselves at 2-3 to start the summer split.
And that was another example of Dignitas' struggle to finish out games. They haven't been able to win the close matches all season long across both splits. During the middle of the spring split, Dignitas was getting their wins in blowouts. But when the games got closer during the end of the split and the playoffs for them, Dignitas started struggling. And Dignitas wasn't really able to fix this problem during the break because this manifested itself again last week. They either won by a landslide, like they did against Team Solo Mid, or they couldn't close out the late game as they had in that loss against Coast.
And when Dignitas has struggled to lock down those close games, Team Coast has continued to pick up their game. They've lived up to that second place playoff run.
Yeah, Team Coast not only beat Dig in week 1, they also beat CLG and Vulcan. And then their only 2 losses were against Team Solo Mid and the #1 seed in the LCS right now, Cloud9. In particular, Shifter has really stepped up in the mid lane for this team. His solo lane play throughout the entire first week, considering he's sort of like a new addition for them here in the second split, was very impressive.
So a lot of impressive players here on both lineups. So let's check out who's starting up here on the blue and red side. On blue, it is Team Coast. Zion Spartan in the top lane, Nintendude in the jungle. Shifter, just talked about him in that mid lane. Don't Mash Me on AD carry, and Daydreamin' on support.
And in the red corner, it is, of course, Dignitas, with Kiwi Kid in the top lane, Crumbs in the jungle, Scar in the mid lane. I'm a Cutie Pie on AD carry, and, of course, Patoy on support.
So guys, before we get into Champion Select, I want to see who you think is going to win this match. According to LOLesports.com, 55% of you guys think that Dignitas, surprising a lot of people, is going to come out on top.
And this is swinging a long ways from the playoff vote we had between Dignitas. And when they were at Good Game University, I believe that was an 80 or an 85% Dignitas side. OWeb times have changed right now because these teams are back in action against each other. It's been Coast having Dignitas' number, but Dignitas has been a team who's been able to bounce back from a lot of adversity, specifically even just the beginning of the spring split, because they had a very rough first week, which is what a lot of people forget about. Then they went on a 10-game winning streak and got first place in the LCS for a short time.
Sure, they went 0-2 to 10-2. I mean, that takes a lot of skill.
And then this time, they're at 2-3, which is a disappointment to most Dignitas fans, and people are like, man, come on, Dignitas, bring it together. But maybe they will. Maybe week 2 is the only transition they need.
That's just what happens for them. They just need 1 week to get in the saddle and say, yeah, we know how this goes. Let's keep it up. And, of course, the entire LCS story, I think, has been one, really in all the regions, I think, of teams starting out a little shaky, some early leaders, and then the other teams just flipping it up and saying, no, GGU from last split, Vulcan from last split, even Dignitas, counting week 1. And they say, no, we're actually going to do really, really well. And then now you're here where suddenly the heavy favorites are falling down and the new guard is coming up, and they're going to keep switching around.
And who are the heavy favorites nowadays? Because we have teams like Counterlogic Gaming who have given Cloud9 their only loss of the season and Velocity their only win of the season. Yeah. So what's actually happening right now? Because all these teams are beating each other. If that's not parity right now in North America, I don't really know what is.
It was so cool to just come through and just start that first week. Because, you compare again to the spring split, and it's like, man, some teams didn't get their first win for like 3 weeks. Whereas like the first day, everyone got their first win, and except for Cloud9, everyone got their first loss as well. And so seeing the level of competition rise in North America in general, having so many good top teams competing, it helps the teams practice against each other because there's so many good partners out there. There's so many strategies to look at, so many champions to look at, and styles to learn from or emulate or counter.
And especially for Team Coast now. All of them have graduated high school, so no more distractions from that. Zion Spartan missed a day during Super Week. Turned out to only be 1 game, as they had Jinte actually coming back and subbing in for them. So GGU, not GGU, Team Coast, former GGU, now Team Coast, is on a path to really good things, because even though they've pulled even now, the paths have to like intersect or change or collide with each other if we don't want Coast just coasting past Dignitas in the standings, because really Dignitas has got to pick it back up like they did early in the first split.
Well, let's see if they can pick it up here. Champion Select has begun, and the game is afoot. Zach just being dropped away from Crumbs. There's been I feel like a lot of respect bans against the junglers more and more this split so far.
I also think that has something to do with the unfamiliarity with the jungle changes. There's a lot of stuff that people have seen a couple times be really successful, and they don't want to risk it. So everyone knows, obviously, Nunu can be a crazy counter jungle. And there is an incredibly large impact of buff steals early on in the game. So that's why we're banning out Nunu. But the rest of it, I can't really be too sure about.
All right, well, we'll see what they end up doing in the game. Of course, Zion Spartan on Coast. We talk about some of the strategies being top laner will carry us. They're giving him a big playmaker there, Zion Spartan on Jace.
And I guess because of the added importance on the jungle bans, he got the Jace, man.
Yeah.
Zion Spartan was the guy who pulled all the Jace ban trends starting in North America.
That's true.
He was dominating with it near the end of the spring split. And now we're 6 or 7 weeks later. Everybody knows about Jace at this point, and he still gets it because of the jungle changes, in my opinion.
And it's fun to watch which guys excel at it and which don't. Nien, right, new to the top lane and just completely dominating on that. Maybe some familiarity there being a ranged AD champion, but the guys who excel on Jace make it look easy. They hit the skill shots, they dunk people down, and they 1v2 at the end of the game. But of course, Dignitas have locked in their own champions here. A lot of melee kind of jump in on you. They got Lee Sin and Zed in there for some scrapping.
That's already a pretty big assassin line, and I wonder if Coast is going to try to bring any disengage or cannon-like things to be able to stop dives coming through, because he's been picked up tons of impact last week in the 3.7 patch play, along with Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix, the reason we're not seeing him that much is he was radically changed in the last patch, and I think a lot of people haven't been able to catch up on that. If you haven't known about it, go read the 3.8 patch notes. It's what you guys have been playing on live for quite a while, but that's why Kha'Zix isn't so dominating picked or banned thus far.
We'll see if people end up bringing that back in there as well and saying, actually, yeah, he's just like we remember. We're happy to go for this one. But no stranger to seeing some familiar picks here. The jungle, I'm going to assume jungle Elise. It isn't intended after all. Shifter on the Ezreal. These guys are picking up champions that we've seen quite a bit before.
Yeah. I'm a Cutie Pie going back on Draven is a return to dominance if he's hoping for, because he was so good on Draven early in the spring split. And the Thresh from Patoy is something that we actually haven't been seeing getting through to him that often. Oftentimes, Patoy would go for supports like Zyra or even Alistar, but this time he does have the Thresh play going in, and I like this for Dignitas. While it's very aggressive, it's another one of those kind of like the comp Curse picked, but not as tanky when they dive in, but a very much win the lane composition, which is what Dignitas has done in the past when they win games.
And that's actually what they'd always said, really, back in the playoffs even, and in the late end of the spring split was, don't die in the first 2-3 minutes, don't die before level 3, and then we're fine. We'll carry the game. Our mid game is strong. We're going to be good. So they're like, laning phase, laning phase, laning phase. Seriously, just don't die to the frickin' Thresh in lane.
Yes, and that is exactly what Dignitas is trying to do with that composition. I wonder what Coach is going to do to counter, because they already have the Ezreal, who's pretty good at shifting out of hooks. They have hooks of their own, which could potentially punish Daydreaming going with his trademark Blitzcrank that he's actually kind of known for when he was signed by Team Coast.
Those very first games, yeah.
Yeah, I like these team comps, especially the TF. Wow.
Ooh, so Skara back here on Twisted Fate. I remember some people clowned on him for a subpar performance during the playoffs, but he's back here with a vengeance saying, no, I've got this. He's going to bring the TF out, and it's funny because we see him banned sometimes, and sometimes he's just completely through. Scar's going to get him for the 10th pick here.
And I really liked the mind game Dignitas played, as long as Kiwi Kid is playing solid on Zed here, because in the past for Dignitas, if there's been a Zed pick, it has been Skara on Zed. So for all purposes, Coast was saying, all right, guys, let's prepare for the Zed from Skara. Maybe he's going to go bot lane, but let's get ready for this. We're going to lane Jace against him. Everything's going to be awesome. And then no. Now you have Rumble having to deal with Zed. It's a totally different ballgame.
You've had a similar thing for Coast, though, where they had that first pick Jace. Like, man, Zion's Jace is really good. And they waited for till the last second to pick up Rumble. Of course, they didn't bait any solo lane picks from Dignitas till the end, but they're like, yeah, we got a Zion Spartan Jace here. He's really good at the champion. You should be aware of that.
These sneaky teams. All the picks nowadays for the solo lanes have actually kind of morphed, especially if we're going to be seeing, what I think we're going to be seeing is more AD carrying supports in the mid lane. The solo lane picks are not nearly as much about top lane and mid lane as they are about side lane or solo lane.
Yeah.
And they are completely hot swappable based on where they're going. The only things that really key you off on where they're going is knowing the player and the scouting. So in this situation, it's much like, I don't think Kiwi Kid plays Zed. That means Skara must be playing Zed. And that's probably why it was, in my opinion, fooling to Coast.
Yeah, it's been one of the interesting things about the Season 3 is that they've been just sort of like, we're just solo laners, we'll go wherever we want. Of course, the game is afoot. We'll see where these guys all end up going. Guys, we're here in the 4th game of Week 2. Dignitas spawning in the top right, Coast spawning in the bottom left. We'll see where these guys end up going. You talked about, the scouting of the players and where they tend to go. I feel like Skara goes bottom for Dignitas like 90% of their games.
Yeah, I think I remember seeing some stats somewhere, totally unverified.
Yeah, sure.
But I think Dignitas does more lane swapping versus where the 2-man lane goes mid more than other teams. So they'll send I'm a Cutie Pie and Patoy mid more than most other teams would, and that's why Skara spends so much time in the side lanes.
All right, now a lot of invading coming in from Coast, though, putting the word down on the race. Of course, that was pinged out. Dignitas doing the same. For what it's worth, though, no one from Coast saw Patoy put that ward down. Potentially a little bit of vision advantage. Patoy putting a lot of wards down. Got one on the double golems, got one on the lizard camp as well.
Yeah, they're really wanting some control over that red buff. And I'm thinking Dignitas is going to be running Thresh in the mid lane so that Patoy can help with invades down on the red side of the jungle. I don't know where Nintendo's X is going to start. This could be a very interesting level 1 by Dignitas. I think they have something planned. Remember, Dig was the team that did a double red buff and blue buff steal against Cloud9 in Week 1, so they are very willing to make aggressive buff steal plays at level 1.
And they just made a play right here to sweep out some of the vision on their Wraith camp, which really means there's only 2 wards now on the map total for Coast, and they're both from the top side. If Dig does go to that lizard side enemy jungle, that will be in the darkness. Nintendo and Mashme lurking around by their own lizard buff, and of course they're in full view of that Dignitas lineup.
But just out of random luck or maybe prediction, if Coast just takes this red while Crumbs is taking his red, this essentially invalidates the Dignitas ward. So even though Dignitas will know where Nintendo X is going and know the general direction of where the AD carry and support are going, it doesn't enable any counter jungling from Crumbs. It doesn't really give any immediate advantages to Dignitas.
Now, so Dignitas going to make their own moves to start the game out. They actually kind of were the first ones to make a choice here. They've already got QtPie there in the bottom lane. They've already got Scar there in mid, and Coast is allowed to actually respond to them and put their own people where they want. It's going to be Mash Me and Daydreaming holding up that mid lane. A default shifter versus Scar matchup up top. That's
common stuff.
Wait, Kiwi Kid's on TF. Am I just that dumb that I didn't notice that before?
I think we both missed this entirely, Freak.
Scar was on Zed. Jet, we got it.
We got it. Good job, man. Predictors of everything, intentional or not. So this is neat. I wonder how Kiwi Kid's going to deal with this, because this is a total disregard for mid lane, top lane disparity. Kiwi Kid, he learned top lane for the spring split. Now he's learning TF. Go Kiwi.
All right, Kiwi Kid doing good stuff right there. Zion Spartan, though, QtPie just shows aggression, makes him just back the heck out. And, of course, here comes Crumbs as well on Lee Sin. So the 3-man dive there on the bottom turret has shown up. Zion Spartan has to be very, very afraid of this.
Yeah, this is just another example of trying to get down for the bottom lane. This is what we saw Curse versus Vulcan, but at that point, we didn't see Nintendo X actually coming to counter. This is actually very standard play here, as long as no one gets caught out.
Pull the damage up on Zion Spartan. QtPie almost went for more there. Nintendo makes him stop, saying, hey, dude, back out. I'm a spider, and I can scare Reginald. I can scare you. Get off my turf. So the 3-on-2, though, still here in this bottom turret. Dignitas not wanting to give this one up.
Yeah, Dignitas wants to keep that pressure off because they got so much damage onto Zion Spartan, but Zion Spartan is ticking down with those health potions, so they're trying to make something happen here, and I actually think Coast is sending even more support bottom lane to try to stop this from happening.
Yeah, Daydream was lurking around in the shadows, but he realized that he couldn't see Crumbs anymore, had to back out in fear of 1v1ing a Lee Sin. However, the rest of Dignitas are starting to back out of this one a little bit. They're kind of giving Zion Spartan room to breathe finally.
So I feel like Coast survived that fairly well. They didn't take much damage from that turret. Some of that has to do with the not tremendous wave clear of the Draven Thresh Lee Sin, so the windows they had actually at the turret to get damage down were rather small, plus there was a lot of potential threat and good wave clear coming out from Coast.
So let's compare the turret health then, because we talked about wave clear and the threat on the turret. So the middle turret for Dignitas is down to half, but so is actually that bottom turret for Coast. So minion kills what they are. Of course, you can compare Zion Spartan to Kiwi Kid and see a bit of an advantage for Dignitas, but turrets as well are actually quite equal here. So the 3-on-2 managed to be pretty much a wash. Attempted hook there by Daydream and nearly stops out the Lee Sin, but so far the lane matchups have made the game pretty equal.
Exactly, and I want to see if Coast uses this 2v1 mid for their advantage, and if they start doing jungle invades with it. Just because that's the whole reason that Daydream said he was picking Blitzcrank is for increased buff control. Maybe that'll happen a little bit later, or because he just wants to roam the map right now, because if he's a mid lane Blitzcrank and there's no pressure on him in a 2v1, he gets to go wherever he wants, as Nintendo and Daydreamin are coming bot for QtPie and Patoy.
And I don't think they really got spotted. So here comes a jump in. QtPie's going to get the lantern, and the team will turn around. Oh, no! Oh my god, Daydreamin, you are amazing, and QtPie is now trying to run, but they might have the damage they need. Ignite is on. No, QtPie survives. A legit hook, though.
That was amazing. He had to calculate the speed of the hook when he saw it, and he pulled him mid-lantern instead of actually at his endpoint, but because QtPie got enough distance from the lantern and still had his flash, didn't even get a kill out of it. He totally deserved it, though.
Stay in school, kids. Math works out and makes you play League of Legends better. He knew the trajectory and the vectors and the angle, did all the math. He didn't need Heimerdinger to do it. Picking that one up. Of course, not a kill, but still my top play of the game so far. Let's take a look at the rest of this map, though. Mash Me and Daydreamin with the Fists of Fury still trying to push down this mid lane, but that turret's it's kind of stopped taking damage here. Kiwi Kid's doing a very good job of holding that lane up in a 1v2.
Once Twisted Fate gets a couple of levels, those wild cards clear the wave like crazy. It's about 180 damage right now for Kiwi Kid on a about 6-second cooldown, so he can throw multiple wild cards per wave, always locking blue cards and then just trying to clear it out. It's not the easiest wave for Don't Mash Me and Daydreamin to push.
Yeah, they're getting damage on the turret, but just so slowly. You compare to some of the games we've seen before in the tournament, or in the league in general, where we see turrets die by like 3 or 4 minutes. Just jungler shows up, turret falls over, move on, landing phase continues, and we're 6.5, and these guys are still standing despite being in lopsided lanes. However, I do want to point out some of the adaptations these players have been doing. So Kiwi Kid is staying and wave clearing. Zion Spartan has been going back and taking his double golems over and over.
That's really interesting, actually, because he's only been able to do that since he's had so much jungle support. And Zion Spartan's been able to take a couple of those double golems, not falling too far behind, but if you look at the minion kills, he is, because like Skara and Kiwi Kid overall are out farming Zion Spartan.
And that is just a bad thing when you are Zion Spartan. You tend to kind of carry the team. That's one of the sort of core strategies of Coast is in Zion we trust. However, that mid lane has worked out. Nintendude shows up to support his team. Turret goes down. Built a small gold lead for Coast. Of course, TF passive helping Dignitas a little bit, keeping their gold pretty high.
And this opens up more roam potential for Coast, because again, Daydream and Nintendude could tag team down through this ward. This time Amakudipe doesn't have flash, and Patoy hasn't made much distance yet. I think he's going to try to get away with that flash, as he does.
Yeah, good cocoon, good flash as well. Everyone playing that one pretty much properly. And of course, that team showing up does let Zion Spartan's turret survive. So we talked about this a little bit in the Vulcan versus Curse game, where the laning matchups and the movements they made build themselves advantages from turrets and things like that. Well, here, Coast, sacrificing their blue buff maybe, but have saved the turret for it.
Yeah, but at least they got the mid lane turret down, which is, I think, the most important thing for them. After that, they were just trying to save their other turret, and I think it was more of a turret war than a, hey man, we need to protect our blue buff. Because we look at their team comp, and yes, Shifter will be good with the blue buff, but he still does have that tier, and the blue isn't hugely impactful for a Jace until later in the game.
Yeah, I like how impressively both teams actually did. Oh wow, the flash away from the cocoon. Crumbs was very afraid of getting jumped on by those guys. Had to back away from that one. Of course, the knockback from Jace could have secured his fate. Zion Spartan level 6, so is Cutie Pie. So the equalizer was actually used last wave to clear out, but Zion has to sit in the wave because he's got to keep his turret alive here.
Yeah, it's actually interesting that Coast hasn't put more down bottom, but that's because they're going for kills mid on Kiwi.
Daydreamin' should have his stuff up. There's the flash. We've seen Dignitas burn 3 flashes in a row now from the skill shots that are making people afraid. But speaking of skill shots, the hook lands on Zion Spartan. Down below half health, Lantern Shield is on, and they're still chasing him down. Cutie Pie knows no fear, but says, okay, you flashed out of range. Ult goes off. Zion Spartan has a TF ult on top of him, and that is Kiwi Kid picking up first blood.
There we go. It's actually quite an accomplishment that Kiwi Kid made it down that far, since with his mid turret down, he had to be very sneaky about his positioning. Now he's actually trying to execute himself because he knew he went in so deep. Nice play by Kiwi Kid there.
Well dying, actually, a very, very good choice by him. So Kiwi, unfortunately, falls over for his troubles, but heck, I'll take 400 gold any day for a quick death. So we've got to now look at where we are in this game, because Dignitas have finally tied up that turret kill. They've gotten their first blood as well, and you look at that, Dignitas has their own lead here. The fans seem to be right. They've got an early lead, and they're doing well.
Now it's going to be about whether or not they can keep their lane pressure up, because we know they picked kind of to win these lanes. Cutie Pie's farming well. Surprisingly, Kiwi Kid's kept up quite well considering he was in an almost unhelped 1v2 this entire time. And then Skara versus Jace is something we unfortunately never get to watch in LCS games because the top lane matchup is usually so isolated. We just kind of look up there and be like, oh yeah, that's going even right there. And that's exactly what Skara and Shifter have been doing up there. It'll be about what happens when Skara and Shifter join the fight.
So let's see what kind of impact they can have. Of course, the ultimate is back available here for Rumble. The blue buff getting taken as well by Dignitas. Kiwi Kid getting himself a blue buff. I mean, it's a foreign concept for a top laner. I get blue buffs? Oh my gosh, this is so nice. I have cooldown reduction.
So happy about that one. And Twisted Fate lost his cooldown reduction in patch 3.7, actually. He no longer gets CDR just for leveling up his E, which is actually going to make the blue buff a lot more important for Kiwi Kid. 75 seconds left on his Twisted Fate ultimate, as you can see in the bottom left corner there. And that will most likely be used in conjunction with a dragon play if Dignitas wants to make a move down there.
So speaking of dragon plays, then, the top laners have been sitting there for a long time. When do they say, yeah, guys, we should group with the team and take objectives versus let's stay top lane for a while?
I think they're just going to stay top lane for a while because there's not enough overall turrets down in the game, and there's actually so much importance in getting ahead in this turret race that as soon as a top laner leaves, I feel like the other team will kind of turtle out a little bit and just let the top turret, the top turret will just get taken. Both Zed and Jace push turrets very quickly, and they're just going to stay away from that game. I feel like they're going to let the rest of the map play 4v4.
Hook lands on Daydream, and so much burst damage comes across. Day's going to fall down, but here comes a counter engage from Nintendude. Puts some pain on a Patoy, has to repel up in the air, but he's about to get gold carded by a Kiwi. No, actually, sorry, he goes to the Wraith camp down below. He's safe right there. But a 1-0, and now Dignitas, they're going to want to keep on moving forward. An Arcane Shift from Mashme. The rest of the team grouping back up. And here comes Scar from around the back. He's going to jump in. Don't mash. He's going to fall the heck over. Nintendude forced to run away as well. The Draven Bleed might just take him down. It actually does. And here comes the jump back in. Kiwi gets going to take down by Shifter. Zion's going to come back. Of course, has burned the equalizer 2 for 2 so far. Patoy getting lit on fire. Another kill picked up.
So everything really started when Patoy landed the hook and got the kill onto Daydreamin', but Dignitas burned a lot to just get the kill on a support. They still had to fight in the tower, and then when they dove, it allowed Coast a tremendous counterattack. Turret to lane, and the spot in between is where the equalizer was actually placed by Zion Spartan, and it landed so well on a Dignitas that it pretty much won them that fight and gave them that dragon before Kiwi Kid's Twisted Fate ultimate could be used to control it.
So, great setup here, and of course, Coast picking up the kills at the end of that fight gives them the numbers advantage. That dragon is theirs. The Destiny was actually used, but they might just find an opening. The hook!
Nice hook!
At the spawn on Kiwi Kid. This is not good. The True Shot Barrage will not land, but Zion Spartan gets a free kill. Scar will turn that one back, though, 1 for 1.
I could be wrong here. Unless was Kiwi Kid porting? You should be able to tell me this. I'm wrong on this. When you port into a Fog of War, I should definitely know this. Do you get to see the port?
Yes.
Okay, that's how he hooked him there.
Yeah.
I was like,
you do know when TF shows up.
Yeah,
Same as when you teleport to a
that
ward.
should be the way it works.
Yes.
And that's exactly why Daydream was able to hook him in. A bit of an ill-advised teleport from Kiwi Kid in there, because Dignitas didn't have the support able to come after him. Really, I guess, giving up the dragon and the kill, but still somehow having a goal lead at the end of it.
So Dignitas, that TF pass is definitely helping a little bit. Ooh, nice attempt there on Nintendo. He has to repel into the air, was afraid for his life. And you know, games like this are so fun to watch, though, because you've seen basically a lot of really cool individual plays pretty much the entire time through, right? Just stupidly good clutch hooks from Daydreamin', flash dodges the whole way through. Pretty much everyone has been dodging skill shots that otherwise would have landed onto them, and just a lot of great plays back and forth. The team fights are hectic, too. It's one of the games you really like to watch at League of Legends.
Yeah, this is a very close game, as these guys had a very close game last week as well. Yeah. Maybe we'll get another base race, who knows? Right now, because Dignitas is trying to crush these lanes. They're trying to put the pressure on, and it's just a matter of if they can get there.
Grims is going to knock Shifter into the wall, and the burst comes across. Goodbye, Shifter. Can't do enough damage. True Shot Barrage almost makes Crumbs regret that decision, but he's going to be just fine. The wave clear comes out. Great pickup there for Dignitas.
Yeah, that was smart by Crumbs to tank the turret right off the bat, since he's rushed that Spirit of the Ancient Golem, such a beefy tank item. All the Lee Sins today have been rushing that item, as opposed to the Aegis or the Locket of the Iron Solar we saw out of a lot of the other ones.
Oh, Kiwi Kid's gonna look for a little bit of pain against Zion. Spartan gets the stun inside of the turret range, and Zion, with just one turret shot to left, gets out of range. The 1v1 fight going in Coast's favor.
And this game is getting a little hard to keep track of. These guys are fighting everywhere, from top to bottom. 2v1 tower dives or 1v1 tower dives, but what we do know is Zion Spartan has consistently performed for Team Coast there, as he does with that kill on Kiwi Kid.
Yeah, he was the guy that was put into the junk lane. He was the guy who was getting zoned out, had to have Nintendo defend him, and was sitting there with, aside from the supports, the lowest minion kill score in the game, and is like, 4-2-1, what's up?
He got a lot of power out of that mid lane fight.
Yeah.
When they got the dragon afterwards, and then killed the teleporting in Kiwi Kid. That is what's really put him back in this game. He's at 5,000 gold right now. Zion Spartan actually has, only by a small margin, but the most gold of anyone on his team. The only person in the game who has more gold is Skara, who's been able to farm as well as pick up some kills in what was a 1v1 lane.
So great job then. Zion Spartan keeping his team afloat. That might have been one of the tactics that Coast would employ. So far, it is actually working. Zion has actually been given the top lane to farm out, and it's fun to watch which players teams tend to focus on. For example, CLG is like, double if you get the free lane farm, you're the one who goes out and carries all the gold on our team. Right here, they're actually putting a lot of effort onto Zion Spartan to let him catch back up in these solo lanes.
It's really starting to come in for Dignitas, which is surprising, considering Dignitas couldn't control the dragon, and I guess the fight in mid was a lot more even than we realized, but then afterwards, even when Kiwi Kid died, like, none of this actually seems to be hurting Dignitas too much, because they're still able to keep Coast pushed on their back foot. They're going for turret number 3, and if they get this, Dignitas might try to take more control of the game.
Certainly, they might have control of it. Nintendo's going to look for a counter gank here in this left-hand side lane, though, but it's going to be a 4 versus 2. Dignitas, they do make the move. They do get control of that turret. That's taken down. Another advantage for these guys.
And it was while everyone on Coast was actually back in base, so there was no lanes that Coast could be pushing to punish Dignitas for investing so much in this top lane. Now they're trying to fight him off.
They're looking for the re-engage. The TFL comes by as well. Kiwi Kid trying to make sure he can defend his team in the 5-on-5. True Shot Barrage does whiff. The rest of Dignitas gets out of that one for free.
It's a really nice split they did as the Ezreal kind of flew up the top through them. Rumble ult is used for pretty much nothing. Kiwi Kid did ult to come in. I guess you could argue that that was traded. And now it's a matter of if Coast tries to do anything, knowing that since Dignitas just had 5 top it tells them where Dignitas may be going. They expect Dignitas went back to base right now, but Dignitas could be laying in wait for a kill.
And there goes Nintendo getting kicked in the air. Oh, he repels back up, though. He's going to try to get back down, but this is not a good numbers fight here. 5 versus 4, and the initiation is on. Nintendo's trying to run away. The pull in onto Zion Spartan. He's not going anywhere, but he finds some damage back on Ascara, forcing him away. And in the meantime, Shifter has been pushing the mid lane.
And that's one of the punishments you get if you're Dignitas for putting 5 people in a top lane rush. When you don't know where everyone is, Shifter getting this, I think Dignitas wanted a lot more out of that fight. I actually thought they were going to get a lot more because Patoy landed an awesome flash box that triggered on 2, and they just weren't able to chase it down. So after all of that sneakiness and what was pretty much successful sneakiness, I think Coast came out on top in that engagement.
Daydreamin spots Cutie Pie in a ward, though. They're still looking for a little bit of blood here. The problem is the numbers, I think, are in Dignitas' favor. Kiwi Kid waiting in the background, and actually it's just Cutie Pie and Patoy saving this turret up. That could have been another fight. Daydreamin was looking for it.
So we're now at 3 turrets to 2.
Yeah.
It's still only 1.7 thousand gold. There was a Lich Bane rushed onto Kiwi Kid, which tells me they're trying to get this turret game going. Obviously, some Twisted Fates go for Lich Bane for like a little bit faster gank and the movement speed, but honestly, it is about the turret pushing here for Dignitas. I think they're going to be split pushing and trying to almost choke out Coast. They just need to get more power going first because Coast is fighting back really well.
Yeah, the difference in strategy though feels like a bit of a new look for Dignitas. Though we know we talked about their old end game being the tri-lane split push, where they got ahead early and were like, just sit in your lanes, farm it up, and we'll just start getting ahead in our gold and be fine. But the heavy emphasis on actual objective control though is a little bit different.
It's definitely a bit of a change for these guys. The games are very close for them. I really want to see if Dignitas can get I'm a Cutie Pie going at all. If we kind of saw in the Curse game that if Draven can't start running over people, then he might not necessarily have a place. But I'm a Cutie Pie is a much more experienced Draven player, and I think he should know how to handle it. I want to see if Don't Mash Me can keep him at a distance later on in this game.
Draven running at you with crazy spinning axes might just be a little bit scary. So, Coast looking for what their openings are. They've been, as you say, kind of on the back foot a little bit this one. Dignitas have been making the openings. 3, actually, for what it's worth, the split push that Shifter managed to pull through a little while ago did make the turret lead 3-3, but here comes Dragon. Here comes Dignitas' next move on the map.
Yeah, and this could be because they saw Shifter trying to push out that really shoved minion wave over in the bottom, and I believe Crumb should just get that, but he gets pulled afterwards by Daydreamin.
Oh, it just jumps right back across, though. The cocoon could not quite land from Nintendo, so they get away from this one safely. Daydreamin this time around not getting the Blitzcrank rocket grab steal, but nice attempt anyway. Dig still. They pick up an objective.
Yeah, so good control by them. It's what they've been able to continue doing throughout pretty much this entire game. And even though Coast has been counterplaying them very well, I see Dignitas coming up. It's so crazy that we see a game that's 3 turrets to 3 because the whole map is open. And you can see that spread right now as Coast is trying to push up mid lane. Blowing ults, actually, Dignitas is to clear the wave.
Attempted rocket grab there as well. So it's Zion Spartan saying, we know we can't shove in your base too very easily. We do need to send someone back to defend that Skara split push because it's something we're worried about. So it's this crazy game of like aggression in different parts of the map. They're playing the whole playing field really aggressively, every one of these teams.
I want to see if Skara can take out Zion Spartan here because Zion Spartan has not went for any kind of Seeker's Arm Guard item or any kind of real Zed defense aside from that one cloth armor. So if Skara could get a jump on him, he could really make a play down there since he's completely isolated while everyone else is playing 4v4.
So let's see where Skara ends up going with this one. He's going to steal the red buff away, and of course Zion Spartan is not going to sniff him out. That duel, I feel like that duel is going to be better for Skara in general. The hook comes across, only lands onto a minion though. Cutie Pie was stunned. Could have maybe waited for that one around here. Here we go, the 4v4 still looking like it in the mid lane. Dignitas the one to look for moves. There's going to jump on Zion Spartan. The stun's going to come across. I don't think that Rumble is going anywhere. Great move there by Dig. They just find another opening.
And I really like how they punished Nintendo Dex and Daydreamin for the missed opportunity there because when Coast put themselves into Dignitas' red jungle, they gave Dignitas, specifically Kiwi Kid, enough distance so that he would be in ultimate range of Zion Spartan to pull off that kill. Map movement at its greatest.
Great capitalization there, knowing what the opponents could do and making your own choices. That's really what we like to see in these top teams, where they play to make things happen. They play to jump in there, find the openings and force things down to their opponents, make sure they don't miss any opportunities here. So Coast, they've got the respawn. Zion Spartan is back on the map, but of course Skara is just still pushing that bottom lane. We talked about him a while ago, how he had the most gold in the game, and he's still got that title. 8,900, now 9,000 gold on him. No one in the game even has 8,000 gold. Skara is by far the most massive champion here.
And I wonder if Dignitas is going to continue split pushing with him, or if they're going to try to find some fights with him, because if you remove Skara from the equation, and assuming Zion Spartan can somehow fight Skara in that side lane, that 3,000 gold advantage by Dignitas, since, as you said, Skara is 2,000 gold ahead of everyone on Coast, in the 4v4 sense, Coast would only be 1,000 gold down. Yeah. And the fight could actually be very close. So I think that unless Skara can kill in 1v1 situations, Dignitas has to find ways to either do more Twisted Fate ganks or fight 5v5.
So we'll see what they do with this one, because Scar is still running to that bottom lane, and heck, maybe they do a Vulcan where they're just like, incremental advantage, incremental advantage, incremental advantage. 35 minutes in, all right, we'll kill your Nexus. See what the game plan is for these Dignitas boys, because Coast right here are just trying to hold on and look for their openings. They've tossed out hooks, they've tossed out cocoons. They haven't necessarily always landed them. Really, they've looked to make plays. They haven't found the plays.
Exactly, and they found a couple.
They looked a couple,
but they couldn't execute. They're really hoping Daydreaming can get a hook onto I'm a Cutie Pie at some point, or Kiwi Kid. Either one of those would work for them. If they get that, they can make a power play off of Scar not being there. But as long as Dignitas continues to avoid those hooks, as long as they keep their wards up and just kind of run into smart places, they're going to be fine.
Well, Coast have a chance for a small 5v3 right here. They just sent Cutie Pie back. He's going to go for it right. Ooh, Crumbs hops to a ward and forced everyone to run the heck back. Nearly getting that fight there for Coast. And Zion Spartan, you talk about the 1v1 potential. Scar, I think, is going to get this one. Oh my gosh, just gets kills.
And this is huge for Dignitas, because now Coast has another man just sucked down towards them, as well as shoving minion waves that Ezreal just tried to burn down bottom lane. Scar is going to have pressure on that bottom turret. Dignitas is going to push out mid and bottom. They're doing the tri-lane push.
There we go, that tri-lane push. Kiwi Kid's up in the top lane. He's been there a lot. The flash hook on the Cutie Pie, though. There comes the Lantern, pulls him to the side, and that is a great save by Patoy. And, of course, Scar in the bottom lane. This turret is his.
Dignitas is ready for it. That was the counter pull. He got pulled in and then just rode the Lantern back out. That continues Dignitas's turret assault here. Really well done. The one play there gives them 2 turrets.
Oh my gosh, and Kiwi Kid, of course, sorry, Cutie Pie, just still here at this mid lane. The tri-push, of course, continuing. And Dignitas have just continually made such great moves here. Though Steel on blue looks to be coming up as well. Crumb's going to make that one happen. Cutie Pie is alone and doesn't even care.
Well, he's already survived a hook. Yeah. He can survive another one. Cutie Pie lives dangerously as he's going for that last Whisper right now. 8,000 gold on him to 7,700 of Don't Mash Me. And Don't Mash Me's actually went for the slow progression Blue Ezreal build, where he starts with the Bloodthirster instead of the Spirit of the Lizard Elder. You add about 1,000 gold to that build before you hit the point where you really want with the Iceborne Gauntlets and the Muramana, plus the Last Whisper. And since Coast isn't ahead of Dignitas, they're actually 6,000 gold behind them.
Oh gosh.
It's going to be a while.
Yeah, it is. So it's Coast just playing that waiting game. Now, at least thankfully for them, they've got something to fall back on eventually when they get there. They've still got items to go for and scalings to reach, but Dignitas have just not really allowed this game to go to them. They've made these moves. They've looked for the openings. The Twisted Fate has been played well, I would say, by Kiwi Kid. We didn't know how it was going to go, but he's found openings repeatedly. He's got death, but one of them is execute, and one's going to be a kick out on Daydreaming.
And there's Crumbs' insect play. I think they're going to be able to get Daydreaming down.
Yep, good job there. Crumbs and co making that one happen. So a lot of playmakers here for Dignitas. Scar's winning duels, Kiwi Kid's jumping in with his Twisted Fate ultimates, and Crumbs is picking people out by himself.
And here's the question, how does Dignitas close games? Because this game was close about 5 or 6 minutes ago, so they have found a little bit of a formula here that's working out quite well. Let's see if they do something here.
Another hook on a Nintendo. The box comes out as well. Patoy actually has to run away from that one. Took a lot of poke at the start. Forced to disengage. This turret is still losing health. Cutie Pie lurking around the sides. Shock Blast does some damage here, but so far, so good. Dignitas has another wave. They might stay.
Does look like Dignitas should get back to the split push. They have enough turrets down already, 5-3, and Skara has shown enough scariness in the bottom lane that Coast pretty much has to send 2 people for him at all times. It gives the rest of Dignitas a lot of freedom to build up their lead.
And you're going to see this lead continue to grow because they're looking for the dragon right here. QtPie throwing spinning axes as it. Another 1,000 gold picked up for Dignitas, putting them now 7,500 gold up. They keep finding things to do well. They keep finding objectives to grab, kills to take, and plays to make. And Dig are looking very much on form this day.
And it looks like Crumbs is going just super tank Lee Sin, which is not too surprising. That's what most Lee Sins have been doing. Decent farm number for him, 84, but a crazy farm number there for Skara. 250 at 26 minutes because he has lived in that bottom lane over and over. Skara's going to be there until Coast, I feel like, sends everyone for him. And at that point, the rest of Dignitas would be able to take a Baron. So Coast has to find an answer for Skara if they want to make anything happen in this game.
I'm not even sure they have a duelist that can take him on. I mean, you saw Zion Spartan was going towards Azonius. Doesn't have it yet, to be fair, but he was getting one-shotted with some tankiness in his build. He certainly can't send Shifter. I don't think Nintendo Daydreamer can do it either. And sending Mashme, that scares me too. Even with a Glacial Shroud at Iceborne Gauntlet, I feel like it's still a bad matchup.
I think Mashme would be like their only hope, but I think it may be too late for them. What they're doing instead is they're saying, we're going to race Skara to our inhibitor turrets as they're forcing down in this middle turret. Let's see if they can get it before Dignitas counterattacks.
It is a 5v4. They get some initiative onto Crumbs. The damage output is there. They are trying to pop him down. The Lantern comes across. 1-0. The flash is away from the hook, but they find Kiwi Kid as well. They found 2 kills. QtPie taking pain, but he's going to find Zion Spartan. Look at the damage from those axes. We watch Scar in the bottom corner is taking down the inhibitor turret, but the inhibitor itself has been taken down by Coast.
Yeah, and I feel like Coast is trying to go for more here, but Scar's on his way back. I don't think Coast can do this one.
They're running out of minions, but that turret is running out of health, down below half HP. Lantern comes across, but Toy wants something to happen, and QtPie doesn't want to click the Lantern because QtPie does not care. He's going to kill minions instead. Skara just might find an opening, though.
I feel like that was one of those scary lanterns to ride because you don't really know where it's going. I actually think it was the right call of QtPie not to click that lantern from Batoy because I think it could have led to the death of him.
Yeah.
But that was a really good play by Coast. They killed an inhibitor. Even though they lost their inhibitor turret, that was their answer for dealing with Scar. Now anytime Scar goes bottom lane, at least in the next recent future, there's going to be super minions pushing up the mid. Dignitas trying a really quick back player themselves because they're running to Baron, knowing, especially with the TF ult, everyone on Coast is in their base.
So many fast moves back and forth. Baron down to half health, and Nintendo, we've seen him get so many steals, they just jump onto him. They know to be afraid of that Elise. Kiwi Kid and Patoy making things happen, misses the wild card, but he's been ignited. Nintendo forced to run away, but Baron goes down, 28-59. The hook on a Kiwi Kid, he's gonna fall. No, he's gonna Zonia's first. He's not falling over. There's the poke coming down. They get that kill. Patoy is low. Can Coast go in for a 5v4 and take away some Baron buffs?
Coast wants to get more kills. Look at that awesome Rumble ult.
Just slowing Patoy down. Zion Spartan, perfect vector targeting. Volta dead on Patoy, 5v3.
And now the race might begin because it's actually a 5v2. There's Skara going bottom lane, and what we thought was going to get sent back is actually Don't Mash Me going back to fight him off.
Here we go. Mashme's going to see if he can actually fight Scar in the base. Of course, Scar has Baron buff. Secondary turret goes down. They actually send Nintendo back as well. So 3v2 is the push here. Blitzcrank plus Shifter plus Zion Spartan. Daydream spots Crumbs off on the side. No, actually the push will not continue because everyone is respawning back. Inhibitor goes down. The Nintendo wants to jump in onto Scar. Can he do the damage? There is a stun, and he's going to keep looking for some pain right here. The Ezreal's going to whiff. Nintendo's not in a good place. Flash in from Scar, and Scar picks another dual kill and still walks out with style.
He almost killed Don't Mash Me as well. So that is Skara just manning up. And at this point, it's Skara versus the world. He's so farmed on Zed and such a large part of Dignitas' lead. Scar's got 13,000 gold right now. That's 2.4k more than anyone else on his team. So when he's not there, which Coast is trying to capitalize on, Coast is trying to fight the rest of their team. But if they can't deal with Skara, even if they send 2, that's good for Scar. That's going to be a Dignitas win. This is a very interesting game now.
So we've got to now pay a lot of attention, of course, to where the minions go and how the minion waves are setting up, because we know that both these bases are wide open. I mean, the last time these guys played, it was a base race, and it was the Nexus almost going down, a team getting ace, the other Nexus falling down. You've got a very similar situation brewing here, where the bases are like 30 seconds away from dying at any time.
And in this game, I'd say the gold lead is a little bit more towards Dignitas than it was last week in opening week for the LCS. But the situations that arise are very similar because anytime you're in split pushing scenarios, you're just inviting base races. No one in this game has teleports. Yeah. So being able to defend against the base races or even creating super surprise ones are a little bit harder. But just because Scar is so often away from his team, we don't see that situation arise much. But now, Dignitas actually has 5 people in the mid lane for the first time in a real long time, and we could see a big fight here.
Of course, Super Minions are there. We'll see if the Coast team wants to ride that wave anywhere. Of course, they've got to remember that bottom lane is getting pushed in very, very strongly. It's down past their dead outer turret. Someone's got to respond to that eventually.
Yeah, and Dignitas still has Baron on 3 for another minute and a half, basically. Crumbs, Skara, and I'm a Cutie Pie are all sitting with the Baron buff. And Coast can only stay here for so long, because if they don't go back, eventually that Super Minion stack in the bottom lane could take out a Nexus turret for Team Coast, so that's why Coast just has to back away.
That is not something Coast wants to lose. Of course, Blue Buff has respawned. The Twisted Fatal comes out, and they're going to jump in on towards Nintendude X. The free initiation onto Kiwi Kid, though. He's going to Zonius and try to set up the fight here. The pull's going to land onto Cutie Pie, but Daydreamer gets chunked out. He's going to fall down. Cutie Pie picks up 1. The Lantern comes across. Kiwi Kid does survive that battle, but Scar's in the mix. Then jump in onto Nintendude. They're going to go re-engage for the battle here. Mashly dropped very, very low in health. Has to jump backwards. Nintendude's going to fall over. Double kill picked up there for I'm a Cutie Pie. And, of course, Dignitas are not done. They find the slow into Crumbs, and that next turret you talked about has fallen down. Mashly's going to try to find 1, but Skara is godlike and takes him down. Only Shifter and Zion Spartan remain.
That was a really surprisingly good force by Kiwi Kid. You're like, what are you doing, man? Teleporting in with Twisted Fate, but it stalled Coast long enough. It allowed Dignitas to flank around. Even though I'm a Cutie Pie got hooked from the Abyss, Dignitas was still able to come on top of that game, and I think they try to end here.
They're going to look for it there. Shifter taking so much damage. Cutie Pie is on a killing spree. Zion Spartan finds 1, but he's going to find his doom as well. The respawn is here from Daydream, and the Nexus is falling down. This is almost certainly Dignitas' game to win. Nexus down to 1/3 health, 1/4. Cutie Pie still in the Nexus, but that's going to be GG, and it's relief on the Dignitas faces for pulling that game out.
They did it, man. They took out GGU. They won what was a close game. They then pulled ahead, but they did it their way. They used the split push of Zed combined with the global pressure of Kiwi Kid's surprise Twisted Fate pick to really punish Coast and just make the plays happen. That was Skara really changing his playstyle a little bit. Instead of just split pushing to come into team fights, he split pushed for his own sake, and it really worked.
It did absolutely. The dueling power, right? There was no one for Coast to respond to him, right? They tried Zion Spartan twice, and it failed both times. And the only recourse, as we saw, was, okay, 5 men. Let's dive in. Let's hope this works. Let's try to push your base out 5v4.
And I thought that was a really good adaptation by Team Coast. Like, Coast is a team that definitely never counts themselves out of a game, and they're always willing to make that desperation play. And that was another example of it being very close to working. But I think, you know, an extra week of experience for Dignitas, getting more involved in the split, learning GGU a little bit, and making the mid-season adaptations that we know Dignitas has been so good at, they were able to come out with a win here, and I guess they moved to 3-3 on the season.
They do move to 3-3. Of course, we also have a replay of that climactic fight. Jad, if you want to take it away, Kiwi Kid did some good work.
Yeah, and this was so surprising. Daydreamer was trying to hook in Kiwi Kid, but he found Draven instead, and that actually hurt them because I'm a Cutie Pie just killed the Draven that was there. The hook would have killed Kiwi Kid, but it wasn't enough for I'm a Cutie Pie. And Coast burned so much trying to kill Kiwi Kid, they had nothing left for the rest of the fight. See the big clump that Dignitas had there when they gave the double kill to I'm a Cutie Pie? If the equalizer was there, I think Coast would have won that fight. But because Kiwi Kid presented himself as such a big target at the start of that fight, it allowed Dignitas to roll through the rest of them and chase him down.
So great stuff right there. The chasing power, so strong from Dignitas. Of course, an amazing play by them. It seems they finally found some footing here. Again, as you said, 3-3 on the season. Now, coming up, guys, we're going to be joined by Dignitas' I'm a Cutie Pie and Patoy. Then we'll break down all the action and update the standings after today's games. Week 2 of the North American LCS Summer Split will continue right after this.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the North American LCS Summer Split. We're here at the end of week 2, day 1. An amazing day of games right now. Rivington III joined by Patoy and Cutie Pie in the interview lounge. Guys, congratulations on the win. And we'll just start off, Patoy. First question, what was different coming into this game against Coast than last week?
We picked up a few more champions. Like I picked up Thresh. I still kind of suck on him, but it's good enough right now. So played that, and we did a role swap with Kiwi on TF, and it turned out pretty nice in scrim. So we just decided to do it, and we went with we just did our usual stuff. We just see how they play the game at level 1. Their common picks and lane swaps, and we just played accordingly.
And the next few questions kind of revolve around that role swap. You know, what is it now? Scar, Kiwi Kid, it was Jace Kha'Zix, now TF and these guys kind of switching it around. Is this just comfortability for Dignitas coming out? What is the idea behind this for you guys?
We always do a few role swaps. Like in Season 2, towards the end of World Finals, we had this strat where we just like role swapped everyone. Like I was basically a second jungler. Scar was playing like Darius top and weird stuff like that. And then like we thought we were onto something back then, and we're just like doing it now, and it's turning out pretty nice.
And with those role swaps, you know, Kiwi Kid, he used to play mid, so it's not too big of a thing for him to play TF. But you said yourself picking up Thresh now. When do you feel comfortable? How long is that time to pick up a champion to play professionally in the LCS?
Me, this is just my own personal thing. I'm actually really slow at learning champions, so it takes me a lot more time than everyone else because I just hold like a higher level of like play for myself compared to like some other people. So I put in a little bit more time before I throw it in competitive play. So right now it's just good enough.
And actually that leads perfectly into the next question for you, Cutie, because it has been a little bit more of you putting forth in solo queue. You got yourself into Challenger, you've just been using Draven a lot more and really fine-tuning all of your mechanics that you would put into the game. Where does this come from, and what's been the motivation behind that to just better yourself now?
I don't know, just like recently we haven't been doing too well, so I honestly like think that it's my fault because like I feel like I'm a good enough player that the rest of my team doesn't matter. I should be able to like win the game solo. I don't know if that's an awful mentality to have or not, but it's like I just have to get better. I have to carry.
Right on. And Cutie, you know, coming into the last Coast game and some of the games for Dig, you guys have had a little bit of a hard time closing things out. What are you doing to remedy that? And it was able to work this time. So what's the idea, Ben?
Yeah, I mean, mostly it's just like the role swaps, the TF helps to like close out games because it's like we have a global ganker, so it's kind of easy to get picks. Lee Sin really does help with the kick and just like picks in general just to get easier kills.
Right on. And Patoy, 2 more questions for you guys. What are your overall thoughts on the split so far? Last time in the split, it was, you know, Dignitas, Curse, TSM all at the top, and things have been swapped around. What do you feel about the LCS this summer split?
It's what I expected would happen. The previous bottom 4 teams and the 2 new teams are like now the top 4. And don't get me wrong, they're good, but I think that the old top 4 teams just throw and make a lot of stupid decisions and choke a lot more than the new teams. So right now
it's pretty bad, but I don't think it's that bad. Like,
it's pretty bad.
Yeah, you just have to give us time to like figure out like what the new teams are doing, like just figure out the game more because they've been like fighting for this. They've been like trying their hardest, and we're just like chilling here. So yeah.
All right, and final question for you guys, either of you. You know, the 3.8 patch coming out, it's going to kind of rustle things up. How does Dignitas feel about, you know, changes in the game as they come up? Is it a team that embraces them, or are you guys kind of a catch-up and you figuring out what to do?
Well, in 3.8, we're going to do double jungle, and I'm going to take every single buff. That's pretty much it.
Hey, buddy, don't tell the strat.
All right, guys, thank you very much. Congratulations on the win. Cutie Pie and Patoy, thank you for the interview. Guys, there's been some amazing games today. If not the time of the wins, the action within the games were absolutely amazing. And we're going to review that with Kobe. He's got 2 replays for us before we end the day.
All right, thank you, Riv. I've got a couple of first bloods here for you guys. The first one, this is really where Vulcan just took command of the game. This is a dive gone wrong for Curse right now. So the plan for them right now, they're doing the right thing. You shove in the minion wave so that the turrets are going to be attacking the minions for the beginning of this, and then you get into position, you circle around your prey, and you corner them. So they all get into position before they get tower aggro. And you get tower aggro at the very last second once everybody's in position. position, and you burst one target down. All right, so let's start the clip off here. They're going to work their way in, and this is exactly what you need to know. They're going to go for Zuna right now, but watch this beautiful hop. Pause it here. So that's Zuna. He made one escape with his rocket jump to get to this point. At this point, he's got two choices. He can either leave his support behind for dead or go back into the turret and try and continue this fight 2 versus 3 and utilize that tower damage to make Curse pay for this dive. And the reason he's going to actually go back in towards the turret is because up here in the mid lane, we've got a Malphite with no mana, not level 6, and then we've got Mandatory Cloud on Jace, already got all of his abilities, so he can start roaming down, and the clock is really going to be working against Curse at this point. Every second that they waste, Jace gets closer, and he could execute them. So let's continue this clip out. Here goes Zuna. He uses Flash and Barrier. Bloodwater still has his Flash, so all of the summoners were still up for these guys, and they survived. Now, Curse are all on the run, and that Jace we talked about is roaming down the river looking for him. So let's speed up this clip to another double speed here, and we can see them. All that's really left is for them to chase down Cop. Zuna goes for the hop. Here comes Mandatory Cloud, going to get the last shot in. He does ask very nicely if he can take the kill first from Zuna, and Zuna says, yes, go for it. We definitely want that first blood. The second clip we have here is another first blood from another game. I really like this one because it's some interesting play from Kiwi Kid here. So it starts out normal. Let's play this clip here. They're just going to bully Zion because they got a great hook. Plenty of damage going to go down to him. They would dive it if he didn't have Flash, but he does. So this is just going to be a turret for them. Look at Kiwi Kid, though. He's got 3 people, and he got into position for the teleport on TF. Gets the kill. But pause it here. Now, he's got 2 choices. He's gone very deep. He knows that there are 2 members coming down for him because there's actually a minion here that's right next to Blitzcrank, giving Kiwi Kid vision of Blitzcrank coming down. So he knows there's 3 people coming to corner him in the jungle. He can try and make some loopy escape over here. Not going to go for that. He's going to use his ARAM skills, go for the execute. Let's finish this clip out, and we can see, play the clip again, there we go. And we can see they're just going to take the turret, and it actually gives Cutie a free escape as well. Kiwi Kid going for that execute, which we see so much on the ARAM map, but we don't see it a lot in Summoner's Rift. It's these few situations where people are not in experience range and not in range to get that gold when you actually do want to get the execute on Summoner's Rift. So with that said, let's send it back to the guys at the desk.
Thanks very much, Kobe. So let's see how today's games have been affected, how today's games have actually affected the standings. Even after their loss today, Cloud9 is still on top with a 5-1 record, while TSM and Vulcan are tied for second at 4-2.
Tied for 4th place are CLG, Dignitas, and Team Coast at 3-3, while Curse and Velocity remain at the bottom of the standings with 1-5 records.
So guys, coming up Friday, week 2, the European LCS kicks off live from Moscow, Russia.
EU's broadcast day starts with the first regional CIS championship matchup between the challenger teams Instruments of Surrender and Only Gragas.
And the winner of the CIS championships earns a spot in the International Wildcard Tournament that will take place during this year's Gamescom and gets a shot at making it to this fall's Season 3 World Championships. Then after the challengers best of 3 wraps up, it's time for the professionals to hit the rift in 3 European LCS games.
The action begins with Ninjas in Pajamas taking on Fnatic, then Evil Geniuses will face off against Meet Your Makers, and the undefeated Team Alternate will take on Moscow's favorite, Gambit Gaming.
That all starts Friday at 3 a.m. Pacific and 12 p.m. Central European Summertime, live from the MDM Palace in Moscow, Russia. And later on Friday, we have 4 more games here in North America. That action starts first with Cloud9 taking on the Red Hot Vulcan.
After that, TSM will battle CLG, Velocity faces off against Team Coast, and Curse takes on Dignitas to close out the day.
The North American LCS begins Friday at 3 p.m. Pacific and Saturday at 12 a.m. Central European Summertime. And that does it for today's broadcast. But for myself, Jap, Riv, Kobe, and the entire live broadcast crew, GG, thanks for watching.
Are y'all gonna do this? Lulu's still mid. I'm coming mid right now.
Good job. Really decided to go for this. Dragon very low. Meteo's not able to get it. Big Fat steals away the Dragon from outside.
Got one. Good job.
That's it, son! That's it!
Okay, that's good.
Oh, that cell division, such a strong.
Oh, God, no! That's it! Base from downtown!